Good morning and welcome to the MCA Grounds for the plate final between Wales and India. And this has been an important game as Wales the other day beat the USA by 10 wickets. A big win for them. And India, they lost to Pakistan in that game. A very close game. They lost by just 9 runs. And here we are. So today is another day, a new day down at the MCA Grounds. And Wales meeting India in the plate final. Joining us in the commentary this morning is Ashley Rathak. Good morning, Ashley.
A very good morning, Eric Gowd, and a very good morning to all our viewers. Yes, a bright, beautiful day here at the Mercantile Cricket Grounds at Maitland Crescent. Well, it's going to be a glorious day of cricket. The plate final happening between Wales and India.
Right, there we are, the two teams lining up for the national anthems. This has been one of the features before play starts of the two teams lining up. They sing their national anthems, and I'll tell you what, some of them got some great voices, and they come off very strongly indeed. So the Indians in blue, and the Wales are in that reddish color t-shirts as well. And we've seen Wales playing a few matches, and Wales didn't do too well until the last game against the USA. And what a win that was. It put them right on top into the plate championships when they beat USA by 10 wickets. Big score. USA got about 189 and Wales 194. No wicket in their batting turn, and that was a great win for them. They'll take these memories back home, and certainly they will really practice for the next Over-50s World Cup, perhaps coming up in Canada in 2 years' time.
Well, you're certainly right, Eric. And also Wales possess in their team Ivan Rees, who is the first batsman in the world to pass 1,000 runs in Over-50s cricket as well.
Wow, that is some achievement to pass 1,000 runs, Ivan Rees. So certainly they will take all these records into consideration as well. They look to perhaps strengthen these teams as the years go on. And 14 teams were in the fray in this competition for the year 2025. We had 13 international umpires, 5 local umpires. So a lot of cricket and a lot of people officiating these matches as well. And that was great for cricket because seeing so many persons available here. And don't forget the teams, they have their supporters as well who come with them. And that really augurs well for the game of cricket and for this tournament itself. And there we are, as the two teams have lined up for the national anthems. We'll see play starting in about maybe about 7 or 8 minutes from now. The first ball to be bowled by about 10 o'clock in the morning. And each team allowed 45 overs, each bowler 9 overs. That's the restrictions. And right, let's go into the middle and join Bebu for the pitch report.
A very good morning and welcome to the plate final of the IMC Over-50s World Cup held here in Colombo in this 2025 edition. The two teams are ready to play. It is India versus Wales. Taking a look at the pitch conditions, as you can see, it is a very dry pitch. There is no moisture retained. There seems to be some grass in the middle. But if you're bowling it full, if you're bowling it straight, if you're bowling it on length, you can get some revolutions going. You can get some spin going as well. The pitch seems to be holding off just fine as of now. So if I were the match-winning, or rather the toss-winning captain, I will definitely be electing to bat first because the conditions are suiting me more. And more importantly, bowling first will give me much more spin, and the cracks might open up because of the conditions as well, scorching conditions, humid conditions. So the pitch will be playing a part, definitely playing a part in this contest between India and Wales. So if I were to win the toss, definitely the choice should be to bat first.
Right, there we are, the pitch report from the centre as well. Win the toss, bat first. The same pitch being used for the game that Sri Lanka played the other day. The Sri Lanka-Australia game was played in the same wicket. And, of course, seeing the same wickets being used, but the ground staff have done well to really water the wicket, roll it, and get it ready for another game of cricket. So the pitchers here in Sri Lanka, or rather in Colombo in particular, have been really, really put to good use. So many matches have been played over the last 2.5 to 3 months. And I'll tell you what, when we come to the end of the season, the pitchers are very, very tired.
Well, you're certainly right, Eric, no doubt about that. And certainly 7 strips here at MCA. And, well, this is a repetition on the same wicket as we now
Right, so here we are with the team still doing their national anthem stuff. It's time for the toss. The two captains along with the umpires, and we'll cross over the middle and join Iran Chamil for the toss.
It's a bright sunny Saturday here in Colombo, Sri Lanka, and we are coming to you live from the MCA Cricket Grounds. It's the plate finals at the IMC Over-50s World Cup, and where India will be taking on the Wales, which is going to be a cracker. Right then, it's time for the toss. I have the two captains with me, Ivan Rees from Wales and Pavan Malik from India. And also I do have the two standing umpires for the day, Ashoka De Silva and John Holland. Gentlemen, you have the coin with you. Can you give it a flip, please? Heads is the call. It is heads. Pavan, you won the toss, then you're going to...
Are we going to bat?
All right. Looks a good surface, though. What do you think would be a competitive total? And what's the total that you would like to set on for the Wales to chase down?
I think 1 run more than they can get.
That's a very smart answer. You're coming back after a fabulous win against New Zealand. How are the boys feeling?
I think we're feeling good. We're on point, and we're trying to focus on the game here today.
All the best. Good luck. Yuan, what would you done if you won the toss?
I think we'd have bowled as well. We've played here once before against South Africa and it nibbled about early on. Not many of the wickets here tend to do that, so I thought, yeah, maybe we would have bowled first as well.
That's great. So you're coming back after a comprehensive win against the USA, beating them by 10 wickets. How are the boys feeling?
The boys are very confident. They sort of had a good night after that win, but we've come back and we're ready and prepared for today.
That's great. Good luck and all the best. Right then, the news from the center is India have won the toss and will be batting first.
Right, thank you so much, Iran. There's the toss. The news from the center, the two captains, India win the toss and batting first. No surprise about that. In fact, even that last game when Sri Lanka played against Australia, Australia won the toss and put Sri Lanka into bat, and Sri Lanka made their 298 in their 45 overs. A big score, and Australia couldn't really chase it down. So another surprise if India had won the toss and wanted to bowl first.
Well, you're certainly right, but Ivan Rees seemed to be happy that he lost the toss. It was a good loss for him to lose. As you take a look at the two team cards, Wales, Ivan Rees, the captain, Steve Powell, the wicket keeper, Simon Holliday, Simon Wood, Ali Bukhari, Tim Hemp, Evans, Kelvin Bartle, Mark Davies, Julian Bellinger and John Toghill.
Right, that's the Wales team. And look at India, Pavan Malik, the captain, Sohail Masood with Sakir Dungaria, along with Mayuswamy Murugan, Iqbal Khan, Abhijit Ganguly and Mandar Padeke, along with Vinaya Samant, wicketkeeper, Dinesh Kumar Sharma, Ravindra Bandari and Nagesh Singh. That makes up the Indian 12 as well. So we're talking about 12 players here because one of the players, the 12th person, can bowl. Not only 11 can field, 11 can bat, but they can bring in that substitute who can bowl in the innings. And each bowler allowed 9 overs. So it's been something that's been very special in this tournament. And all these teams have used that 12th player to be a bowler in the side.
Well, you're certainly right. James Morris, who represented Australia, well, he was played only as a specialist bowler in every single match they had. And today, these are the matches that are happening in different grounds. South Africa is taking on West Indies at BRC grounds. That's the bowl final. And USA versus New Zealand in Pusa grounds, Bandaragam. Wales versus India today here at MCA grounds. That's where we are bringing this coverage from. And UAE versus Canada from FTEZ grounds, Katunayaka.
Right, so there we are. The games being played around Colombo and outside Colombo as well. And I'm pretty sure that all these teams have played at least one game on one of these grounds. So they've got really a feel of what the grounds are like in Sri Lanka. In fact, we had a few of these supporters who were talking to us a few days ago saying that they didn't ever imagine that a small country like Sri Lanka could have so many cricket grounds.
15 venues here in the Western Province, and we can't forget not to talk about the big one coming up tomorrow, Eric, and that's between Pakistan and Sri Lanka.
Yes, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, the final tomorrow. That game being played at the Papare Stadium. So that was Sri Lanka's first test venue. And a historic ground, in fact, where all the visiting teams in the years gone by on those whistle-stop matches played at the Papare Stadium. And that's the one ground that Don Bradman, the famous Don Bradman, played at in Asia. He never played any other ground, just only the Papare Stadium.
Well, you're said right. Those are the wonderful memories this country has to offer. Well, also kudos to the organizers of this tournament, the IMC Over-50s World Cup, the 4th edition happening in Sri Lanka. The organizers have been spot on. All the infrastructure, all the facilities available to all the teams, the 14 teams that have come from different parts of the world. Well, they have thoroughly enjoyed themselves, their support staff, their families who are here as well, and they have certainly been having a rollicking time here in Colombo and different parts of the country.
Yes, you're quite right. In fact, it's been a great experience. All these teams that have come over here and to savor over-50s cricket and the standard of cricket, wow. The fielding has been absolutely brilliant. In fact, I think they'll put some of the younger boys into shame because the way they have been fielding, the catches they have taken, the ground fielding has been superb from almost all the teams. They've done so well in the fielding department as well. And their fitness levels, we got to talk about that. Over-50s are all these players, but they still have been so fit to play 45 overs per side.
You're certainly right. Hot, humid conditions here in Colombo. Well, everybody knows what the weather has been here in this part of the time. And then certainly 56 matches virtually played back-to-back. Today is the 51st game here at the MCA Grounds. And these guys are raring to go, looking fit, and they are strong. And they certainly are totally committed. And they are very much in this game.
Right, the umpires have walked out, so indication that play will get underway very shortly. And the two umpires in this game, they'll stand in this plate final between Wales and India. And both teams, India and Wales, out to put on a good performance because whoever wins this match will take away the plate trophy in the competition. So the Wales come on as well. And we're talking about this pitch being used in that game between Australia and Sri Lanka, which Sri Lanka won, in fact, very comfortably in the end because Australia were never in the picture. They lost wickets at regular intervals because Sri Lanka put on a mammoth 298 all out in their 45 overs. And the Australians, they lost by over 100 runs, in fact, in that game.
124.
Right, 124 runs. There we are. So Ashley brings in the statistics as well. And there we are, the Wales team walking out. Well, they seem to be absolutely fit, raring to go, as Ashley did say. And what type of performance will come up with today? Because they must be now on a high after winning that game against the USA. They beat them by 10 wickets. No easy task to beat somebody by 10 wickets when you're chasing something like about 180 odd runs and to win by 10 wickets.
Well, you're certainly right, spot on. They certainly have been playing very competitive cricket, and they certainly will be thinking that their bowlers can take use of some of the conditions here in the early part of the day. Slightly overcast at the moment, maybe a couple of clouds going across the sun here, a little bit of shade as well. And well, we know at least the first half hour here in Colombo, most of the wickets have assisted the bowlers. So definitely the Wales will probably think that they might be able to get something out of it.
Right, so Ashley's been a president of the MCA some years ago. He knows these conditions out here. He's very familiar with what's going on over here. Actually, the wicket itself, will it assist the bowlers in the first half an hour?
Most certainly it will, because there will be a little bit of moisture. It will be watered, it will be rolled well, no doubt about it. But there's a little bit of slight cracks which might open up later on. But in the early part of the day, certainly the conditions will help and assist the bowlers. There will be good carry, good bounce. It will be consistent. But if the bowlers bowl into the wicket, they certainly will be able to get some assistance off the wicket. No doubt about it. There will be some movement on offer for them.
Right, so Papare, he's been the man who's taken almost the wickets for Wales in this competition. The left armer is bowled so well. In fact, he was the leading wicket taker in this tournament so far. And he bowls so well. He's a good find for Wales as well. So let's wait and see what really happens. Papare bowled in the first over. They got a slip and a gully in place. Short third man, a point extra cover in mid-off. That's the offside field. And on the onside, they're still settling the field in. So Papare is making sure he's got the field well set. And he will bowl the first over from the pavilion end. So pink ball being used in this tournament. And the reason they use a pink ball is because apparently you can sight this ball much, much better than a white ball.
You're certainly right. And like most of the teams, well, it will be on one side of the wicket that the bowlers will be concentrating on. You could see the field being set very strongly on the offside. 6 men on the offside. There'll be 3 on the onside. Certainly Bukhari will look at the field, look at the conditions here, and he will keep it very tight, bowl wicket to wicket, if not slightly outside the off stump.
Right, so Bukhari to bowl the first over. He's at the top of his mark, the left armour, and he will be bowling not medium pace, not even spin, but something in between, but he'll like to bowl it nice and tight. First ball coming up. Here's Bukhari on his way to bowl the first ball. Outside the line of off stump, a bit of extra bounce for Bukhari through the wicket keeper. So dot ball to start proceedings in this Wales-India match.
Well, as predicted, there you saw the bounce, the carry, and this is what the bowlers will be noting and will be trying to make use of to the maximum.
There's the extra bounce that we saw from Bukhari. Not really bending his back too much, and on his way again, bowls. And this one is played away on the onside. Straight to mid-on, no chance of run. The ball travelling very quickly there by Sohail Musk, who's opened the batting with Fakir Dunga, the 2 openers for India in this plate final at the MCA Grounds. These pictures coming to you live from the MCA Grounds as well, and courtesy of the Papare. Next ball from Bukhari. This one he plays defensively down the track. Bukhari fields on his follow-through, no run. So 3 dot balls so far to start the innings for Wales as well. And Bukhari certainly is one of those pick of the bowlers in this competition, the left armour. Well, at the top of his mark once again to bowl to Sohail, who's still to score. Turns around, runs away from us to bowl to Sohail. Bowls to him now. And outside the line of off stump, again a bit of extra bounce. Wicket keeper collects another dot balls or 4 dot balls. India still to score.
Good approach to the wicket, Bukhari, and good stride, and then also very good gather, and as he sets himself for that delivery stride, lovely follow through, very much side on, so he certainly will be looking at that middle and the off stump.
Bukhari once again, 5th ball of the first over, bowls. And this one, Sohail comes forward, beaten outside the line of off stump, trying to go for the drive. Wicket keeper collects behind. And we've got 2 slips waiting as well. And he's got the 3rd man with the backward point, extra cover, mid-off on the offside. That's the offside field, a very strong offside field. And Bukhari tempted the batsman outside the line of off stump. So this has been a good tight over from Bukhari, the first up in this innings where India won the toss, elected to bat first. And here's Bukhari, last ball, the over, bowls. And this one is Sohail trying to shoulder his arms, and the ball just drops away on the offside. End of the over, 1 completed, a maiden over, India, not for naught. So first over a maiden, and here we have the 2 openers still to score. Bukhari has bowled at 1 over maiden. Each bowler allowed 9 overs, and it's going to be Dungara to now to take strike, in fact. Fakir Dungara, the other opener, also a right-hander. And let's see what the Indian batsmen would think of doing, because they're looking to free their arms and play shots in the first over from Bukhari. But Bukhari is such a seasoned campaigner, and very crafty bowler. And he kept things nice and tight, didn't allow the batsman the opportunity of scoring runs. Got a bit of extra bounce as well, is Bukhari. And here's over number 2 about to start up. So India won the toss and elected to bat first. Sun coming out through the clouds at the moment. And first ball, the second over. Outside the line of off stump, he shoulders arms, is Fakir, and wicket keeper correct. So now the dot ball, we've had 7 dot balls so far in this innings.
You're certainly right. The Indian top order batsmen have been in very good nick. They have set a very good foundation in most of the matches. Here they are taking a very good look at the wicket. They're not in a hurry and just definitely pacing themselves.
Second ball. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. Once again, the wicket keeper trying to go for the cut shot. A bit of extra pace this time from Toghill. So beat the batsman with pace this time. And India still to score after 1.2 overs. So wicket keeper comes right behind the stumps at the moment. And here we are with Toghill on his way once again and bowls. And this one covers up and pushes out on the offside down towards 3rd man. First run for India on the board. first round the bat to Fakir as well. So he's off the mark with 1, and India 1 for no wicket.
So the wicketkeeper coming up to Togil. I wonder whether there's a good ploy because there's a little bit of bounce. And this is the new ball. It might have a little bit of shape and movement as well. So he'll have to be very sharp behind the stumps.
So Sohail Masood, he's on strike. He's faced 6 balls, he's still to score. And here's Togil once again for the fire under the grounds. Comes in, bowls, and this one is driven on the offsides. On the onside, straight to mid-on, no chance of a run. The ball travelled very quickly down there. So 1.4 overs completed, and India 1 for no wicket.
So Wales have now employed only 1 slip. A little strange though, because there's a little bit of movement there. And the batsman still settling in, looking a little tentative. We do well to attack them.
Togil bowls, and this one off the back foot, plays it on the offside this time towards extra cover. Sohail, no chance of run, and the total remains at 1 for no wicket after 1.5 overs. So the IMC Over-50s cricket finale is almost coming to an end. We've got tomorrow's game, the final between Pakistan and Sri Lanka at the Papare Stadium. Togil again, last ball of his over, comes in, bowls, trying to play it down to his third man, doesn't make contact, wicketkeeper fumbles a bit, end of the over, 2 completed, India 1 for no wicket.
The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Right, so Bukhari bowled his second over, the third of the innings from the pavilion end. He's got a bit of extra run-up, but it doesn't mean he's bowling fast. And he bowls now, and this one trying to flick it down on the onside. Wide call by the umpire, down the leg side. Quite rightly so. So extra off the mark with 1 and takes the Indian total on to 2 for no wicket. And the third over in progress, but still that's got to be re-bowled, that first delivery by Bukhari. And here we are with the 2 slips in place. The third man, the backward point, the extra cover and mid-off. That's the offside field as Bukhari on his way once again. Left arm over the wicket, bowls. This one short. Is it down the leg side? Well, there was extra bounce as well. The umpire had a good look at that. 1 short ball for the over, he says. So there we are. Bukhari gets that warning from the umpire. And the total remains at 2 for no wicket after 2.1 overs.
So you're right. And, well, umpire thought of calling that a wide. And lucky escape for Bukhari, so to say. That should have been declared a wide. Shoulder height plus and way down the leg side as well.
Bukhari once again bowls, and this one wait for the drive. Beaten outside the line of off stump. The wicket keeper collects. Another dot ball, so it's still 2 for no wicket. India 2 for no wicket. Win the toss and batting first after 2.2 overs. And Bukhari into his second over. 1.2 overs. No wicket for 1 run, his figures so far. And a lovely carry, in fact, from that to the wicket keeper.
Yes, and if you're just tuning in, this is the IMC Over-50s World Cup, the plate final between India and Wales.
Bukhari bowls on, driven nicely on the offside, and the mid-off has to run across to his left to do the fielding, gets a boot to it. So a single being taken by Fakir as well. He moves on to 2, takes the Indian total on to 3 for no wicket in the third over. Runs not going to be easy to make in the first maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, in fact, actually.
Absolutely. That time Fakir Dunga coming on the front foot, bat and pad very close. Pleasing looking shot.
Bukhari bowls, and this one again going for the drive. Gets back to ball, plays it out to extra cover. Diving stop once again. Look at the commitment of the field, in fact. So dot ball. So 2 balls left in over number 3, and the second from Bukhari. The drive was a good one, but the fielder, look at that acrobatic stop, in fact. We've seen that right through this tournament. Bukhari on his way. Bowls, and this one again he gets back to ball. He plays it out towards extra cover fielder once again. Again stopped, so 2 out of 2 for the fielder. We've got 1 ball left in the third over. India 3 for no wicket. And Bukhari's figures are none for 2 of 1.5 overs. As we have Sohail taking strike, the right-hander. And Bukhari turns and runs away from us to bowl to the right-handed Sohail. Past the umpire, bowls. And this time outside the line of off stump. Wide call, quite rightly so by the umpire. So 2 wides in this over. The total up to 4 for no wicket. And that last ball of the third over has still to be bowled.
Well, yes, Boca realizing that he has to tighten up on the length and the line. And well, he bowled the previous 2 deliveries were far too up to the batter, so to say, almost at half volley level. He might have to pull back on the length a little. So let's see what this final delivery, which he has to re-bowl, will look at.
Right, he's coming round the wicket now. He bowled over the wicket and the first 5 balls the over. So left arm round the wicket to the right hand Sohail. Bowls. So this one is played nicely on the offside, straight to mid-off. Ends the over. 3 completed. India 4 for no wicket.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So 3 matches down for decision today. On the adjoining grounds, the NCC, we have England taking on Australia in that game. That will be a cracker game as well.
And that will be for the 3rd and the 4th place.
Yes. First ball, the new over. Outside the line of off stump. Wicketkeeper collects behind the stumps and it's a dot ball. And then the BRC grounds, another game going on.
South Africa is taking on West Indies for the 5th and the 6th place.
And then we move towards, I think, the ground.
Bandaragama.
Yes.
In Katunayaka, Free Trade Zone grounds, and Ratmalane as well.
Nice to play, but in the air, safe indeed, picked up by the sweeper cover, so easy single being taken. And takes the score to 5 for no wicket. And Fakir moves on to 3 of 8 balls, brings Sohail on strike. He's still to score, he's faced 12 balls. Run rate is 1.5 at the moment. Just joining our live telecast of this match between India and Wales. The news is that India won the toss, elected to bat first, and we're in the 4th over with India on 5 for no wicket. And here we are, Tonghill again, bowls. And this one is driven on the offside, can't beat the mid-off. Who comes in, does the fielding. Or, in fact, he misses out on that and allows the batsman the chance to cross over for a single. That was easy fielding, but I think he took his eyes off the ball and allowed the ball to just drift away from him.
We're talking about the venues of some of the other matches that are happening today. The 3rd and 4th place is happening at NCC, just adjoining us. And that is between Australia and England. And here at the Mercantile Cricket Grounds, the 5th and 6th place, the Plate Championship between Wales and India taking place. And the 9th and the 10th place at BRC between West Indies and South Africa.
Outside the line of off stump, gets back to ball, plays to backward point, and it's well stopped there. The ball is travelling very quickly down there. No chance of run, so India on 7 for no wicket after 3.4 overs.
Then we also have match number 53, which is happening between USA and New Zealand at Pujadurwana Grounds in Bandaragama. That's for the 7th and the 8th place. And then UAE taking Canada at the FTC Grounds Katunayaka for the 11th and the 12th place. All these matches are happening today. And then also the last match for today, Namibia is taking on Zimbabwe at Nationalized Services Grounds in Ratmalana for the 13th and the 14th place.
Right, there we are. So lots of matches being played today, 7 in all. And Toghill bowls once again. And this one going for the pull shot, pulls it well down towards backward square leg into the boundary for 4. That's the first boundary for India. 4 overs completed, India 11 for no wicket.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So no shortage of cricket today, being a Saturday. And the last ball, the last over coming up. This is the replay of that. There we go. Very short. Pulls that one, connects well to the boundary for 4. So that's how they got to 11. And it's going to be Bukhari again to continue his 3rd over. Bowling from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Fakir as well. India 11 for no wicket after 4 overs. It's a slow start, but they could pick up. What they're about to do is really know as to how the track is going to behave. Look at the bowlers as well, because don't forget, Bukhari has been the pick of the bowlers in this entire tournament. He's picked up so many wickets, and he bowls really well. So here's Bukhari again. Turns round and he's bowling left arm round the wicket now to the right-hand Fakir. Sees it outside the line of off stump. Shoulders, arms, wicket keeper collects. So now the dot ball, and it's still 11 for no wicket.
Absolutely. So it took 4 overs for India to get to the boundary, and the first boundary has been scored, and well, it had been very tight bowling from the Welsh bowlers, and Bukhari, beautiful shape, beautiful line, and he certainly is maintaining excellent length as well.
Once again, Bukhari bowls. So this one played outside edge through the slip cordon of first and second slip, down to third man for 4. Well, there we are. So half chance, in fact, from Fakir to the slip cordon. You have 2 slips in place. And when you have the slips in place, you really need to pick up those catches.
Well, you said it right. Straightforward chance to the first slip. And as you watch a replay, there we are. The ball in the air. First slip going across, second slip falling right in front of the first slip there. And perhaps a little unsighted. And the ball going between the two of them down to the third man boundary. And the second boundary has been scored as well.
So India 15 for no wicket after 4.3 overs. Bukhari none for 7. Spoils his figures a bit with that boundary being scored. A catch should have been taken there. So Fakir survives. He moves on to 7 of 11 balls. And Bukhari once again. And this time covers up. His Fakir plays it down the track. Bukhari fields on his follow through. So a dot ball. And the run rate 3.21 starts to climb. And we hope you're enjoying our live coverage from the MCA Grounds of this plate final between Wales and India. And Bukhari once again on his way to bowl to Fakir. Past the umpire, bowls. Wait for the pull shot. Doesn't make contact. Wicketkeeper collects it fairly low this time. So now the dot ball. You've got to keep your eyes on the ball. You've got to really make contact with those deliveries. It was rather short. Here's that replay coming up.
Hello, sorry, right, Bukhari bowling into the pitch there. One of those loose deliveries, rare ones from Bukhari. Long hop, but not made use of by the Indians. And unfortunately, a dot ball.
Flicked beautifully on the onside. That's a lovely looking shot. Finds the boundary straight away. Oh, what a shot that is. To complete the over. 5 completed, India 19 for no wicket.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
5 overs done, India 19 without loss. Winning the toss and deciding to bat first. It's a beautiful day here at the MCA Cricket Grounds. Great conditions for cricket. I have Vibhuda with me in the con box. Good morning, Vibhuda.
A very good morning, Iran. Yes, definitely a fantastic day at the MCA Grounds here. India versus Wales, the plate final. We got Ashley and Eric with us before. And now, of course, 5 overs done. 19 for the loss of 0 wickets. India, a good start. A slow start, rather. But nonetheless, have not lost any wickets. So they've got 40 overs remaining. So they've got a lot of time to put up a big score, big total. And definitely they have laid the foundation so far.
Well, I just feel these two batters from India as we speak. That has been beautifully flicked down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more runs. Beautiful shot by Sohail. Pitching down the leg stump and nicely guided it on its way.
Yeah, definitely. Togil, that's not the start he wanted to, because that slides down leg and it's easy pickings for the batsman. And to start off an over like that puts an added amount of pressure onto Togil. Not Sohail's doing, but he was given the opportunity to do that, and he just took it nicely with both arms, and of course he got more runs on the board.
Especially these two batters have been playing out very sensible here today, because the other day against New Zealand, both these batters were out very early and cheaply. And that's another lovely on drive, which will run away down to the boundary for 4 more runs. Another shot. A beautiful shot from Sohail.
That's a proper cricketing shot there. And on drive is not easy to execute in cricket. Some of the even the international players out there struggle with it, playing the ball back straight towards the bowler and make sure the ball runs behind the bowler and goes for a boundary, especially on drive, because that seems to be a weakness when it comes to many of the batters, even in the international arena, because many of them fear that it'll hit their leg. So they don't really go for those shots. But Sohail, that's a fantastic start for this over. 2 boundaries in a row. And no risk boundaries as well. He wasn't going for those risky shots. Just facing the ball at its merit. And the balls were not good at all to start of the over.
That was a classic shot. Full in line with the leg stump. High elbows. Nicely placed it down. Sohail looking in good touch. So I was just speaking about these two batters. In the previous game, both these batters were out cheaply and early against New Zealand. But here in the plate final, these two batters have played really sensible cricket. They just made sure that they see off this new ball, maybe just play very safe cricket during the first 15 to 20 minutes, get used to the pitch, and now it looks like they have had enough of it and they're slowly trying to move on.
Yeah, definitely. As Togil is bowling over the wicket keeper is up. This time Yorks himself, a good delivery. A good comeback after conceding 2 boundaries over the first 2 deliveries, 3 dot balls. After that, no, it's interesting to see, like you said, if you were to compare to the team like Namibia, who is at the bottom of the tables, they do get good starts. It's just that they don't have the middle over to execute that perfect finish. But India do have that. And if they do manage to get a good start, it's more plus points for them as the ball is shot outside off and nicely guides it towards the third man region. Change ends, just a single. And that should end the 6th over. Definitely yes. That ends the 6th over. 28 for the loss of 0 wickets.
Dialog television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ my Dialog app මගින්.
6 overs done, India 28 without loss. If you are just joining us, we are coming to you live from the MCA Cricket Grounds here in Colombo, Sri Lanka. And it's the plate finals between India and Wales, where India won the toss and decided to bat first this morning. It has been a pretty good start. After 5 overs, 28 runs, almost with a run rate of 5 runs per over. Both these batters looks very settled now.
I think they picked up in the last over 2 boundaries, consecutive boundaries, and ended up with a single as well. So 9 runs conceded in the last over. Really picked up the run rate because they were starting to be a bit slow and conservative. And this time, the left-arm fast ball will be continuing around the wicket.
Ali Bukhari, he's the highest wicket take of this tournament. And he was really impressive the other day against USA as well. Grabbing, I guess, around 3 to 4 wickets, dismissing all the top order batters. He just ran through the USA top order, swinging the ball both ways, in and out of the right-handers and the left-handers.
There you go, outside off, go on length. The batsman could not do much. Straight to the field and no runs. And it's interesting to see he's going around the wicket, because as a left-armer, it's a nightmare for the right-handed batters to face a left-arm, especially with the new ball. Especially when he's coming over the wicket, because there's the natural swing, regardless of the pitch conditions. There's the natural swing, the variation that comes with the arm movement of the left-armer that will come in towards the right-handed batter. And now it's just his fourth over of his spell, and the 6th or 7th over of this match is already going around the wicket. Trying to get some more, that time a bit more bounce there. nicely gets batted onto it and guides it towards the fine leg region for a single. And like I said before, Iran, it's interesting to see because he's not completely, but he's diminishing the importance, or rather the effectiveness of that swing factor. Obviously, the pitch is not really a fastball friendly pitch. That's not something you'd expect out of subcontinent conditions, especially the likes of Sri Lanka. But the fact that they've already gone on to a different plans goes to show that Sohail and Fakir have been negotiating him and as well as his bowling partner very well.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm really loving the way both these Indian batters have handled the first few overs against the Wales opening bowlers who have been really spot on during their previous games. Especially Ali Bukhari. He has been a very hard customer to face on during those first few overs, because look at that replay. Just taking it away, hitting that good length, asking questions from the batter. He has been spot on, but unfortunately, from his point of view, he has not been able to grab a wicket today. But all credit goes to the Indian opening batters, because they have handled both these opening bowlers very sensibly.
Yes, he's been able to get some edges there, here and there. One went through the first and second slip. But now he's bowling a bit of a shorter length. As you can see, there's a bit of greenery in the shorter side of the pitch. And he might be using it to gain some advantage, or might be even surprising it. Maybe a good length or a full length delivery coming now. There you go, good length delivery straight towards the stumps, running quick. Brilliant running between the wickets there, changing ends as we end the 7th over. 31 for the loss of no wickets.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
7 overs done, 31 without loss. It has been a pretty good start, I would say a decent start by India. They have just managed to get through that maybe a tough pace with the new ball. It's just that both these batters will really need to go on and make those big runs, especially being a plate final.
Yeah, both the teams are good teams. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to make it to the finals or the semi-finals. There you go. Loud appeal.
It was a very close call. I just feel that was very close. Very good work behind the stumps by the wicketkeeper Powell. Pretty fast hands. Let's look at that replay. Oh, that was very close. Very fast hands behind the stumps. This is the reason I don't like to call them over-50s, because they react very fast.
Definitely, and that's why they are one of the best teams in this tournament, despite not playing in the final. They're wide outside off, and he slashes at it. The extra cover region is wide open. That region is breached, and the ball travels towards the boundary. 4 runs. Welcoming 4 runs for Sohail after that stumping scare. And that brings up the total to 35.
Lovely shot. Full outside the off stump. Playing it over that infield. We're just talking about the wicketkeeper Powell. I'm just getting to know that he's 60 years old, which is really unbelievable. Looking at his reaction speed, that's hats off to Powell. It was great work behind the stumps. Unfortunately, though, he did not manage to grab a wicket. Standing up for the medium pacer.
Oh, that's a good comeback there. Ball slightly swinging in through the air and making sure it's very full. Yorking himself almost Sohail there, but very well negotiated there. And that is the thing about Toghill, because he's been bowling a few good overs to start off his spell. But his 3rd over and now this 4th over have been wavered. He's not been maintaining consistent lines and lengths as he comes in all the way. That time again, race wide. Might have gotten an edge there, straight towards the slip fielder, but definitely dropped the opportunity there. If it was in fact a genuine edge that travelled straight towards the fielder there, we'll have a look at the replays to see. whether it hit the ground before he met the fielder. So you see,
maybe a front-on vision.
Yeah,
to get a better idea if the batter did get an edge.
This time again, bowling slightly short towards the offside and changes in for a single. They keep the scoreboard ticking. They are not scoring at a rate of a run a ball, but still they are maintaining a rate that is closer to that, which is a good start and which is healthy to start off an innings, and will actually help the middle of the batters to finish off the innings as well.
Absolutely. Looking at this surface, I would say anything about 230 or 240 would be a very good competitive total to maybe defend. Even though Wales, they do have a very strong batting lineup, India do have a very good bowling lineup too. So anything about 230 should be good enough, I would say. But still, they should be getting anything on offer.
Stokes balls this time, last delivery of the over. That time you got the shape there. You've got the shape going out of the batter. Straight towards the keeper. No runs conceded. That ends the 8th over. 37 for no wickets.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුල්ලා වුණොත් එහෙම මන් නරක ගෑණි කියන්නවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ ප්‍රින්සිපල්.
India 37 without loss. We are coming to an end of a fabulous tournament which has been taking place for the past couple of weeks. The IMC Over-50s. We had some great games happening around Colombo, Sri Lanka this time around. That was a very good delivery by Bukhari. So usually I have seen these deliveries by Bukhari towards the end of the innings, because he used to come right at the end of the innings, closing down his spell, and he used to bowl these quick bounces, the short ones. But today, it's a different tactic, because his full length deliveries have really not helped him to grab a wicket or two. So he's trying to do something different today, maybe to grab a wicket before he finishes up his first spell.
Yes, definitely. He's been bowling with pace, and I think he's using the green part of the pitch to get some elevation as well, maybe skid it through, and also putting the batter on his back foot and then suddenly surprising him with a fuller length delivery like we saw that before. There you go, beating his edge consistently. He's been beating the edge, the outside edge of the right-hand batters, to the two right-hand batters who are on the crease. So I think that's the plan here. You see there's a nice shape going, because once you consistently ball back of the lane deliveries, the batter is naturally going towards his back foot, and then once you certainly surprise him with a front foot delivery, maybe his front foot might not have been working. There you go, but this time it works perfectly. But straight to the field and no runs conceded. Bukhari has been very economical, 4 dot deliveries to start off his 5th over. It would be interesting to see how long this spell would last.
Well, looking at the conditions, if I was the captain, I might stop him with this spell, because he's done with 5 overs. He just have, the 4 overs left, where we might need him to be bowling at the end. And as we speak, that has been driven beautifully through the covers, running down towards the boundary. Well fielded.
No hurry at all there from the fielder. He knows what he's doing, definitely. But that's what you should do. Sohail has been meeting the ball on the up. He's taking a step forward and meeting the ball on the up. So he's negating that natural variation, or rather the swing that comes through Bukhari's arms. So that is some good batting that you see there, as Bukhari is bowling the last delivery of his over. That time short. And the umpires have called it as a wide. Way too short this time. But he's been bowling his short deliveries good. That time, of course, unfortunately, it turns out to be an extra, as the batters were very comfortable, the batter, to leave the ball and let it nicely sail through to the wicketkeeper.
So the difference I'm seeing with regards to Bukhari, comparing him to the other day at the BRC grounds, the swing he got the other day is a little bit more comparing to what he's getting today. So that might be the difference. So we'll be coming back to that point. 9 overs done. India 40 without loss. It looks a great day for cricket here out today at the MCA Grounds. We did have a bit of clouds rising up around the grounds as well, but I don't think that's any kind of a threat for today's game because the weather predictions are really good. We are going to have a full day's cricket for sure.
But you can't trust weather predictions. And having said that, it's very rare to see these kind of conditions in Colombo these days because it's always blue skies, no clouds and scorching conditions. The sun is hitting you with those massive burns, and there have been heat wave warnings as well towards the school children by the government in Sri Lanka, advising them or rather recommending them to not go outside during those peak sunny hours. But still we have not reached those peak sunny hours and the sun is not out as of right now. So good conditions for the fielding team because you wouldn't expect that to happen. Obviously Wales winning the toss and electing to the field first, but both the teams were happy with the choice because I think India wanted to bat first as well, but Wales wanted the field first, so both the teams were happy with the toss selections. We are about to see an exciting encounter, not just 45 overs but 90 overs of full cricketing excitement.
Absolutely. Talking about the heat, it has been really scorching the past couple of weeks. Hot sunny days, very humid out there, and I'm sure the batters and the fielders might have had a really hard time. But looking at how things have been for the past 2 weeks, these players out here, they are really fit. They are maintained their fitness levels really high, and hats off to all the physios in all teams who have really helped these players to carry on with their game of cricket, which has really helped to keep the momentum and the fun of this tournament until this day.
Definitely we see a change of bowling. Emmett is here, left arm spin, bowling round the wicket to Sohail and Fakir, who have established themselves on the crease. Sohail scoring 24 of 37, slow start. Fakir 13 of 18 as Emmett bowls again, this time on length. No real spin there. He has to get a bit more body into it, get some more revolutions going in order to get some spin it away from the batter. But as of right now, he's been bowling good lengths, 2 deliveries, a good start to the over. Sohail also being very conservative, trying to negotiate the delivery as Emmett bowls the 3rd delivery. A very slow run up.
Well, I wouldn't really call it a slow start because looking at the condition of the surface, they have done a pretty good job to not lose a wicket for the first 10 overs, and there are 41 runs. They might maybe end up around 45, so which is a very good score to have at the end of 10 overs without losing a wicket.
Yes, absolutely. You are right there, spot on there. That time flied it up, dancing down the wicket, takes it on the full, and there goes for a boundary. Whips it towards the mid-wicket region. That's 4 runs. Good use of the feet there. Any subcontinent team here, Sri Lankans, the Indians, the South Asians, really know how to play spin. And usually what we see, especially amongst the Europeans, is that they love to sweep here when they come to these subcontinent conditions. But Sri Lankans, Indians in particular, they really do like to dance forward onto the pitch and score those boundaries. And that's what that's what he did. It was a full toss.
Sohail, he's in good touch and he looks very solid, but I really don't want him to be throwing away his wicket. He really needs to go on and make that big score for India today, so that it will really help India to get on to a very competitive total. So we are almost done with the 10th over, 45 without loss. Looks a very good start and a promising start for India And especially Wales, they will need to work through really hard maybe the next 10 overs to grab at least a couple of wickets and get themselves back into this game. Oh, that's a poor bit of fielding. That will help the fielding team to grab a quick single as we complete over number 10. India 46 without loss.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් කරන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Welcome back to the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. The plate final between India and Wales. Well, India won the toss, had no hesitation at all in electing to bat first, and they have safely negotiated the early terrors of the wicket, so to say. There was movement, there was bounce, and there was a little bit of carry for the bowlers as well. But both the openers still intact. Sohail Masood and Fakir Dungaria have put on 46 in 10 overs, 4.6, and they certainly are setting up a very good foundation to the strong Indian batting lineup to follow. As we say, a very good morning to the assistant manager of the Indian Over-50s side here in the commentary box, Krishnan.
Welcome. Thank you. There's a bowling change from our pavilion end. It's going to be Bullinger. He made the difference in the last game, taking the first 2 wickets and made inroads into the Indian batting lineup. We'll have to wait and see what he is going to do today. Facing him will be Masood, who looks to be in a good nick. He has scored 29 of the 42 balls he has faced, and Fakir Dungaria is playing on 13. Both the batsmen have had their chance. They had 2 nicks, which was dropped in the slips. But apart from that, they looked very solid.
Well, Ivan Rees, he was quite happy to lose the toss and been asked to bowl first. And he realized there was some help, assistance available to the bowlers. But unfortunately, the fielding has been a little bit off as far as the Irish slip cordon was concerned. 2 catches dropped. The last one was quite a straightforward catch, and Indian out it went, and now certainly India capitalizing on it.
Julian, another tossed up ball driven uppishly through the cover region. The fielder at covers throws himself to get to the ball, but unfortunately it's crossed the boundary line, and Fakir gets his welcome boundary.
Fakir Dungaria on that occasion, seeing the ball given a little bit of air, coming on the front foot, hit that ball uppishly, little bit of bottom hand on the front foot, maybe not getting his front foot to the pitch of the delivery, and Stroud extra cover fielder dive into his right, trying to get his hand to it. The ball going a little close to him, but certainly not to hand.
This
and
time
running down to the boundary. And this time playing off his pads down towards the mid-wicket region, picking up a single. So the 2 Indian batters quite busy out there. Sohail Masood on 30 of 43. And Fakir Dungaria has been the cornerstone of the batting for the Indian Over-50s. Once again settling for a long innings.
This one flighted delivery, and Masood comes forward and plays it carefully, defensively. And the top order, the top 4-5 batsmen have been scoring for India. Sohail has made a 80, Fakir has made 100 and a 90 odd, and Abhijit has been scoring for them, as well as Mandar has been scoring. So they have a good lineup. This one well tossed up. Masood comes dancing down the wicket and puts it straight onto the side screen at the bowler's end for a well-earned 6. Masood is in an aggressive mood today. He is got a determined face, and this one a beautifully flighted delivery. Masood dances down and lobs it over to the side screen.
So Julian Bellinger perhaps erring on that occasion, giving the ball a little bit too much air, and the batsman seeing the challenge, seeing the opportunity coming down the track, a lot of bottom hand, and hitting that ball in the air over the long off fielder and going over the boundary line, up and over. Beautiful shot as we see the 11th over coming to an end, and India batting first, 58 for no loss.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So welcome back to the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. This plate final happening between India and Wales. And the Indian scorecard, well, 58 for no loss. The two openers still intact out there. Suhail Masood on 36 and Fakir Dungaria on 18. Putting up a solid foundation for the opening partnership. And then, of course, batting to come, Malik, Murugan, Khan, Abjit. There's Padke, Samant, Dinesh, Bandari and Singh. I'm sure half the latter order batsmen probably will not get a strike. Bowling for Wales so far, Bukhari was a pick of the bowlers, bowled brilliantly well, held a good line and length. Unlucky not to pick up a wicket in his second over. A chance being going a begging in the slips. And then Togil also bowled quite well, 23 in his 4 overs. And he also unlucky to go without a wicket. Once again a slip fielder, dropping a straightforward chance. In and out it went. And well, India surviving and the two openers surviving. No wickets lost yet. And they have got to 58 in 11 overs.
So both these teams had a good outing. India defeating
So here we are, back again to the MCA Grounds, the plate final between India and Wales. And the Indians batting first have progressed to 58 for no loss in 11 overs. The IMC Over-50s World Cup, the 4th edition, happening here in Sri Lanka. And the players just about to resume play again after that short break. The first water interval coming at 11 overs. Hot, humid conditions here. It's a little bit of cloud cover today. And, well, a bit of a respite for the players as well as the two umpires out there in the middle. But with the strong breeze across, it's a matter of time for the clouds to just go away. Of course, the breeze has died down at the moment, but we had a strong breeze across the grounds in the morning. So India, well, they battled Pakistan in the previous match at MCA Grounds. They had to win. They had to win big, and then they also had to get a good run rate. They had to score that 240 runs which was posted by the Pakistanis in just 31 overs, but they couldn't get there, and they lost the match by 1 run to the Pakistanis, which enabled Pakistan to go into the finals. And Pakistan will be meeting Sri Lanka tomorrow.
They beat England in the semi-finals to get into the finals, and it will be an all-Asian affair tomorrow. They will be facing Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, though, were beaten by England, but they have done really well in the semi-finals, and they will be facing Pakistan.
Well, Christian, yes, though India lost, or rather Pakistan won against England and qualified for the finals, India still had a chance in that match against the Pakistanis. If they had a better run rate and if they had won the match, which they couldn't, they would have got into the final. So it was not to be so. So Julian, back again, ball in hand from the find. And well, he stops at the delivery strides, goes back. So that will have to be re-bowled again. The batsman way down the track, perhaps a slight warning. You're going, taking your start a little bit too early, so to say. And this time he comes a bowls, and that perhaps is once again a chance that has been dropped. The ball running down towards the third man region. Yes, now the ball crosses the boundary line. So 3 chances. That certainly was a sharp one, though, kept a little low. And Emot giving a little bit of air on that occasion. You could see that outside the off stump, ball spinning away, taking the outside edge. But the keeper was had already got up more or less. He was up there, and he had no chance of going down and holding the catch.
Fakir played that shot very late, almost into the gloves. But by the time the wicketkeeper had stooped up, and it runs down to the boundary line.
So Fakir Dungaria, 22.
So as I was mentioning, both these teams had a good outing in the plate. India beat New Zealand convincingly, but Wales beat even more convincingly USA without losing any wicket. Their opener scoring 100, and Rees, their captain, playing second fiddle, and they seen 187 without loss and won it comfortably. Today it's a different game. And at the moment, India are really doing well. 62 for no loss. And this is the 12th over in progression. And Fakir goes back foot and dabs it to the square leg region for another 4.
That's a beautiful shot. And that time, Fakir Dungara using the crease, going back there, you can see, using the depth of the crease and on the back foot, flicking that ball off his pads into the vacant mid-wicket region. Ball running down to the boundary for a 4. So 2 boundaries in this over. The first one, little streakish. Wicketkeeper not being able to get his glove to it. That would have been a chance. And the second delivery was a dot. And the third, once again, find in the boundary as well.
Next ball, a flighted delivery. And Dungaria placed it forward for the point fielder to collect it and pass it back to the bowler.
This time shoulders, arms, way out to the off stump. Emot giving the ball air, but plenty of width. The batsman not taking the bait there, allowing that ball to go through to the wicket keeper. The total remains on 66. Final delivery of the 12th over coming up.
Flighted delivery outside the off stump, and Fakir goes forward and drives it comfortably to take a single at the cover region where the fielder collects it.
12 overs completed. India 67 for no loss.
Julian is back in the attack. In his first over, he was taken for a task of nearly 12 odd runs with a 6 of the last ball. He has made little arrangement in his fielding, and he's making sure he's not going to leak any more runs this over. And facing him will be Fakir Dungaria. This one dropped short on the leg side. Fakir trying to play off his legs, doesn't make any contact.
If you're just joining us, hope you're enjoying this live coverage coming to you from the MCA Cricket Grounds, the IMC Over-50s World Cup plate final between India and Wales. Well, India won the toss in the morning, elected to bat first. They got to 67 for no loss, 13th over in progress. The two openers out in the middle, Fakir Dungaria and Sohail Masood, settling for a long innings, no doubt about it. And I'm sure in a short while we certainly will see some fireworks as well.
A flighted delivery, hit hard, but fielder Bukhari makes no fault and collects it comfortably.
So the outfielding by these Welsh outfits has been pretty good, but their catching in close quarters, well, much to be left to talk about. 3 chances have been dropped, 1 by the wicketkeeper and 2 by the slip fielders. And certainly India capitalizing on it, whilst the Welsh must be ruining the fact that they have not been able to make use of the conditions here.
Julian is wearing his length beautifully this over, and he's had 5 dot balls so far, so he is made a lot of difference from what he did in the last over, still finding his rhythm probably. And now this time around he drops it almost wide outside the leg stump, but Fakir couldn't make any contact.
So Julian Ballinger completes his over. 13 overs have been completed. India batting first, 67 for no loss.
We are back again, and sun seems to be playing hide and seek today. A little bit of sunshine, and then we get the clouds. So it's been so far pleasant. It's not been those days when it was bearingly hot. Emmett carries on from the pavilion and bowls his first ball, which has been played forward, and they scramble for a single. They think about the second run, but the mid-wicket fielder picks and sends it back to the bowler.
Well, the two Indian opening batsmen now looking quite hungry, looking at the yawning gaps on both square of the wicket, on the offside and the onside, and here he hits that ball into the gap between point and extra cover. So they are looking at runs now, and to up the run rate as well. Currently it's 5.18. The wicket playing very easy, and the ball coming through now, and hardly any movement. But the spinners are certainly getting a little bit of assistance as they bowl into the wicket. Bit of purchase and a little bit of drift available as well for them, providing they bowl it to the correct line and length.
Both these spinners who bowled beautifully in the last outing against India are still not found their rhythm. And the batsmen are making it look very easy or happy to run. And this one, Julian just tosses it up, and it beats the batsman between the bat and pad, and is bowled.
A beautiful delivery from Julian, that time giving the ball air. And the ball, that is the wrong one, which turned into the batsman. And Fakir Dungaria on the front foot, playing to the spin. He thought the ball was turning the other way. Got his foot to the pitch of the delivery. But ball going between bat and pad. As you watch the replay, there we are. There we are. Beautiful delivery. The wrong one going with the arm and castling him. A beautiful delivery and reward at last for the Welsh team.
Next man in for India will be Murugan. He hails from Kerala, where he runs a cricket academy. He is a medium pacer as well as a batsman in the top 5. So far he hasn't done much with the bat, but the match against Pakistan he took 5 for, which earned him the man of the match. Unluckily, he wasn't able to bowl in the last match. India hoping that he will come good with the bat today.
Well, yes, the IMC Over-50s plate final happening here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds at Maitland Crescent. A lot of cricket happening all around the world as well. The veterans tournament kicking off in India, and past greats taking part from Sri Lanka. There will be lots of past national cricketers, and the Sri Lanka team is captained by veteran Kumar Sangakkara. And then we see the Indians also having in their ranks Sachin Tendulkar, the little master. Well, we love him down here as well. It's not only the Indians who love the batting and then the exploits of Sachin Tendulkar, a well-loved figure here, plus most of the other greats who represented India with distinction as well, plus most of the other countries. So we are going to have some great cricket this weekend. And then tomorrow here in Colombo, in this IMC Over-50s final is going to happen at the Oval Grounds, the Saravanuto Stadium, where the first test match in 1982 between Sri Lanka and England, captained by Bob Willis, and the Sri Lankans were captained by the late Bandula Warnapura, took place in February in 2017. I beg your pardon, 1982. And, a lot of history at the Saravanuto Stadium, as we see Emot continuing to bowl his final delivery now, getting back to his run-up. India Over-50s 70 for 1, electing to bat first. So Murugan plays it down gently, taking a good look at the wicket. As we see the 14th over coming to an end, India Over-50s batting first, 70 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So the 15th over just about to begin. The IMC Over-50s World Cup, the 4th edition happening here in Sri Lanka. It all began way back in 2009 when England and Wales veterans played a 60-over affair. It was watched by Sterling Hammond and Jim Morrison, the two people who were credited with setting up the stage for this IMC Over-50s World Cup. And then, of course, there was another match that was played, Over-50s affair, the first one between Australia and Wales way back in 2017. And riding on the success and the interest that these matches brought, these two gentlemen, Sterling Hammond and Jim Morrison, thought of setting in place a tournament for the past cricketers from all over the world. And the first World Cup happened in 2018 in Sydney, Australia, using the pink ball, where Australia defeated Pakistan by 3 runs. And then 2020 it was followed up by Cape Town, South Africa, but it was abandoned due to COVID after a few matches were played. Then back again 2023, 14 teams took part, and in that tournament England defeated South Africa in the finals, and now here we are in Sri Lanka. And then of course tomorrow the finals will take place, the 56th match of this tournament. The finals will be happening at Oval between Pakistan and the Sri Lanka.
And just to mention, in the first World Cup, India went unrepresented. There was no Over-50 scheme in India. And since then, Veterans Cricket Association has been formed, and they have progressed to take a team to South Africa in 20 and 22, and this time around as well. And they have shown some progress. After finishing 8th in the last World Cup, they are playing for the plate this year, and so is Wales, who were in the bottom, have made much progress, and they have made to the plate.
Final delivery of the 50th over coming up. So it's Julian, ball in hand, and India Over-50s 73 for 1. Murugan, the man who came after the fall of the first wicket. And Sohail Masood is still out there, who opened the innings with Fakir Dungaria, who was the last man out. Projector score at 4.92, the current run rate will take them up to 220 plus. As we see the final delivery played down gently. 15 overs of the India innings has been completed. India Over-50s batting first, 73 for 1 at the end of 15 overs.
The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy Encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछने वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान खेलेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
India 73 for 1, winning the toss and batting first.
"15 overs done. India 73 for the loss of 1 wicket after deciding to bat first in this morning when they won the toss. It was a good partnership between the two opening batters. They managed to get through that hard pace during the first maybe 30 to 45 minutes. But unfortunately, the first wicket, it was a very beautiful delivery from Emmett that has been played up over the infielder and running down to the cover boundary. Just stopped inside the boundary. Will be couple more runs to the batter Murugan.
So this is a good start for the Indians. 76 for 1 in the 16th over. Each side allowed 45 overs. Each bowler allowed 9 overs. And Sohail on 42 or 54. Murugan, he's new to the crease on 2.
That's hammered down the ground. Lovely shot from Murugan. He's looking to be aggressive. Getting to the pitch of the ball and hitting it right back over the bowler's head for 4 more.
There we are. So good use of the feet as well. And don't forget that the MCA ground is slightly smallish. It's not as big as the other grounds that you play matches on. But nevertheless, you've got to bat well to get those runs going.
Murugan looks like he has come out with some kind of an intention of going after the bowlers. He has just faced the 6 deliveries. But already we have seen a couple of aggressive shots by this batter. Looks good for India though, after 15.4 overs, 80 runs, scoring touch about 5 runs per over, which really good, looks good for them.
So last ball, the 16th over coming up. And the last from Emmett in his 4th over. That's good batting. Soft hands played to the offside. Single being taken into the over. 16 completed. India 82 for 1.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Lovely conditions of cricket at the MCA Grounds. A short while ago, the sun had gone behind some of those white clouds. It was very comfortable conditions for the players in the middle. But the sun has now beamed out again. Hot, humid conditions at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. But the players have adapted themselves quite well, considering they're over 50 years of age, but still they played some good cricket all round. Enjoyed the tournament immensely. So Julian into his fourth over, none for 15 his figures. Soil is on 43, opened the batting of 57 deliveries. The run rate is 5.02. The IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 in Sri Lanka. Again played with soft hands on the onside towards the square leg umpire. Easy single again. So rotated the strike. That's what it's all about. Takes Swell down to 44. Brings Murugan on 7. Off 7 balls to take strike. Good drive out to the offside. Out towards the deep mid-off. Plenty of time to cross for a single. That time as well.
This has been a good spell by Julian. He was one of the most successful bowlers the other day against the game between USA and Wales as well. He managed to grab 3 wickets. He bowled really nice. He figured out the conditions of the pitch. He bowled it really slow, gave that flight. He let the ball turn and bounce, and he managed to grab beautiful 3 wickets up front. As we speak, that has been swept and swept fine down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more runs. This has been very good batting by Sohail as he moves up to 48. 17 overs done. India 88 for the loss of 1 wicket.
So each innings is 45 overs and India will look to make a big score. There we are, projected score at 5.18 is 233. They go at 7.18, it'll be 289. They'll be happy to get somewhere around 289 or 300 runs. That will be a very good innings indeed for India. It'll be tough for Wales to chase that unless you bat really well. But we saw them bat so well against USA a couple of days ago. They won by 10 wickets. They chased 180 odd runs and won by 10 wickets. So the last ball of the last over, the boundary was scored. Let's take a look at that again. And there we are. The sweep shot, well played, kept it along the ground, so kept his eyes on the ball all the time. Field had no chance in cutting that off.
This has been a very good start by India after that brilliant opening partnership of 50 plus runs. These 2 batters have continued that momentum from where they had begun from the 2 opening batters, and especially Murugan up with the task, 8 out of 8. Sohail going on his merry way, unbeaten on 48 of 60 deliveries. And India have really set up that platform for a very, very good total.
Flicked up history, dropped at a mid-wicket. That should have been taken. Well, there we are. So Wales have dropped quite a few catches, in fact, today. Otherwise, they'd have been in a much better position. Let me take a look at that again. Look at this now. There we are. Flicked on the onside in the air to the fielder. He got a hand to it. Should have held on, but he dropped it.
couple of chances going down by the Wales fielders. They need to be more careful and disciplined on the field because India are running away at the moment at 90 for the loss of 1 wicket after 17 plus overs. They need to be really disciplined on the field. They can't afford to drop these kind of chances.
The ball is not travelling fast at all. Wrapped on the pad, given out. LBW umpire Soka De Silva says yes, you're out. And Wales pick up their second wicket. Murugan, the man out, trying to play across the line. Pretty straight delivery from Mark. He picked up his first wicket, 1 for 2. And India are 90 for 2. There we are, the replay coming up. Look at that. Very straight, trying to work it on the onside, across the line. Hit on the pad. And umpire Soka De Silva had no hesitation to raise that finger. And look at the elation on the Wales bowler as well. He's really done well to pick up that wicket. And India lose the second wicket at 90.
That was a very easy decision for the umpire. It was just going straight on with the arm. No hesitations. Not a good shot though. Second wicket down for India.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So Mark Davis, 1 for 2 of the 4 deliveries is bowled so far and sober. The 2 singers been taken. We're coming to you live from the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds here in Colombo. We hope you're enjoying our live coverage of all these games. And we'll take a look at that last wicket again, that LBW shout. When Mark Davis trapped the batsman on his front foot. Look at that. There we go. Pretty straight. Trying to work it across the line. Hit on the pad. And umpire Soka De Silva, a shake of the head. And there's the dreaded finger that comes up, and that means that the batsman has to walk back. Mark Davis, a happy man to pick up that wicket. 90 for 2 India after 17.4 overs. Iqbal Khan, the new man in. He's taking guard. So Sohail on 49 of 61 balls. 2 balls left in the 18th over.
As we were just speaking, that Wales need to come hard at the Indian team and somehow grab a wicket. Mark has taken that responsibility on his shoulders and he has delivered it for his skipper. And this would be a good chance. Maybe if they could grab maybe another quick wicket, that would really help the Wales team. Because they really need to be slowing down this run rate as well, because they are scoring at a very good rate, which is around 5 per over, with just 2 wickets down.
So Mark Davis mixing it up, bowls a quicker ball as well. The last ball was a quicker one to Khan. He's the new batsman in.
It has been a very decent over by Mark. Khan almost yoked himself. Played it down safely though. That completes over number 18. India 90 for the loss of 2 wickets.
So we're at the tail end of this tournament as well. These are the qualifying games being played right now. And what a tournament this has been. I think every single team has enjoyed themselves. Some have had good results, some not so good, but they've enjoyed the cricket. That was the main thing. Weather has been really good. It's been hot and humid.
That's another lovely delivery. Bowled it really slow through the air. Julian, the most successful bowler in the previous encounter, he managed to grab 3 wickets for 19 runs in his 9 overs. He was bowling really well the other day as well. He was bowling really slow, giving it a bit of air, which is doing the same today as well. That was a bit flatter and faster. Played it down to that on-line region. Just a single.
So there we have the projected scores coming up. The run rate at the moment 4.96. Sohail Masood has got 50 off 63 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. That's a good innings. He's played a good hand for India, opening the batting today.
As we speak, that was the half century for Sohail. A very well played innings by the opening batter Sohail. He has guided his team all the way and helping them to come up to this total of 92 while managing to score a brilliant 50 of 63 deliveries. He needs to be there until the end, convert this 50 into 100 and help India to finish up at a very good total.
Too short, but straight to the fielder at extra cover. Good bit of fielding as well. So Khan and Sohail in the middle. The run rate has gone down to under 5 runs and over. They're going into 5 and over at one time. It's now dropped a bit. But they can really pick up on the run rate as the game progresses. We're only in the 19th over.
So basically this is what happens when a wicket is taken down. That has been hoisted over the mid-wicket area. That was poor bit of fielding, I would say. The fielder just maybe walked in a bit too early. Just went over his head down to the boundary for 4 more runs.
Yes, the Indian batsmen have played a lot of balls in the air. Now, take a look at this. This is where the replay comes up. There we are. He goes for that big hoik on the onside. The fielder at deep mid-wicket. There we are. He didn't get his hands to it. And unfortunate. They could have had a few wickets, in fact, with some good catching.
Absolutely. They would have really loved to have that wicket of Sohail. It would have been a prize wicket if they would have grabbed up that wicket, because all the set batters would have been gone back. Having 2 new batters at the crease would have really helped their cause. But unfortunately, that was not which happened. That completes over number 19. India 97 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So sun is beaming down the grounds. India won the toss. They led to bat first, 97 for 2. And look at that, where Sohail Masood has got to 50, the type of shots he has played. And that particular sweep was one of those highlights of that innings as well.
He looks in very good touch. He needs to move on and go for that big score. That's beautifully bowled again by Mark. He has really figured out the pace of this pitch and how he needs to be bowling. He's just bowling right in line of the stumps and expecting the help from the surface, which has been really good bowling by Mark at the moment. That's beautifully driven down the ground for a single.
Yes, Mark Davis into his second over. 1 for 3 his figures. And the idea for the Welsh team is not to concede those boundaries. Sweaty palms, so you get some of the dust onto your palm and make sure that you can grip that ball better. Oh, should have been stopped. Sweeper tidies up in the end. So India move to 99 for 2 in the 20th over.
It's been scorching conditions out here today at Colombo. It has been the same for the past 2 weeks as well. Really hot and humid. And the players might be finding it really hard as well. But nevertheless, they have been giving their 100% out there in the field, supporting their team. It has been a great pace of cricket for the past 2 weeks. Witnessing these over 50 players coming out to play this beautiful game of cricket.
Hence the over 20 completed, and India Over-50s 99 for 2.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So live coverage coming to you courtesy of ThePapare.com. Hope you're enjoying all these games. We know we had a tremendous amount of following on YouTube and also the social media channels. And perhaps with so many games being played today, the cricket fans around the world logged in and watching the action from these masters of cricket. They've batted and bowled well. They've fielded well also.
Yes, certainly 99 for the loss of 2 wickets after 20 overs. A good start for Indians. Maybe not in the wickets column because those 2 were unfortunate wickets. Brilliant bowling by the Welsh bowlers. As again defended very well in front of those stumps. Iwan is into the attack, bowling his first over.
Yes, so most spin from the Welsh. Ivan, a very seasoned campaigner in this format of the game.
This time again floated up, nicely defended as well. Khan has faced 7 deliveries, 2 runs. Sohail, the opener, 56, is unbeaten on a half century after facing 70 deliveries. So right now, based on the current run rates and everything, the projected score will be 219. Will that be a good enough score?
Good shot. Beats the mid-off fielder down towards the boundary for 4. No, India will look for a much bigger total than that because don't forget that Sri Lanka made 298 a couple of days ago at the same venue. They were all out for 298 against Australia. And that was a good score. But look at that shot. Yeah. The balance was good. The placement was right. The timing, excellent.
Absolute peach of a shot. The cover drive. Sam again. Punches it towards long off just for a single. So rotating strike after a boundary. Smart cricket.
So projected score at 5.03. That's the run rate at the moment. 226 to 7.03, 275. They'll want to get somewhere around there, India. Because they won the toss to bat first. The current run rate is 5.03.
And so far just 5 runs conceded in this over as well. So it's a good start for India as they look to get more singles and keep the strike rotating and confusing the bowlers as well, making the bowlers and the fielders work much harder than they should, as the spin as well as the Welsh will be continuing with spin from both ends because the pitch conditions are actually favourable towards the spinners.
Played towards backward square leg, no chance of a run. 21 overs completed. India Over-50s 104 for 2.
So that's 21 overs done, 104 for the loss of 2 wickets. We are bringing to you live from the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds the plate final between India and Wales. As the left-arm spin is back into the attack, full toss. Whips it towards the cover region, straight towards the fielder. Crosses for a single.
Yes, bowling on these tracks, you can't afford to bowl full tosses. You give a gift to the batsman to drive you anywhere in the park. Not a big outfield here at the MCA as well. So you've got to be careful how you bowl. You've got to pitch that ball. Don't give the batsman any room.
Yes, certainly as Mark bowling his third over. Time a much better delivery. On length. Pushes it towards the fielder. Easy single. So that's the way to go for the Indian batters, because they have been scoring at a decent run rate, a healthy run rate here. So if they can get to around the 35th over, scoring at around 180 by then, it will be a good score for the last 10 overs, for especially the middle order as well. That's a better delivery. On length, spinning outside, spinning away from the batter. A good hold by the wicketkeeper as well. Dot delivery. A good start to the over.
Turn and bounce. Look at that. There we are, the turn and the bounce to the batsman. Surprised the batsman, and the wicketkeeper did well to gather that.
Much more revolutions in it as well. That time flighted, but it's a full toss. Luckily for the bowler, it travels straight towards the fielder there. So it's just 1 run conceded. 3 runs so far conceded in this over. 4 deliveries, just 2 deliveries left. The last wicket of Mileswamy Murugan. As Sohail faces Mark, unbeaten on 57. Much better delivery, full. This time again towards the fielder. Should get a single there, and they definitely do. Again 4 runs, no boundaries conceded, but still managed to get 4 runs in this over.
Yeah, it's a good tight over from Mark Davis.
This time the last ball of the delivery. Straight towards fielder. Inside the circle, no runs, and that ends the 22nd over. 108 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
2 months ago.
Okay, you're just coming live with the plate final of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. Batting first, India, after being put to bat first by the Welsh captain. 108 for the loss of 2 wickets. And if you're interested in other matches that are happening across Colombo right now, in respect of the IMC Over-50s World Cup, we've got Canada batting first, 92 for the loss of 4 wickets against the UAE. That's a battle for the 11th position. Third position match, Australia are crumbling, 56 for the loss of 6 wickets against England. Both the teams lost their respective semi-final matches against Pakistan and Sri Lanka, who will be taking on each other in the finals tomorrow. The 5th position match today, the plate final, India 108 for the loss of 2 wickets. And the 9th position match between South Africa and West Indies, batting first, South Africa 123 for the loss of 2 wickets after 24 overs. The 7th position match between USA and New Zealand. New Zealand having won the toss and electing to field first, putting the USA to bat. Currently the USA 95 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of 20 overs. And Namibia versus Zimbabwe. That match, of course, for the 13th position at the Nationalised Services Cricket Grounds in Ratmalana. Namibia having won the toss, elected to bat first at the end of 22 overs, 62 for the loss, 66 for the loss of 2 wickets. As we come back to the action between Wales and India, the match for the plate final, overall the 5th position match between the two teams. As we see the Welsh players, a change in pace rather, with fast bowlers, the medium fast bowlers are back in the attack, and Sohail is facing unbeaten on 58. My apologies. We continue with spin. That's a long run up.
Yes, I don't think we're going to see too much of pace because the spinners have really dominated this tournament. The pace bowlers or the medium pacers have not done too well in all the games.
And Ivan is getting some spin as well, as we see flighted on length, guided towards the fine leg region. No runs. So it's a good over. Good start to the over. Sohail stuck at 58 still after facing 76 deliveries. Ivan again comes over the wicket. Flighted up. Full toss, low full toss. Nicely guided towards the long on region. Changes ends and brings Khan to the attack. To face the attack of Ivan rather. A good over so far, again over the wicket, this time a bit short on length. Pushes towards the mid-wicket region for a single. They're dealing with singles right now, haven't seen a boundary as of late, but a healthy run rate, maintaining it.
Yes, that's right. You've got to push the singles, rotate the strike, keep that scoreboard moving. That is the most important point in these type of games.
Ivan, so far 2 runs conceded in this over. Sam flies it up, covers the off stump and sweeps it over the fielder and down towards the square leg region. That's a boundary to Sohail. He shows his form. He shows why he's unbeaten on 63. And that's a brilliant boundary. Just as I said, boundaries were being scarce. There goes a boundary and a brilliant shot by Sohail.
Yes, he was in total control of that. Saw the ball early, put that foot across and whacked it down towards the deep mid-wicket region. And important runs. He moves on to 63 of 78. 114 for 2 is India. 1 ball left to the 23rd.
Flies it up. A good spin there on length. Managed to get bat to ball there. And that ends the 23rd over. 114 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
The scoreboard says 114 for the loss of 2 wickets as Wales continue with spin under the scorching temperatures and the scorching conditions here at Colombo, the MCA Grounds. That time flighted outside off, nicely left, straight towards the wicketkeeper. No runs, a good start to the over by Mark.
Yes, Mark Davis into his 4th over, 1 for 8 his figures. He'll want to pick up another wicket or 2 in this spell of 9 overs.
Balls round the wicket. That time a bit flatter, bit short as well. Must be disappointed for not letting that go for a single at least. But nonetheless, a dot delivery, 2 dot deliveries to start off the over. So I flied it up. Low full toss, straight towards the fielder. No runs.
But if Mark Davis can keep the batsman quiet and not allow the singles to be taken, we're in the 24th over. We're just past the halfway stage. And look at that scoring rate, 4.85 at the moment.
On the wicket again this time. Shuffles across, but manages to get back 2 ball on length delivery. So far good over, 4 dot deliveries, 0 runs conceded, that means. And under these scorching conditions, Mark has been producing a sublime spell here. 3.4 overs, just 8 runs conceded after getting the wicket as well. Another good length delivery. Has been very consistent with the lines and lengths here, Mark, in this, not just this over, but throughout the entirety of his spell. Really piling up that pressure, especially on the Khan's end. Sohail, of course, is the much more settled batter. He might be forcing some risky shots from Khan. It's that last delivery. Has a swing at it, but straight towards the fielder. 1 run off of that over. Mark ends his 4th over. That's 24 overs done. 115 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
The Welsh wouldn't mind the singles, but not the boundaries.
Definitely. As that time, maybe dancing down the pitch there as well. Managed to get bat to ball. I managed to rotate for a single as well. As things stand, Wales would definitely need a wicket. That would definitely pile up the pressure on the Indians, because they still have wickets, so they don't mind giving those dot deliveries and mind negotiating the bowling of the Welsh bowlers with those singles. As this time he downs it down the pitch and lofts it over the long on region and all the fielders, and that is a boundary. Seems to have gone through the gap there of mid-wicket and long on, and that's a brilliant boundary. Sohail expressing himself, releasing himself off the pressure that was building from both ends of the pitch, and that time there an uppish shot but cleanly hit into the gap, and a deserved 4 runs to Sohail.
Yeah, good use of feet as well.
Time Ivan outside off, tad bit short, but a good comeback there. It was interesting to see what Ivan would do, because he hadn't been hit for a boundary in his previous over, but this time he was. But he comes back really good as well, and that's what you need off of the bowler, especially if you are the Welsh captain.
Now, Sohail playing across the line, that's what he's been doing. And the moment you play across the line, you miss the ball, hits the pad, the umpire's finger will go up, because you can't play across the line, you can play it through the line, and there's plenty of time to play shots through the line.
And also, whenever the ball is flighted, he makes sure that he meets the ball on the up. He makes sure his feet is already at the pitch of the delivery, so that he's negating the effectiveness of the spin here. The more you allow the ball to come towards you, the spin will be more. So both Khan and Sohail have been batting brilliantly here, and Ivan so far considered 6 runs over 5 deliveries as the last ball. Defends it nicely, ends the 25th over, 121 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So welcome back to the Mercantile Cricket Grounds. India batting first, 121 for the loss of 2 wickets. The 26th over coming up, going at a rate of 4.46. As tossed up delivery outside the off stump. We worked using the pace of the delivery there, opening the face of the bat, running it down towards the third man region. Sohail Masood has got to 68. Very well compiled half century. Batting well within himself. And very compact B in defense, and missing aggression and defense extremely well, and certainly looking absolutely brilliant for a 3-figure score.
Absolutely, looks really well. Sohail has been batting really good from the word go since morning after figuring out the conditions of the pitch. He has adapted himself to the conditions and he has come a long way, and he needs to go a long way as well. Almost 20 overs left for the Indian innings to end, and he needs to be there at least until the 40th over, I guess, and go on to score that maybe a big 100, which would really help the Indian team to get on to that competitive total somewhere around 240, 250, and we would definitely have a cracking game in front of us while Wales would be out here to chase it down.
So last man to go was Miles Murugan, and since then these two batters have settled in, and the projected score at this rate 4.83 will get them to 220 plus. Currently 124 for 2, and Mark with the ball, certainly keeping things tight, bowling to a good tidy length and line, holding things together. There we are, once again spot on. Just outside the off stump, a little bit of drift on that occasion. Ball slightly outside the off stump and bringing the batsman tentatively forward, not very convincingly, playing from an outside edge there to the point fielder. No addition to the score.
Well, Mark has been bowling really well today because he's on to his 5th over and he has just considered the 10 runs by grabbing up that important wicket. And we'll come back to that point. 26 overs done. India 124 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Mama Gaja man. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙලට. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමාට. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
26 overs done for the day. India 124 for the loss of 2 wickets after deciding to bat first at the MCA Cricket Grounds. Beautiful conditions for cricket. Hot sun out here. It's almost 12 in the noon, and the fielders and the batters might be feeling it really hard. Hot and humid out here today in Colombo. It has been the same for the past 2 weeks as well. As we speak, Sohail comes down the track and plays it beautifully down to the long off region and crosses over for a single.
So Ivan Reis giving the ball a little bit of air on that occasion, and Sohail Masood giving the charge, got to the pitch of the delivery and got away onto the offside but straight to the sweeper cover region. Only 1 run though, and coming back strongly, bowling it fourth over now. Have considered only 18 runs, keeping things quite tight. Well, we have seen Indians do possess plenty of leg spinners. They have 3 in their armory, excellent bowlers. And we see here the Irish also have quite a lot of finger spinners, right arm off spinners, left arm leg spinners. So plenty of variety, and both these teams, members over 50 plus, certainly giving it everything they got, throwing themselves in the field, bat in hand, ball in hand, they have been playing excellent competitive cricket.
I mean, yes, it is, because looking at the pitch conditions in the morning, it was a very dry surface, and it was expected that as the day moves on, there'll be a lot of help and purchase for the spinners. And as we see, it has been continuously spin bowlers operating from both ends, and it'll be very good for the spinners of the Indian team as well when they come out to bowl. As we speak, it completes the 27th over. India 128 for the loss of 2 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Iran Shamil sharing the microphone here with me in the commentator's box. As we see, India has progressed to 128 for the loss of 2 wickets. And once again, spin from the pavilion end, or rather from the far end, Maitland Crescent end, Vijayarama end. We call it many ends. And India progressing to 129 for 2. The wicket playing quite true now. The conditions absolutely brilliant for batting. The 7 strips were relayed. Earlier, MCA had 2 turf strips long years back, and it was then completely taken off, not used, and only the matin wicket was there until 2012. Since 1978, the 2 turf wickets were laid, and then it was not used. And way back in 2012, it was relayed, and 7 strips were relayed, and a couple of strips with plenty of bounce, pace on offer, purposely laid, so that players could acclimatize to playing on hard surfaces like you find in Australia, in New Zealand, and maybe even in England, and maybe Pakistan and India as well to a certain extent. Of course, Pakistan and India generally used to rely on the wickets, which gives a little bit of resistance to the spinners. So these wickets were laid, and then when the Sri Lankans under Mahela Jayawardena as well as Kumar Sangakkara, before they took on tours, they used to come here to the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds and practice on these wickets and play a couple of friendlies as well. Lasit Malinga, then there was Rangan Herath, then there was Ajanta, who used to come and bowl here because they wanted to use the conditions here, the bounce, the quicker pace on the wicket. So this was ideal conditions with a little bit of green on the wicket, allowing the ball to skid through and so on and so forth, and which these players came here and used it to the maximum before they went on these tours. I know a little bit of the history because these 7 wickets were laid under the guidance of the national curator at that time, Mr. Anuruddha Polonovita, a wonderful man who played for all Ceylon cricket in the 1960s, coached Ananda for more than 35 years, a legacy, and then he was later on the curator for Sri Lanka cricket and was responsible for laying these 7 wickets. And then, of course, he had his assistants as well. And see this delivery, way outside the off stump, punched on the back foot down towards the deep point region, picking up a single. We'll talk about all this. 28 overs have been completed in the Indian innings. Indian Over-50 winning the toss and batting first, 134 for 2.
Dialog television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
So we were talking about the history of these wickets, the playing surface, and then also the Mercantile Cricket Association. And incidentally, these wickets were constructed with the help of Mr. Andu Polometer and his expertise as a national curator who was working at Sri Lanka Cricket at that time. And then we also had a national player here who played for Sri Lanka, Gamini Wickramasinghe, a former wicketkeeper for Sri Lanka in the 1980s. He played 7 test matches and a number of ODI matches as well. Now he has moved to New Zealand. And then he was responsible also to make sure these wickets were laid in the correct method. And then, of course, Mr. Polometer providing his experience. Under his stewardship, there were plenty of people working here as well. So all this was done. And that is how all this happened. And there we see, and Sohail, goodness me, rush of blood on that occasion. A straightish delivery, bowling wicket to wicket, moving from the stumps, way down the leg side, opening his stumps, and he has been castled. As you watch the replay, what exactly happened? So he moved back, made a plenty of space for himself. He was trying to chop it down towards the offside, but he was well inside the crease there, batting deep within the crease, and trying to play it on the offside, and he has been hit wicket. Yes, he has whacked the wickets, not the ball.
Absolutely. I'm just surprised to see what he was trying to do over there, because it was shot outside the off stump. He opened it wide and smashed the wickets. Batting on 72. I really did not expect that from Sohail. But unfortunately, that's the 3rd wicket down for India. 134 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Well, a run in a lighter vein. Perhaps a pinkish ball. Maybe it was a little bit too small for him to spot there. And he thought he should have whacked at it and hit the stumps instead. So very unfortunate indeed. And then, that happened. Well, the man who's having the ball in hand is Ivan Rees, the first batsman in the Over-50s to score 1,000 runs. And also 50 wickets, I am told. So this is the 50th wicket he has taken. Brilliant stuff indeed. So Ivan Rees playing for and representing the Welsh side, the first batsman in the World Cup in the world as playing as an Over-50s player to get past 1,000 runs, and then goodness me, he has made it a double. He has picked up 50 wickets as well.
It's truly a great achievement by Ivan Rees, the skipper of the Wales team, leading the way from the front, being an example to his teammates as well. He comes as the opening batter as well. He scored a brilliant half century the other day. I especially need to recall that innings because Simon Holliday, on the other hand, was smashing it around the park where he was playing a very sensible knock. He was unbeaten on 60 plus out of around 90 deliveries. So he has shown that capacity of his captaincy and the responsibility how he needs to lead his team, and not just being a captain, but he has been an example as a brilliant bowler and a batter as well.
Well, that's Ivan Rees for us. Leading from the front. He has got past 1,000, and then also now he has picked up 50 wickets as well, and plenty of cricket left in him. And here he is now, ball in hand, past the umpire. Tosses it up on midland leg, that time sweeps it well. Sohail was the man who was out last, got to 78, and it's Abhijit Ganguly who's back there in the middle now. Yes, after the fall of the 3rd wicket. Now, the Irishman, on the other hand, didn't make use of the conditions in the early part of this Indian innings. And by the way, that previous shot has gone down to the boundary, and that is a 4. So wicket off the first delivery of this 29th over, and the second ball swept down towards the deep square leg region for 4. And the Indian Over-50s 138 for 3. And 3 catches going down in the early part of the innings. As we see the next delivery, drops his shot and allows the batsman to go across his stumps on the back foot, pulling it and pulls it well into the gap between the deep mid-wicket fielder and the long on fielder. Couple of bounces into the boundary it goes.
Looking at that replay, it was dragged short. Abhijit rocking onto the back foot and hammering it down towards that mid-wicket region. Just speaking about Abhijit Ganguly, against New Zealand, he managed to score 89 runs of 88 balls as well. So looking at the way he is batting, he's just coming back into this game with that same momentum and same form which he has been having during that previous game as well. Looks a solid batter, and this is really going to help the cause of the Indian runs as well.
Well, you're certainly right. As you watch the replay of that last dismissal, the batsman deep in the crease, they are moving across the stumps onto the onside, trying to hit the ball maybe into the gap. He spotted a gap between next to cover and the point fielder. Maybe he was aiming to that position, but hitting the wickets instead. So very unfortunate indeed. And by the way, that is a brilliant delivery from Evan Reyes. What did it touch as it went past this outside edge of the batter? Khan on that occasion tentatively groping forward, and the ball just going past his outside edge into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Appeal, but no damage done. 29 overs completed, 143 for the loss of 3 wickets. India Over-50s.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුල්ලා වුණොත් එහෙම මන් නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ ප්‍රින්සිපල්.
Right then, 29 overs done. India 143 for the loss of 3 wickets. That previous delivery was a lovely delivery. Looking at the projected score, it's 222 runs at the current given run rate. That was a beautiful delivery. I mean, he gave it a lot of air and bowled it really, really slow. The ball never arrived. The batter was just coming forward and just he was unable to fetch it. Lovely delivery. That's experience for Evan Reyes. And if you could maybe have the list of the bowlers who have grabbed the most number of wickets in this tournament, I'm pretty sure we have Evan Reyes over there with Ali Bukhari leading that list. So that's peaks of his legendary and how good he has been during this tournament as well.
You're certainly right. Bat in hand, ball in hand, and out there in the field, he certainly has doing everything possible. And he certainly is playing true to his potential. Evan Reyes, as we see Emmett back into the attack, and this time plays it gently on the offside into the gap and takes off immediately. Good running between the wickets. Now, if any youngster watching, that's how you do. The non-striker must take a start, call clearly, and then loudly, and then also back the call and get to the side that you're running as quickly as possible. Ground in the bat in the last process as well.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the Indian innings, they are scoring at a very good rate, which is close to 5. But if you just run through how they have been here, it was all about pushing them into gaps, grabbing those quick singles, getting those 2 runs, 3 runs, and in between putting away those poor deliveries down to the boundary as well. So it has not been only boundaries or big shots. It has been beautiful shots all around the ground and keep rotating and making sure that the scoreboards keep moving every single time.
Certainly right. And very orthodox cricket being played. Lovely shots on the front foot, on the back foot, square of the wicket, on the offside and on the onside as well. Anything tossed up has disappeared over the boundary line, down the ground, and then over the mid-wicket region as well. So they are making use of the conditions well. But on the other hand, the Irish, well, they dropped 3 chances. Wicketkeeper dropped 1. 2 in the slips in the early first 5 overs. If otherwise, they would have been now into the middle of this Indian Over-50s innings.
Absolutely. You need to be really supporting the bowlers. It's a half-hearted call which has been turned down by the umpire Ashley De Silva. It completes over number 30. India 145 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Hope you are enjoying this live coverage on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. As we bring you this live coverage of the 4th edition of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. As you say, a very good afternoon to Vibhuda Vijay Sudhar.
A very good afternoon, Ashley. Yeah, like I said before, by the 35 mark, if it is around 180, it will be a good score for India, especially since the fact that it's just 3 wickets down. And right now they're they are getting there, definitely. As you see, the 2 batters, they are relatively settled right now, as Emmett is back into the attack.
Certainly right, 31st over in progress. And 145 for 3. The Welsh captain, Ivan Rees, with the ball in hand. He has got 50 wickets in this Over-50s World Cup editions that he has taken part in. In addition to the 1,000 runs he has, as the ball has been played, just glanced off the pads there, and the batsman taking 3 easy singles.
That's good batting and running between the wickets as well, knowing where the field is. It was a short, fine leg there. And the bowler was also at fault there for letting it go towards the leg side, because the ball, he's an off spinner, the spin towards the leg side, and the batter only had to get some bat onto it, and the ball nicely glides it and goes to the fine leg region. So that's 3 runs, a good start to the over. Abhijit is on the crease alongside Khan. 23 runs for Khan. Abhijit 10 off of 9 deliveries, so he's got into a fast start. The last wicket was Sohail Masood.
So it's a 5-4 field being employed by the Irish. We have by the Welsh,
That time dancing down the track, hits it over the bowler, straight towards the long on fielder. Brilliant bit of fielding there by the long on fielder. A massive applause by the crowd as well. There's a bit of Welsh support here, especially family members of the team. And yeah, that's how you should do it.
So fantastic commitment by Bellinger. Dive into his left and pulling that ball in. And well, the Welsh team sadly giving it everything they got here. They realized they missed those a couple of early chances in the early part of the Indian Over-50s innings. 3 chances in fact went down, allowing India to get into a very strong position. But now they have picked up 3 wickets, and now they want to keep the pressure on.
And certainly they do that by rotating strike, quick singles. That's the way to go. They haven't scored a boundary in this over, but so far they've gotten 5 runs without any boundaries being scored. So, and that's the way to go. It's piling up pressure on the bowler, making the bowler do something different, maybe bowl a bit flatter, let go of that flight and spin. Just trying different as Ivan bowls the last 2 deliveries of his over. That time outside off, shot, pulls it. It's a bit uppish, but didn't get the contact he needed, straight towards the mid-wicket region, just for a single. Those kind of deliveries will definitely come his way if he is patient.
Absolutely. That time he would have had his heart in the mouth. It was in there for a long time. But the repeat wicket fielder, perhaps it fell about 20 yards in front of him. So there's a short third man, a short extra cover. And then extra cover standing a little square and a long off on the offside.
That time again dancing down the track towards the long on region, straight past the bowler. Just a single there. And that ends the 31st over, 152 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So the IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here in Sri Lanka. 56 matches a total today. The 51st match taking place here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. And then we have also a couple of other matches happening as well. In fact, 7 matches being played in 7 different venues. At NCC, we have the 3rd and 4th place between England and Australia taking place at the moment. So it must be a very interesting game as well, like the cracker that we're expecting here at the MCA Grounds. 14 teams. South Africa, India, Australia, England, West Indies, Sri Lanka, UAE, New Zealand, Canada, Namibia, Wales, Pakistan, Zimbabwe and USA. And well, They have been playing cricket from the 9th of February with the tournament
that time it's short, nicely cut away through the point region. The extra cover field, the deep extra cover field, covers in nicely just for a single. And like you were saying, beg your pardon, Australia and England are also playing their match for the third place encounter. Australia were humbling the last time I checked, 56 for the loss of 6 wickets at the end of 20 overs. I don't know what the score is right now. In case I do come across it, I will definitely update our dear audience. And it is Khan and Abhijit who's on the crease. Emmett bowling, 5.2 overs, 31 runs conceded. Managed to grab a wicket, left arm, round the wicket. That time drops it full, lofts it over the field, over the infield towards the deep extra cover region. And that's a single.
You're certainly right. Good looking shot. And playing an inside out shot on that occasion. And picking up a single in the process. 155 for 3. The projected score from 4.92 will take them to 221 plus. 6.92 to 2.48. And anything above that will take them over 270. And that's what perhaps the Indian Over-50s side will be looking at to put a big score. Opted to bat first.
That time short, cuts it, but straight towards the fielder. Abhijit scoring at a rate more than a run a ball there. Strike rate over 100. That time exactly 100 now because that was a dot delivery. And those kind of balls are the things that Emmett should avoid as well. Those are short deliveries. Anything that's short and wide could be disposed to the boundary. That time a wrong run up. Dead ball signalled by the umpire.
Asoko Disilla, one-time ICC's most recognized international umpire, and now retired, and of course still offering his services. A wonderful cricketer, right arm leg spinner, and played with distinction and represented Sri Lanka as well.
Yeah, it's a Masters cricket tournament as he slog sweeps it towards the mid-wicket region, and that's a boundary. Brilliant shot, flied it up onto the knees and whacks it. That's 4 runs and brings the total up to 159. 7 runs conceded off of this over so far.
Yes, as you watch the replays, that's a sweep shot. The ball pitching on midline leg, tossed up, and now the batsman on his knees down there and sweeps it well. Abhijit connected it well. 1 bounce into the mid-wicket boundary.
Sam floated, covers the wicket, walks across it actually. Just nicely guides it towards the square leg region just for a single, and that ends the 32nd over. 7 runs conceded, 8 runs conceded actually, 160 for the loss of 3 wickets. So it's IMC Over-50s Cricket World Cup. The legendary cricketers who won't let age ruin their fun. The passion for the game is still there with them as Emmett continues his spell. It's Abhijit facing. Right arm over the wicket that time. Bit full. Should not have been on the back foot in that occasion. But manages to get back to ball, so no harm done. Julian is into the attack. 5 overs bowled, 28 runs conceded.
Abhijit Ganguly opted to bat using the depth of the crease. And a tossed up delivery. Almost pitching on the crease. Here he is once again tentatively forward. Very watchful on this occasion. Bat and pad very close together. Full face of the bat on offering. Very, very good in his defense. Lovely technique. No addition to the score. 160 on the board. Current run rate 4.95. 2 deliveries. 6th over being bowled by Julian.
That time dancing down the track. No runs conceded. And it's interesting to see, especially the scorching conditions of the over-50s here. Not the young young at heart, obviously, but physically it is demanding. They need their breaks and everything, but they are giving their absolute best. And that's something even the younger generation should see and should be inspired by, because once you're passionate about something, you can't really let it go. That time a wide delivery, the keeper manages to grab onto it, but unfortunately the reflexes weren't fast enough. That was a good save by the keeper. The batsman was way down the pitch. He was nowhere near the crease, but unfortunately that was a chance that came begging. Could not capitalize on it. The wicketkeeper tried his absolute best. Could not bring it back towards the wicket. So, wide delivery, but of course a chance for the Welsh side.
Difficult take, but couldn't take the ball back onto the stumps. As we see the next delivery hit in the air, and this time down towards the mid-wicket region, and that's a welcome boundary to the Indian Over-50s. Tossed up delivery on midland leg, getting on the front foot, taking his front foot out of the way, and has a swing at it, opens his shoulders, connects it well, times it well, and the ball soaring in there over the boundary line for a wonderful 6.
Yes, absolutely wonderful there. Runs are coming, runs are flowing. 32.4 overs, 167 for the loss of 3 wickets. As that time, the ball goes towards the leg side, nicely flicks it towards the square leg region and comes for 2 runs. That's good running there. Near the square leg fielder, or rather, if I'm not mistaken, it was the square leg field, if I'm not mistaken, was deep near the boundary line. Ran the first run hard, and here comes the second run. So that's good running between the wickets by the Indian batters. They are putting pressure not only on the bowler, but on the fielder as well. This time Julian flights it outside off, drives it towards the fielder, tries to go for a single, but no runs conceded, and that ends the 33rd over. 9 runs conceded in that over, 169 for 3.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
You're joining with the Papare Network, the Sri Lanka's largest sporting network. When it comes to sports, it is the Papare. It is the plate final between India and the Welsh team. India batting first, 169 for the loss of 3 wickets. A good opening stand by Sohail and Fakir, the former 72 off of 91 deliveries. Fakir also fell unfortunately for 28. Murugan LBW for 9. He's the lowest of the lowest scorers. Khan, 28 off of 42, currently on the crease alongside Abhijit, 25 off of 20.
And the bowling card coming for the Welsh. There we are. Bukhari, well, I thought he bowled extremely well. Very unlucky not to take a couple of wickets. Chogil also opened bowling along with Bukhari. Both the bowlers picking up chances, but unfortunately both being dropped, once by the wicketkeeper and then once by the slip fielders as well. One for Emmett, one for 37 of 6 overs, and one each for Mark and Ivan. And well, Ivan Rees has been bowling extremely well today, picking up his 50th wicket in this IMC Over-50s cricket.
So that's 33 overs done. We've got 12 overs remaining in this innings, considering the fact that, of course, India bat it out the entirety of the 45 overs. And there goes the first wicket. An absolute peach of a delivery by Emmett, going through the stumps again. Similar delivery. This time doesn't hit the stumps, but caught LBW. This time, this is the most unfortunate wicket of them all. The said batsman goes way deep into the crease and hits his wicket by himself instead of letting the ball hit the wicket. So he even stood there on the crease for a while. Just could not believe what just transpired right there. But it was a fantastic innings nonetheless. And here we are, the two teams at drinks, refreshing themselves, calming themselves down, giving themselves their much deserved and well earned rest there. As we can see, the two batters on the crease, Khan, who's on 28, and Abhijit, who's on 25. India 169 for the loss of 3 wickets. 33 overs done. We've got spin operating from both ends. So exciting times ahead for both teams. Wales, they need a couple of wickets in quick succession. India just needs to maintain their momentum here.
Well, earlier you saw some pictures of this beautiful skyline here in Colombo. Large skyscrapers in many parts of the Colombo. And, well, beautiful conditions here. And if you're watching this telecast from wherever you are, and if you're outside Sri Lanka, well, it's a beautiful country to be. And enjoy the hospitality and all the services also on offer in this country. And plenty of sightseeing to do, lovely great beaches. And then the fauna and the flora. Oh my goodness. It is unbelievable, and like what we have been hearing from these Welsh team members and their families, the English, the Australians, and of course the USA, the Canadians, the Namibians, and everybody else who is here, well, they have been thoroughly enjoying themselves in addition to this great competitive cricket that is being played out as well.
It is definitely the pearl of the Indian Ocean, as this time starts off short, outside off, cuts it towards the deep field. They are just a single. Starting the 34th over, it's Emmett. 6.1 overs bowled, 38 runs conceded. Has been a bit expensive, Emmett, but he's managed to get that wicket, all-important wicket for the Welsh side.
Certainly right. So a strong offside field to the right-hander. There's a long off, a short extra cover, now being made a little bit square and now being brought in 15 yards from the bat. There's a point, backward point. There is a short third man and a sweeper cover on the boundary line. And on the onside, there's a long on, a deep mid-wicket standing quite squarish, and a short mid-wicket. And then also, we have another man standing between square leg and mid-wicket on the boundary line as well. So 4 on the onside and 5 on the offside. So Emmett, ball in hand, into his 7th over.
Abhijit facing 25 runs scored, 20 in 20 balls. He's been expressive. He's been express, and he's been getting runs at quick succession here. Exactly what India need as Emmett bowls. That time flies it up, sweeps it, slog sweeps it towards the mid-wicket region, deep mid-wicket region. Oh, the fielder! And that's 6 runs! A brilliant and fantastic shot there. Bringing up the current run rate to 5.28, and 176 is the total right now for the loss of 3 wickets.
Well, there we are. That ball was given plenty of air. And on the front foot, sweeping it, connects it well. Lot of bottom hand. And there the ball going in the air. And then over the mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket fielder. Only a spectator there watching the ball sail over his head over the boundary line for 6.
Emmett's been bowling with a lot of flight, but he's also a bit slow. So enough time for the batter. That time a bit faster. Falls down, but the batter nicely glided towards the fine leg region. No fine leg fielder there. The fielders are converging. The batsmen are running for 2, and they settle for 2 runs. That's brilliant batting there. A single conceded, then 6 runs conceded, and runs for 2. So far in 3 deliveries, they've managed to get 9 runs, the Indian batters.
Bukhari on that occasion running about 20-25 yards to his right, picking it well inside the boundary line, sending the return. It's a great commitment by these Welsh fielders running in this hot, stifling conditions. and then keeping things as tight as possible. And once again, a loose delivery way outside the off stump, given the treatment, but can't get it past the point fielder. Lovely anticipation as he moved quickly to his right, picked it up, didn't allow the ball to go past him. As you watch it, a hit with a lot of power, just the right hand, outstretched right hand, holding that ball. Great fielding as well.
That time flighted, but this time on length, the perfect delivery to ball, especially for someone like Emmett, because he's been bowling slow. As long as it's slow and flights it up and full, that gives the batter enough time, and that's what Abhijit has been doing to Emmett. Emmett's been very expensive, 6.5 overs, 46 runs conceded. So far in this over, 9 runs conceded as the last delivery slides it towards leg side. This time, a quick jab towards the short mid-wicket fielder and rotates strike and also keeps strike. That ends the 34th over, 179 for the loss of 3 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 74 21 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So the Welsh team looking very strong, fit, as they are enjoying themselves out there in the middle. And the next delivery way down the leg side, and they have been declared a wide. And well, the Sri Lankans down here, very much a rugby playing nation as well, in addition to, of course, our first love is cricket here. But we do watch the Welsh team, and the Six Nations tournament has not been going very well for them, but certainly a powerhouse rugby playing nation as well.
That time dances forward, strikes it straight down the ground towards the long on region. I think it went through the bowler's grasp as well. Just a single. And speaking of Welsh sports, I think personally for me, it's football for me. Gareth Bale, a person, a footballer that I absolutely adore. And he was one of the pioneers in making sure that the Welsh team qualified for the if I'm not mistaken, it was the 2014 World Cup, 2016 Euros, if I'm not mistaken. So he's been the pioneer when it comes to the Welsh side. The olden Ryan Giggs was also a Welsh footballer. So renowned for sports, definitely, the United Kingdom region. As Julian bowls, this time flights it towards the off stump, nicely pushes it towards the long on region, just for a single. So far 2 deliveries bowled, 3 runs conceded.
Certainly not afraid to give the ball air, and invited the batsman to come down the track, take him on if possible. Julian teasing deliveries as he lobs the ball in there. Once again, this time a quicker through the air though, flatter trajectory, but anticipated well, hits it well through the line. Good looking shot by Abhijit, and this time connects it well, wide off the long on fielder, down to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, typical subcontinent batter, using his feet to absolute perfection there. They don't stand on the crease. That's something you don't see some side like England, Wales. They'd like to sweep the balls, but the Indians, the Sri Lankans, the Pakistani, they'd like to dance on the crease there. They'd like to use their feet, and they're using their feet to get that ball to diminish the importance or the effectiveness of the spin there. And that's exactly what they did. Runs come in their way. So far, 7 runs off of this over, including an extra. 3 deliveries bowled, 44 runs conceded by Julian in 6.3 overs.
Quite expensive. The 35th over, 3 more deliveries left, and India Over-50s have progressed to 186 for 3. Are looking plus 240 plus now, no doubt about it. Current run rate 5.39, and this is the plate final that is happening here in this IMC Over-50s World Cup, and the match has been played here in Colombo in 15 venues. 56 matches, and this is the 51st. The tournament started on the 9th of February and will conclude tomorrow with the grand final at the Oval Grounds.
Yes, even I said at the start of the match that India has to get 180 off of 35 overs. They've exceeded my expectations here, and they will move on to go for a total definitely above 250. Very much possible, because they've got 7 wickets in hand. They've got a strong batting order behind them. Lots of batting to come, who are right now in the pavilion, I'm sure padded up, getting ready, very well warmed up as well. Khan here 30 on bid. Abhijit is also on 40. He shouldn't give away his wicket right now. He should be on the crease there. as this time the ball is pushed towards the extra cover region, and that's 4 runs. Brilliant bit of batting there, again using his feet a bit, opening himself up, and that region that was completely and widely open, he just manages to just push the ball through that region, and that's 4 runs.
Absolutely, hitting it into the gap there, connected it well, got his placement spot on, a long stretch, getting his front foot way out in front, opening himself out a little to free his arms, and connecting that ball along the ground, and that ball running down towards extra cover region for 4 runs. Good shot. So 2 boundaries and 11 runs so far, as we see the final delivery turned off his pads, and there's a little bit of misunderstanding as a throw comes into the non-striker's end, and if that was a little bit more closer, or if it was a direct hit, and the batsman would have been dismissed. It was not to be so. 35 overs have been completed. 192 for 3, India Over-50s winning the toss and batting first.
"35 overs done, India 192 for the loss of 3 wickets. A nice little bit of a partnership building up between these two batters. The current run rate sitting at 5.5. Which looks a healthy run rate for India. Especially speaking about Abhijit. He was one of the successful batters the other day against New Zealand as well. He managed to grab 89 runs of 88 deliveries, and he's been continuing his good form here today as well. He's been in very good touch. It's 12:30 in the afternoon. We are coming to you live from the MCA Cricket Grounds in Colombo, Sri Lanka. It's been a lovely day for cricket, bright and sunny. And we are expecting these conditions to continue the next few days as well, as we have the big final coming up between Sri Lanka and Pakistan tomorrow. Joining the commentary box with me, Eric. Good afternoon, Eric. It's really hot and humid out here today at the MCA Grounds.
Oh, yes, good afternoon. Oh, yes, good afternoon. And, well, hot and humid, that's the name of the game. The last couple of weeks have been really hot and humid. And, of course, India has done well to move up to 192 for 3. The projected their run rate at the moment is 5.49. Thick edge.
I'm really finding it hard to figure out whether these batters are really over 50. Look at how they are running. They are taking those quick singles like they are just 30 plus. They look like in their early 30s. They are running so fast and hard. It's 12:30 in the noon. They have been batting out there. Probably maybe these two batters have been batting out there for closer to 1 hour. They might be feeling that heat as well. But still, they have been batting out really well, running those singles, the twos, and even I saw a couple of occasions they were running for a third run as well, which is really remarkable.
Yes, a lot of these players are really fit. They keep fit even though they're over 50.
That has been short and cut down to the deep point area. They'll grab a couple more runs. And looking at these two batters, how they have been batting for the past 10 to 15 minutes, it looks like that they are going to take after the bowlers. Right after the drinks break, since then, they have come really hard at the bowlers. And the plan is clear. The message from the dressing room is clear as we speak. That has been once again lofted over extra cover. Good bit of fielding down at the deep extra cover area. 2 more runs added to the total, taking the total up to 198 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Well, one of the reasons that India have got wickets in hand, they only lost 3, so they got 7 wickets in hand, where at the tail end of the 36th over. So 9 overs will be left after this over is completed. And when you got wickets in hand, you can take chances. Don't forget that Khan also is batted well. He's on 41 of 50. Abhijit is on 41 of 29. He has been more aggressive.
Khan has been batting out very sensibly. He has been out there for some time. So he's making sure that he hangs out. Probably he's the man who should be hanging around maybe until the 43rd or the 44th over. While Abhijit, who has been the aggressive batter who needs to be really going after the bowlers. As we speak, it completes over number 36, India, 199 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Right, so the 200 has come up for India after 36 overs. 200 run rate is 5.56 runs an over. They look to get that up to about 6 runs an over.
Looking at the way these two batters have been batting, I'm sure they are going to hit that mark really quick and fast. And once again, Abhijit dances down the track and beautifully places it down to that gap at deep extra cover for another boundary, taking the total up to 204 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, that was too short, and Abhijit was using his feet. In fact, he was down the track and he had eyed that spot. He knew that the sweeper cover was vacant, and look at that. The way he executed, he executes well.
Once again, it has been slog swept down to deep mid-wicket, and will be 4 more runs. They are taking on the skipper of the Wales, the most successful bowler in this IMC World Cup as well in the history, grabbing 50 wickets in total. But Abhijit, that's his half century. What a knock by this batter. 50 of 32 deliveries.
Yes, Abhijit Ganguly is his full name. And he's really taken a liking to the bowlers. That one, where is that gone? Out caught. Excellent catch at long on. What a catch that's been.
That's a very good take. It's a very good take. Deep down at the long on area. It was played into that gap between square leg and long on. But the long on fielder running across and grabbing a very important catch, because Abhijit was looking quite dangerous. He was taking on the bowlers really hard, and a very good catch. A valiant effort from that fielder. And that's the 4th wicket down. Abhijit Ganguly out for 50 after a brilliant inning of 33 deliveries. And once again, Yuan the skipper managing to grab that wicket and bring in the breakthrough. And India 208 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Mama Gajaman.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Right, there we are, 208 for 4 India after 36.3 overs, and they're going at 5.7 runs and over. Vinayak Samant is the new man who walks out, takes his place with the departure of Ganguly. So news from across the wall, in fact from the MCA Grounds, Australia were bowled out for 88 by England. Well, poor score indeed. England will smack their lips to get those runs very quickly.
As we are back live from the MCA Cricket Grounds, Yuan Rees continues with his right arm off spin.
Let's look at that last wicket that fell, that catch that was taken. Ganguly, the man who was dancing down the track. Look at that, nicely flighted. He was down the track almost and hitting it on the onside, out towards long on. And look at that catch being taken. Well judged. Fell over while taking it, but made sure he didn't lose track of the ball.
The new man in Samant. Another right-hand batter. This is another quick single. This has been very good batting by the Indian team. They have managed to grab those quick singles and twos and made sure that the scoreboards keep moving on. Vinayak Samant managed to grab 34 runs in his previous encounter against New Zealand as well. That's an outside edge that will run down to the third man boundary. He's trying to slash it outside the off stump, manages to get that outside edge. Welcome runs for the Indian team, and that takes the total up to 215 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Yes, every single edge will bring some boundaries as well. So Samant and Khan will be also making sure they'll try and get some quick runs. 37 overs completed, so we got just 8 overs left in this innings. Could they get to 300? I doubt very much, because they'll need to go at over 6 runs and over to get there.
Looking at the previous over, even though a wicket was taken by Yuan Rees, they managed to grab 15 runs, which is really good after a fall of wicket. Dances down the track, inside out, but we do have protection at the cover boundary. Just a single. These two batters, they are really looking to go hard at the bowlers. Intentions very clear. They are going to go really hard at the bowlers, and I would just like to see maybe the opening fast bowler Bukari being introduced into action, because the spinners have been taken to the cleaners as we speak. That's another boundary from Khan. Once again outside the off stump, over Crowber, down to the boundary for 4 more runs.
Yes, so Khan moves on to 49 of 52. He's really picked up on the tempo. And look at that, it's flighted. Khan, no problems at all. He's picked that gap so well. Yes, talking about Bukari, he's got plenty of overs up his sleeve, so I'm pretty sure half this over is completed. We'll see Bukari also in action, because he's a crafty bowler and a class bowler as well.
Absolutely. I just feel that the spinners are getting a bit tired now. They're finding it hard to hit their good lengths. And look at that single again. Just pushed and taken off right after the shot was played. Very good thinking after a boundary. This is exactly what you need to be doing as a batter. And that's 50 for Khan. It's a well-deserved innings. Well-deserved 50. Iqbal Khan, 50 runs or 53 balls. Just the 4 boundaries, which is the key highlight for me. Eric, what do you think about that running between wickets.
The running has been absolutely good. Really pushed the fielders as well. Look at that run rate, 5.89. They'll get a 265 at this rate, but they'll want to go better than that.
Once again, it has been swept and swept hard over the mid-wicket fielder for 6 more runs. Tried to give it a jump and grab it up, but unfortunately, it was placed beautifully over that fielder. And that takes the total up to 227 for the loss of 4 wickets.
That's a good shot, excellent shot. In fact, they're not big boundaries here. And that's the reason they can get those 6 of those well. And 6 followed by a single.
Right, then I believe that Johan Rees really needs to come up with a different plan right now, because they're going really hard after the spin bowlers. Looking at Emmett's figures, 8.5 over 68 runs, and he has managed to grab 1 wicket, which is really a concern right now for the Wales team. And that completes over number 38, and India 229 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 being played in Sri Lanka. We're down to the last few games, in fact, in this tournament. The final to be played tomorrow. And what cricket we've seen over the last 2 weeks. Excellent cricket. Good comradeship as well from all the teams. They've enjoyed themselves. Even though it's hot and humid. And we are seeing Bukhari come back in the attack. Now, Bukhari is the one man who could really put pressure on the run rate. The run rate has climbed up to 6.03. So they get to 271 if they go at this rate. At 8 and over, 285. There we are, so 6.03. But Bukhari will be one man who will try and really restrict the scoring. He bowls well with himself, the left armer. And now it's going to be a contest between bat and ball.
Absolutely, as we were just speaking during the previous over, that they need to do a change. They need to bring on the fast bowlers into action, because the spinners were taken into cleaners. And look at that previous over as well. They have managed to grab 14 runs out of that over. So the last 2 overs have been very costly, where they have managed to grab 29 runs of the previous 2 overs with a run rate of 14.5, which is really good batting by the Indian batters. Both these 2 batters currently going really hard at the bowlers.
Right, so Samant, he's on 11 of 5. Khan is on 52 of 55. And the run rate of 6.03, will it drop down to under 6 runs and over? We'll have to wait and see. Bukhari into his 6th over, none for 18 his figures. So he's got 3 overs left after this one is completed. But he's also struggling a bit. Perhaps he's got some problem with his knee. We'll have to wait and see whether he will continue to bowl. I had a word with the captain as well.
Well, Eric, if you're a fan of the Wales, that's not a good side, because Bukhari is your main attacking bowler, and he's finding a little bit hard, maybe a small niggle in his knee. I just wonder, he may be trying to get a short run-up as well.
Yes, he'll bowl with the shorter run-up, no doubt about that. But he wouldn't want to let the side down. He'll want to finish his 9 overs, because he knows that he's an important bowler in this Wales lineup. We've seen that in previous games as well.
In fact, he's the highest wicket taker of the tournament.
That's right.
Oh, that's really interesting. Looks like he's bowling a bit of finger spin over there with the wicketkeeper up to the stumps.
Yes, he's hiding the ball, in fact. Look at him once again. He hides the ball behind his back. There we are. Can you see that? That's what bowler will want to do. not to allow the batsmen to see as to what they are bowling.
That was lovely. He just fired it in. Lovely delivery by Bukhari. I mean, this is really good to watch. Being a fast bowler, you get a niggle on your knee, come back and bowl some finger spin. That's really interesting.
Here we go again, hiding the ball. Right, there we are. So Bukhari strikes. That's what they expected to do. Playing across the line was Khan. Very straight delivery from Bukhari. Picks up that wicket. And India lose their 5th.
Well, I'm surprised. Look at this. You being the highest wicket taker of the tournament as a left-arm fast bowler, and suddenly you walk out as a finger spinner and you grab a wicket in your very second delivery, being a spinner. That's really impressive by Ali Bukhari. Is making sure that he never lets his team down. That's the fighting spirit we expect from this game of cricket. And as the players are taking a very short break, the Indian total sits at 231 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So Iqbal Khan, the man out. Bukhari picking up the wicket. And that was a very fine delivery, very straight indeed. And Khan playing across the line was ruled out LBW by the umpire, no doubt about that as well. So losing wickets at this stage for India does not go well. They'll want another partnership coming. Mandy, the new man who walks out, the left-hander.
Mandar Padke, another aggressive left-hand batter. He managed to score 81 runs of 72 deliveries in the previous game between New Zealand and India. So he's out there with someone who is looking in good touch as well.
This will be a test. Bukhari will test him because Bukhari is a fine bowler, 1 for 19 or 5.4. And, well, he'll be tested.
Well, I'm really enjoying these scenes because I have been seeing Bukhari throughout this tournament bowling beautiful and perfect left-arm fast bowling, but coming in here, he's bowling some beautiful finger spinners, creating a lot of doubts in the minds of the batters. It's really nice to see how they adapt to their conditions, but still while not letting their team down.
Yes, so Padke is off the mark with a single. Last ball of 39th over coming up. Tickle for one more run, and that will complete the over as well. Leg by called. 39 overs completed, and India 233 for 5.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකාංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
"39 overs done for the day. India 233 for the loss of 5 wickets after deciding to bat first, which looked a tricky surface in the morning, but looks like that it's turning to be a good surface to bat on. So the more you hang out there, you figure out the conditions, you get used to the pace of the pitch, and then you can take a move on."
Taken on the full this time, hit away towards sweeper for a single. Now, this is the same pitch that was used for the Sri Lanka-Australia game a couple of days ago. And Sri Lanka made 298 all out in their 45 overs in that game. They batted first. They were put into bat by the Australians, and the Australians just, they could make only about 130 odd runs. So they lost very badly in that match against Sri Lanka. And today, the performance against England, I think, must be something that they'll be very, very disappointed with.
Exactly. So, looking at the conditions during the morning hours, we were just discussing that maybe the first 30 to 45 minutes it might have been a little bit hard to bat on, but the two opening batters, they made sure that they did not throw away their wickets during that session. They just hung out there, got used to the pace of the pitch. They were scoring at rate around 4.5. But they made sure that they did not throw away their wickets, which has really helped them towards the end of their innings. With wickets in hand, they are in a very good position to go and score big at this point.
Yes, in the morning we saw the ball bouncing a bit extra bounce in the morning session. And we saw Bukhari when he was bowling. He was not bowling express fast. A no ball has been called. Perhaps it's on the field placings. Here he's counted the fielders, the umpire. There we are. So perhaps they got one extra field outside the circle. The no ball from Asoka De Silva as well. The free hit coming up. Now this is something the captain has to keep a tab on as to how many fielders are inside the circle. So Mark Davis into his 7th over, 1 for 21 his figures. Checking with the umpire again. Is there a free hit? Yes, he says, Asoka De Silva. Oh, taken on the full. Clubbed away on the onside, but finds a fielder at deep mid-wicket. But they come back for 2. That's well run. So aggressive in their running. They take that first run so hard and so fast.
This has been the story throughout the day for the Indians. These batters have really run their singles and the twos hard and nice, which has really helped them with a healthy score at 241 for the loss of 5 wickets as we are edging towards the end of the 40th over. And I'm pretty sure we are going to have a huge end during the last 5 overs, because they are in a very good position right now where they can go out really hard against the bowlers and give it a big launch, and maybe they might end up at least around 280 plus at the end of 45 overs. That's another single added to the total as we complete over number 40. India 243 for the loss of 5 wickets. Right then, we are into the last 5 overs of the Indian innings. 243 for the last of 5 overs. I have Vibhuda joining me in the combox. Good afternoon, Vibhuda, but it's not a very good afternoon because it's really hot and humid out there. We are feeling the heat as well.
Yes, definitely. Good afternoon, Iran. In fact, the only good afternoon that we'll be getting is from the Indian side because they're 243 for the loss of 5 wickets. The ideal score would have been 250. But now they've got 5 overs to reach those 7 runs. So I think they can go on to make at least a 270 run score, putting the Welsh side in some serious trouble as he sweeps it, managed to get some bottom edge into it, and there goes to the boundary from the fine leg region. That's 4 runs. Papare concedes 4 runs with his, like you said in the previous overs, with his, what do you call it, finger spin? Exactly.
That was down the leg side and nicely paddle swept by the batter. Very well placed, in fact. We had a short fine leg fielder in place, but he just made sure he placed it finer as the ball ran down to the boundary for 4 runs. Very welcome runs to India. 247 for 5. Well, I do prefer a total about 200.
There goes another sweep shot. That time wide of the deep mid-wicket fielder, through the gap between mid-wicket and long on. 4 runs. So on the offensive here, Samant, 23 off of 13. Papare adapting to conditions, trying to go for those spin deliveries, wrist spin. But he's been expensive so far. 2 consecutive boundaries here, and that's exactly what the Indian team has to do as well. Be on the offensive this time. On length, managed to get back onto it. Slightly outside edge there. The ball travels straight towards the short extra cover fielder. Rotates, strike.
Well, that's a good comeback by Papare. He was bowling a little bit slow, giving it a little bit of air the previous couple of deliveries. But here after he was beaten up for 2 boundaries, coming back strong, using all of his experience, throwing it a little bit harder and maybe hitting it a little bit hard onto the surface as well to try and make it a little bit on the shorter side, which was really successful. Just a single, but once again, good running by the Indian batters. 2 boundaries and a single, rotating this strike, keeping the scoreboard moving on. This is all around good cricket by the Indian batters since morning.
Definitely playing smart there. Again, another push towards the long off region, just for a single. I mean, despite it being a single, now if you look at the overall over, 5 deliveries bowled, 10 runs conceded so far. So that's absolutely brilliant. And that's exactly what you need. So it allows them, with 4 overs remaining, to go for that 270, 275, 280 total. That is putting some serious pressure on the Wales team. This time Papare again round the wicket. Some flatter, a half-hearted appeal by the wicket-keeper there. But no harm done. No bat involved either. So that ends the 41st over. 4 overs remaining, 253 for the loss of 5 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
If you're just tuning in, India winning the toss today morning, deciding to bat first at the Mercantile Cricket Grounds here in Colombo, Sri Lanka. There are 253 for the loss of 5 wickets after 41 overs. It has been, all in all, a good batting performance by the Indian batters. They got a very good start and then they continued that momentum. Couple of good partnerships in the middle as well, and now they're taking on the attack to the Wales bowlers during these last few overs, which shows that the longer you hang out there, that you'll get the chance to go on to score big.
Yes, definitely more than the 254 score margin. It's just the fact that they have 5 wickets in hand. That's the most important factor. That means they've managed the innings well as Mark continues with his left arm spin round the wicket. Tries to go for that big shot last moment. Decides otherwise. Guides it towards the third man region. Goes for a single. So smart batting there might not have been as full as he expected. It was on length, good delivery there, treating the delivery on its merit, changes end for a single, and that's exactly what they should be doing. But like I said before, 255 years, but they managed the innings so good. They've only given 5 wickets. This time dancing down the pitch, tries to hoist it. A few bounces straight towards the long on ridge, and again a single. 3 balls delivered, 3 singles.
In fact, if you look at how Mark has been bowling, he has been the pick of the bowlers. He has grabbed 1 wicket as well. He has bowled 7.3 overs, considered just the 29 runs. But in this over, the last couple of deliveries, the 2 batters were trying to go hard at him, but he never gave pace. Look at that delivery as well. The batter trying to come down the track and go big at it, but he's slowing it down. The ball is never arriving, and the batters are finding it really hard to get that pace and back it out the ground. So this is the tactic. This is how you need to be bowling if you are a spinner. You need to slow it down really so that the batter will find it really hard to generate that pace.
That time round the wicket to the left-handers as well. Lofts it. 1 bounce, 2 bounce straight towards the long off fielder. So 1 run. So Mark has been bowling extremely well, yes, definitely, but Indians have been responding to it quite well as well. 5 deliveries Mark has bowled in this over, 5 singles. So far, if they manage to end this over with a boundary, it will be a fantastic over for the Indians as Samant faces Mark. That time reverse sweeps it, managed to get some bat to it if I'm not mistaken, and goes towards the third man region. No third man there. The ball is travelling slowly towards the boundary line, and that's 4 runs. Like I said before, all they needed was a boundary. Had it not been for those 5 singles, it would have been just 4 runs conceded that over. But 5 singles and a boundary ends the over. 9 runs conceding, and that ends the 42nd over. 263 for 5. Oh, it's been signaled 5 wides. So more runs coming India's way. I thought there would have been a genuine bat there. Yes, and the ball did travel fast as well because Mark is not the fastest of bowlers. But again, reverse sweeps again. This time short, managed to get some bottom edge towards it, but straight towards the point region. No runs conceded, and that ends the 42nd over. So in this over, 10 runs conceded actually. 263 for the loss of 5 wickets.
The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है? पूछने वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है? तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान, हिलेगी जमीन, मचेगा घमासान. तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान, कहेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान. मेरे बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम, लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Dialog television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ my Dialog app මගින්.
Well, just 3 overs left in the Indian innings, and during the last 30 to 45 minutes, I saw lots of wet towels, ice bags, lot of liquids coming out to the field during overs because they are finding it really hard out there. It has been really hot. It's almost 1 in the afternoon here in Colombo, Sri Lanka as we speak. A loud appeal turned down by the umpire, probably sliding down the leg.
Yeah, as Bukari continues, it's 10 minutes past 1 here in Colombo. So that means the sun is almost at its peak right now. The conditions are the worst of them all. But the conditions are getting better. So once the Wales side is coming out to field, the conditions will be slowly, the sun will be going down. This time Bukari, almost a medium pace there. Feel like he's bowling a medium pace more than finger spin there. That delivery in particular. You're joining with us at the Mercantile Cricket Grounds with the Papare live telecast of the play finals between India and Wales. Right now, India 264 for the loss of 5 wickets. Bukari, the fast bowler at the start, now continuing with a slow medium pace. That time guided towards the third man region. A good shot there. No fielder station, but the ball stops right in front of the boundary, so not enough pace. But the batter should run for 3 there.
In fact, it was very good running once again. The key highlight of the day for me is the running between the wickets by the Indian batters. They have not just trusted in those boundaries, they have played the gaps well, and even in this occasion just placed it nicely down to the third man boundary, and they managed to grab 3 runs. It's been really good running by all the Indian batters who have been batting since morning.
Yeah, it was an interesting field as well to the right-hand batter, because the ball he is a left armer, so not having a third man is very, very interesting. Usually you would have a third man if this ball is... He's not exactly bowling spin, but if the ball is turning away from the right-hander, you would expect the fielding captain and the bowler to have a third man there. But right now it's a left-hander facing Bukhari. So for 4 runs conceded over 4 deliveries. That time it's full, lofts it high up. And the fielders are going in. No, it's a drop catch. Top edge there. Rightfully so, they should be going for runs. But unfortunately, the fielder just could not hold on to it. The ball flied high up.
Well, that was a huge skyscraper, trying to slog it over mid-wicket, getting that outside edge. And the ball just going right on top of the bowler's head, I would say. Maybe if Bukhari had tried to grab it, it would have been a chance, because the fielder was running in from the short mid-wicket area towards the non-striker's end. It was a long run, but fortunate for Padge, as Samant easily guides it down to the third man area for a single. That completes over number 43, India 269 for 5.
As we're back live, India 269 for the loss of 5 wickets, 2 overs remaining in their innings. Wales conceding a lot of runs here, putting themselves in trouble. Time left arm round the wicket, sweeps it towards the square leg region. I think a fielder should be there covering it up safely. Changes ends for just a single.
Considering the conditions, the previous over was a very good over by Bukhari. He just gave away the 6 runs in the 43rd over of the innings, and that's very good bowling by Bukhari. I mean, even though he's bowling a little bit of finger spin because he's finding it hard out there, I guess he's having a bit of a niggle as we speak. That's once again a drop chance at short mid-wicket, and the ball runs down to the boundary for 4 more runs. Welcome runs for India once again.
Yeah, that was too short by the bowler, but again, the opportunity came, a chance came. Obviously, right now, more than the catch, it's about stopping those runs actually, because 5 wickets are remaining, so understandable. It's not necessarily about getting those wickets, it's about stopping those runs, because the more runs you can see, the more runs you have to chase. That time, dances across the crease, and that time sweeps it towards the square leg fielders for just 1 run, 7 runs off of the 3 deliveries so far. As the fielders deservedly go for some water, rightfully so. You have to make sure that you make sure that you drink enough liquids, nutrients, as much as possible, because these conditions can be demanding. You have to toil yourself out there consistently, and you can't lose those levels of intensity either, because then the opposition would take advantage out of it, as Mark Davies bowls his 4th delivery. That time dances down the pitch, lofts it towards the long on range, and the fielder is there. Bounces and bounces over the fielder. 4 more runs. Could have stopped that. And they're conceding more and more runs here, Wales. Unfortunately, that will not do any good once they come to bat.
Absolutely. Since morning I have seen couple of missed chances, maybe more than a couple of missed chances, but unfortunately it was kind of a bounce, uneven bounce right in front of him. The ball bouncing and going over his head down to the boundary for 4 runs. But all in all, things have been very favourable for India since morning, and they have managed to bat out that hard pace during the morning hours. Especially all credits to the opening batters. They failed in their previous encounter between New Zealand. Both of those batters were cheaply given out, I would say, within the first 5 overs. But here today, they have taken those responsibilities onto their shoulders, and they gave a good start to the innings.
At that time, dancing down the pitch towards the mid-wicket region. No fielder there. That's 4 runs. 2 boundaries could have been avoided in this over, but that boundary, no chance for any fielder. The gap was perfectly pierced, and that's 4 runs. That's the 3rd boundary of this over. Consecutive boundaries coming off with the 4th and 5th delivery of this bowler. And there goes more runs towards the Indian side. Total 284. Good use of the feet there. And, well, 51 runs conceded by Mark in his allocated 9 overs. It's 8.5 overs right now, so he has a delivery remaining in the 44th over. 284 for the loss of 5 wickets as the batters change gloves, change gear. You should be changing gear because it must be sweating. It's hard to grip. Look at his jerseys. It's full of... It's literally glued to the players' bodies as Mark bowls. The final delivery lofts it up, outside off. Player nicely leaves it, and the umpire does not call it wide. The player expected it to be wide. Papare there. Should have gone for some strokes there. But unfortunately for him, it's a dot delivery. End of 44 overs, 284 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Right, then we are into the last over of the Indian innings. 284 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. And with these 2 batters very well settled, they would love to have a 16-run over. And they will be able to get over that 300 mark, which would be a huge target when Wales come out to bat. That's short, wide outside the off-stump, makes some room and cuts it nicely down to the deep point boundary for 4 runs. This is very good batting by Samant. He has been really aggressive since he walked out to bat. With that, he takes his tally up to 45 of 26 deliveries. And India currently running away with this scorecard. 288 for the loss of 5 wickets. 5 deliveries left. 12 runs. Let's see how it goes.
That time short, straight towards the fielder. No runs. So, bowling well here, Bukhari. However, having said that, his first spell was absolutely brilliant. Second spell might have been a bit expensive considering the circumstances, and especially since he is forced to move on to a much slower pace deliveries because of the pitch conditions, maybe because of the physical exertion, as well as they dance down the pitch towards the leg side, that was towards the mid-wicket region, and that goes for a boundary. An absolute ripper of the shot there, taking the ball from outside off and stroking it towards the mid-wicket region. More runs coming India's way.
Indians are taking it really hard at the Wales bowlers. They're finding it really hard. It has been 3+ hours since 10 in the morning. They're finding really hard to run across and stop those deliveries. It's boundaries all around the park for the Indian batters. It's 294 for the loss of 5 wickets. Just the 2 deliveries to end this. And surely they will be looking to end up maybe to grab that 300-run mark.
Very much possible here. Saman 42 unbeaten. Fantastic innings of just 26 deliveries. And complimenting him is Papare, 26 out of 17. Bukhari bowling the 5th delivery of the over this time towards off-stump. He lofts it towards the long on region. 1 bounce, 2 bounce straight towards the fielder. Just a single, so they've got 1 delivery remaining, and they're 5 short of that 300 mark. So Papare will be facing their final delivery. Not easy to hit a 6 off of Bukhari's deliveries, but an expensive over so far. 11 runs conceded, 1 delivery remaining as Bukhari bowls a left arm over the wicket. Last delivery of the innings. Time short, Tries to scoop it a bit, short and nicely. Smart play there down towards the fine leg region. That's 4 runs and ends the innings with a fantastic boundary. And that's 15 runs conceded, 45 overs done, 299 for the loss of 5 wickets, a target of a massive 300 runs.
That was very smart batting. He knew there was no fielder placed behind the wicket and he did not try to go hard. It was just smart batting by the Indian left armour. Nicely placed it down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs, and this is a very good performance by the Indian team. They started well and they managed to play nice and steady through that middle pace of the game as well. And what a finish towards the latter part of their innings, going really hard at the bowlers and ending on high at 299 for the loss of 5 wickets and setting a target of 300 for the Wales team. It's really not going to be easy.
So this is the Indian scorecard here. A fantastic start, making amends for their failures in their previous encounter against New Zealand. Sohail 72, unfortunate to get out for a hit wicket. Fakir 28 off of 34. Murugan, the lowest of the low scorers, LBW for just 9, and then 2 half centuries down in the middle by Khan and Abhijit, 52 and 50 respectively, setting the scene for a fantastic finish, and definitely a fantastic finish executed by Samant and Padge towards the end of the innings. 43 for Samant off of 27 deliveries, a high scoring 43, and then Padge also helping him out with 30 off of just 18 deliveries. So the score is 299 at the end of 45 overs for the loss of just 5 wickets, 15 extras included. The total, rather the target for the Wales team, is a mammoth 300.
Right then, here's a quick look at the bowling card as well. Nothing much to highlight, but Yuan Rees being the pick of the bowlers, managing to grab 2 wickets for 52 runs of his 7 overs. In the expensive side, Mark, I would say, was the highlight for me though, because he kept things economical apart from those last 2 overs which he considered 20 plus runs, managing to grab 1 wicket for 51 runs, and Bukhari and Emmett also managing to grab 1 wicket under their name. It was a brilliant partnership of 70 runs, and the second wicket was down at 90. And there again, good partnerships in the middle. And look at that last partnership, 68 runs for the 6th wicket, which was unbeaten and scored really, really fast. Here's a quick look at the highlights of the Indian innings. They started on really, really well. They took on the bowlers. The initial pace, I would say, it was a test, but both those bowlers made sure that they did not give away their wicket cheaply as they did against the New Zealanders. But Emmett came up with a beauty, grabbing up the first wicket, and once again, a similar kind of delivery, managed to get the second wicket as well. And since then, it was all India. They batted really, really well. The odd boundaries, and they were very comfortable in getting those singles as well. And look at that hit wicket. Unfortunate for Sohail after a brilliant knock of 72 runs. But all in all, it was a very good display of batting by the Indian batters. They started well, the middle part of the innings as well. They paced it well, and towards the end, with 5 wickets in hand, they went on really hard at the bowlers. It was kind of cheeky by Bukhari, bowling a bit of a finger spin, managing to grab 1 wicket under his name as well. And since then, it was all boundaries and heavy runs that were scored around the park. Right then, India ending up at 299 for 5. Wales needing 300 runs to win from 270 runs. Don't go too far away. We will be back soon after the lunch break with the Wales coming out to chase this mammoth total of 300.
දරුවන් ලෙජන්ඩ්ස් වැඩසටහන තුළින් අප ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ඉතිහාසයේ ප්‍රවීණයන් කීප දෙනෙක්ම ඔබගේ ආදරයෙන් ගෙනාවා. අද ඔබ අමුමට පැමිණෙන්නේ ඉතාමත් ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ ක්‍රිකටරයෙක්. ශ්‍රීමත් රොන් බ්‍රැඩ්මන්, ශ්‍රීමත් විවියන් රිචර්ඩ්ස්, ස්ටීව් වෝ සහ සචින් තෙන්ඩුල්කර් ක්‍රීඩකයින් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඉතාමත් ප්‍රවීණ වාර්තාවසක් තැබූ ප්‍රතිගමන් වුණාට ඔවුන් කිසි කෙනෙක් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට නවක පාරක් දායක කිරීමට හැකියාවක් ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ක්‍රීඩාවට නවක පාරක් දායක කළ ක්‍රීඩකයා ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෙක්. ඔව් තිලකරත්න දිල්ෂාන්. අයිබෝන්. දිල්ෂාන් ඔව් සාකච්ඡාව මුලින්ම ආරම්භ කරන්න කැමතියි ඔබගේ මුල් අවධිය ගැන යම කතා කරලා ඔබ කළුතර ඇදී වැඩම කෙනෙක්, ඒ වගේම කළුතර විද්‍යාලයෙන් ඔබ අධ්‍යාපනය ලැබුවේ. ඔබගේ පියා පොලිස් නිලධාරී, ඔබගේ සහෝදරයාත් තමත් හොඳ ක්‍රිකටරයෙක්. මට ඔබගේ උඩා කාලය ගැන කිසි දෙයක් පවසන්න.
කළුතර විද්‍යාලයෙන් ඉඳන් ඉස්කෝලේ පටන් ගත්තා. මගේ පළවෙනි පාසල යාපනයේ සිංහල මහාවිද්‍යාලය. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි කළුතරට එන්නේ. කළුතර තමයි ඊට පස්සේ පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳන් හැන්සන් වැදුනේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉස්ලාම් පටන් ගත්තේ කළුතර මහාවිද්‍යාලයෙන්. ඉතින් අවුරුදු 13 පාරේ ඉඳන් 19 පාරකම් ක්‍රීඩා කරා කළුතර විද්‍යාලයේ. ඉතින් එතනින් තමයි ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භය පටන් ගන්න. එක පොඩි ගමකින් පොඩි පාසලකින් තමයි මම
විශේෂයෙන්ම යම් කිසි කෙනෙක් කිව්වොත් එහෙම ඔබට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට තිබුණු ටැලන්ට් එකට වඩා ඔබ ක්‍රීඩාව ප්‍රගුණ කිරීමට තවත් මානසික කැප වෙලා වැඩ කර ක්‍රීඩකෙක් කියලා නිවැරදි.
ඔව් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මම සෑහෙන කැපයෙන් කරා, මානසික වුණා, ගොඩක් පරිත්‍යාග කරන්න වුණා. මොකද අපේ පාසලේ ඒතකොට ඒ දවස්වල මහා ලොකුට අපිට මුදල් තිබුණේ නැහැ, පාසුකම් තිබුණේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ගොඩක් අපහසුතාව මැද තමයි මේ ගමන මම හිතන්නේ. ඒ නිසා තමයි අර අමාරුවෙන් ලබා ගත්ත දේ නිසා තමයි අමාරුවෙන් ඒකට දෙකද සෑහෙන කාලයක් රට වෙනුවෙන් ඒකේ මේ මාන්සියෙන් ගත්තේ තමයි රට වෙනුවෙන් දෙන්න මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ. දැන් අවුරුදු 18ක් කාලයක් ඒක දිගටම මම ඒ දක්ෂතාවට ඇවිල්ලා මේ මයිදානේ වාර්තාවට එන්න ශක්තිය ලැබුණේ. ඒක පොඩි කාලෙක කරපු කැපීම් එක නිසා කියලා මට හිතෙනවා.
පොඩි කාලේ විතර නෙවෙයි විශේෂම ඔබ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට ආවට පස්සේ සෑහෙන කැපවීම් කරලා ඔබට පුරුදු නැති රෝල්ස් පවා ඔබ ප්‍රගුණ කරලා සෑහෙන දෙයක් කණ්ඩායමට ලබා දෙනවා.
ඔව් මම මුලින්ම එන්නේ කණ්ඩායමට කල්වක් ඉන්නේ එක්සාප්තිවල කැඩේදී. ඉතින් මට තේරුණා යනකොට ඒ අංශ දෙකෙන් විතරක් ඉදිරියට යන්න අමාරුයි. ඒ නිසා තමයි මම පොලිස් වලදී ගොඩක් පන්දියවල පිටිකරුවන්ට සෑහෙන කරලා පන්දුව ට්‍රේනින් වල කරලා අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. තරගයකදී පන්දියවන වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩීස් වල ඒ තරගයේදී හොඳින් පන්දියවල පොඩ්ඩක් ලබා ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි කණ්ඩුල්ලු මේ පන්දියවන එකටත් මම කණ්ඩායමට සේවය කරන ඊට පස්සේ ටිකරුවේ කැටියටත් හැම තැනම බැට් කරා. නම්බර 7 ඉඳන් මයිදාන බැට් කරපු තරක් නැහැ. බෝඩ් අතර දුන්නත් පළවෙනි ඕවරෙත් දාලා තිනවා, අන්තිම ඕවරෙත් දාලා තිනවා, ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකෙත් ඕපනින් බෝල් කරලා තිනවා, වන් ඩේ එකෙත් ඕපනින් බෝල් කරලා තිනවා. ඉතින් චැලෙන්ජ් ගොඩක් බාර දුන්නා. හැම චැලෙන්ජ්ම මම සාර්ථකව ජයගත්තා. ඒවා තමයි තරගවලදී කළු රකින්න වුණා. ඉතින් හැම දෙයක්ම මම හිතන්නේ මගෙන් වෙන්න ඕනේ 100% මගේ රට වෙනුවෙන් මම දුන්නා කියලා මට සන්තෝෂෙන් කියන්න පුළුවන්. සන්තෝෂෙන් දැන් මගේ ඇල්ලා පස්තැල්ල වෙලා මම සතුටින් ඉන්න පුළුවන්. මගෙන් වෙන්න ඕනේ යුතුයකම ඉස්සු වුණා කියන එක.
වර්ල්ඩ් කප් ෆයිනල් එකෙත් ඔබට විකට් එකක් තියෙනවා. විරාට් කොහ්ලි කවරෙන් බෝ.
ඔව් ඉතින් මම ඒ උඩ බඳව ලැබුවට පස්සේ ඒ විරාට් කොහ්ලි ගෞතම් ගම්බීරෙක් ලොකු පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් තිබුණා. ඒ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එක බිඳ දැම්පට පස්සේ මම හිතුවා තරගෙ තියෙන ජයග්‍රහණය ගන්න පුළුවන් එකලන. නමුත් අවසනාවට එදා එතනින් එහාට අපිට කන්ෆියර් කරගන්න බැරුණා ලෝකුස්ලාන්. ඉතින් තාමත් මතක් වෙනවා ඒ 2011 ලෝකුස්ලාන්
අතරකට ගොඩ දැකලා තිනවා. ඒ ලෝකුස්ලා අවසාන තරගයේ පරාජයද ඉතාමත් දරා ගන්න අමාරු.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම මොන තරගේ පැවැදුනත් හරි අමාරුයි. නමුත් ලෝකුස්ලානේ අන්තිම තරගයට ඇවිල්ලා පරිදිච්ච එක ගැන ගොඩක් කනගාටු. විශේෂයෙන් 2011 ලෝකුස්ලාන අපි ගොඩක් හොඳින්ම ක්‍රීඩා කරා. අපිට ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න තිබු ලෝකුස්ලානේ. අද අපි අතින් ගොඩක් වැරදි වුණා. ඒ අවසාන මාතනගේදී අපි නොකළ යුතු වැරදි ගොඩක් කරා. මම හිතන්නේ ඒ නිසා තමයි ලෝකුස්ලානේ ඒ අපෙන් ගිලිවුනේ. ඉතින් ඒක පස්සෙල්ල බලද්දී අදටත් සෑහෙන දුකයි. මොකද ලෝකුස්ලාන තව කියන්නේ 50 ඕවර් ලෝකුස්ලාන එක මම හිතන්නේ කාටත් මැදට මාක් කරන්න බෑ මම හැමදාම මේ දේ කරා. ඊළඟ වගේ හැම වෙලාවෙම බෝල දෙන්නේ කඩුලක් ලබා ගන්න පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් කරනවා. ඒ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් ඉදලා තියෙනවා සෑහෙන්න. ගොඩක් තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කළා දීලා දිනවා හැම නායකයෙකුටම මගේ ප්‍රේම මම හිතනවා මම සාධාරණයක් කරගෙන රටට මම හිටපු නායකයන්ට
අපි ක්‍රීඩාවේ කතා කරද්දී ඔබගේ පිටි අරමෙන් දැක්කපු දස්කම් තමයි වැඩියෙන්ම කතා වෙන්නේ. නමුත් මේ පන්දු යැවීමෙන් contributions සායි වගේම directed catches අමාරු catches ගත් එකෙන් තරණ වෙනස් කරන විදිය ගැන වැඩි කතා බහට ලක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔබගේ ප්‍රියතම රන් අවුට් එක directed එකේම නැත්නම් catch එක මොකක්ද?
ගොඩක් තියෙන එකක් කියලා කියන්න බෑ. මොකද මට ඕන්ලා තිබුණා ලෝකේ හොඳම පන්දු රකින්න වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මම මුලින්ම ක්‍රීඩා පටන් ගත්තේ පන්දු රකින්න එකට පාසලේ ඔක්කොම. නමුත් ජාතික කණ්ඩායමේදී ඒක ග්ලව්ස් එක පැත්තකට තියලා මොකද කළුවේ තමයි හිටියේ කන්ට්‍රැක්ටින් ඒ දවස්වල. හැබැයි මට ඉලක්කයක් තිබුණා කොහොම හරි ග්ලව්ස් එකට සම්බන්ධීලා මේ පන්දු රැකීමේ අංශයෙන් උපරිම ඉහළට යනවා කියලා. ඉතින් මම ගොඩක් පුණේ නියුර වෙලා මගේ පුණ කලොත් එක්ක එක්ස්ට්‍රා වැඩ කරා. අය විනාඩි 45 බෝල 200 300 800 මගේ ඉලක්කයට යන්නේ. ඉතින් එහෙම මාස 6ක් විතර ට්‍රේන් කරලා පස්සේ ලෝකයේ හොඳ පන්දු රකින්න වෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ ඒක ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේදී එක එක්දිනතරදී රන් අවුට් 4ක් ගන්න එකම මැච් එකේ. ඉතින් එකක් කියලා කියන්න බෑ. උඩපන්දු ගත්තත් සෑහෙන්න තියෙනවා. විරාට් කොහ්ලි උඩපන්දු ස්විච් එකේ වගේම චැම්පියන්ස් ට්‍රෝෆි එකේ ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවත් එක්ක අපිට අන්තිම විකට් එක ගන්න බැරුව කෙන් මැකේ තනිය අතට කැච් එකක් කරලා මේ මැච් එක ලකුණු වේදනය කරලා අපෝ 15ක් ඒකට ගහන්න තිබුණේ. ඒ උඩපන්දු ඒ මගේ සේවනේ උඩපන්දු. ඉතින් ගොඩක් දේවල් තියෙනවා මෙමරිස් මගේ ලොන් කැරියර් එකේ.
දැන් ඔබ කවද්ද මුලින්ම හිතුවේ දැන් මේ කඩළු රකින්න කැටිට ඔබට කණ්ඩායමේ නිත්‍ය ස්ථානයක් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා හිතනවාම කොයි කාලයකට හිතුවේ ඔබ පන්දු රැකීමෙන් සෑහෙන එෆර්ට් එකක් දානවා කියලා ඉස්සරහින් මම දැන් 2005 වර්ෂයේදී ට්‍රෙවර් පෙනිගේ පැමිණීමක් තුලින් පන්දු රැකීමේ අංශය ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ තමත් ඊළ දෙනවා. ඒ වකවානුවේද මේ දෙසින්දු
නෑ මම 2099 කණ්ඩායමේදී කඩළු රකින්න තමයි හිටියේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ කණ්ඩායමේ. නමුත් එතන එනකොට රොමේෂ් කලුරිතාන් තමයි කන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකේ ඉන්නේ. රොමේෂ් නිසා මට තමත් අය තමයි නායකත්වයේ හිටියේ. ඩ්‍රයිවර්ට් මොත් එකේ මට කතා කරලා කිව්වා කන්ට්‍රැක්ට් ඉන්න නැතුව තමයි මට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ චැලෙන්ජ් එක බාර ගන්න ඕනේ. මොකද ඒකම මම කොහෙවත් මේ පියවිතල තිබුණේ නැහැ. කන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකේ තමයි හිටියේ. ඉතින් මම ඒ චැලෙන්ජ් එක බාර ගත්තා. ඉතින් එදින් පස්සේ මම වැඩිපුර පන්දු රැකීමේ අංශයට යොමු වුණා. ඉතින් මම හිතුවා ඒක උපන් හැකියාවත් එක්ක ආපු දෙයක් සහ මගේ ආසාව මොකද මම මොන දේ කරන්නේත් හරි ආසාවෙන්. ඒ ආසාවේ ප්‍රතිඵලය සහ කැපීමේ ප්‍රතිඵලකයට තමයි අන්තිමට ලෝකයේ ක්‍රීඩාව සමුගatti අන්ත 3ෙම අන්ත 4ෙම උපරිම කරන්න මට හැකියාව ලැබුණා.
ඔබට මුලින්ම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරමින් ටූර් එකක් යන්න ලැබෙන්නේ එංගලන්තයට 1999 වර්ෂයේ ඉන්නෝවට්ටේ ආවා. ඔව්. ඒ වකවානුව වෙනකොට මම දන්නේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායම යම්කිසි අතාරයක් පසුබෑමක පස්සෙලා යොවුන් ක්‍රීඩකීන් වෙතට යොමු වන ප්‍රවණතාවක් තිබුණු අවස්ථාවක්. ඒදී ඔබ ඉතාමත් හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා එංගලන්තයේ ඒ තරගාවලියේදී. ඇත්තද ඔබට කණ්ඩායමේ නායකයා ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී සරත් ජයසූරිය ඔබට පිටක් දුන්නා කියලා කියන්නේ ඒ තරගාවට යන්න කලින්?
නෑ ඒ තරගාවලිය ඊට පස්සේ ගිය තරගාවලිය දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවට යන තරගාවලිය මොකද එංගලන්ත සංචාරයේ මම හොඳින්ම ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ලංකාවට ඇවිල්ලා එතකොට මම බෝල් කණ්ඩායමට සම්බන්ධ වුණා. ඒතකොට සරත් තමයි බෝල් කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. ඒ අවස්ථාවේ මට උගෙන් ඒ පිටක් ලැබුණා. ඒ පිටකෙන් තමයි ඊට පස්සේ දකුණු අප්‍රිකා ඒ සංචාරයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. එතනින් තමයි මට සිම්බාබ්වෙන් වරාපිල් වෙන්නේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායම.
සිම්බාබ්වේ 1999 වර්ෂයේදී. අද ඉන්න සිම්බාබ්වේ කණ්ඩායම නෙවෙයි. තමත් ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩකයින් ඉන්න සිම්බාබ්වේ කණ්ඩායමක්. නායකයා ඇන්ඩි ෆ්ලවර්, පොවට රායි බ්‍රොක්සන්, රාඩ් ෆ්ලවර්, මාරේ ගෝයින්, ඊට් ස්ට්‍රීට් සෑහෙන ප්‍රබලයන් ඉන්න කණ්ඩායම. ඔබගේ දෙවෙනි ටෙස්ට් තරගයේම ඩිවිෂන් ඔබ ලකුණු 160ක් පාස් කළා. ඒ මතකයේ අවධික
ඔය ඇත්තටම පළවෙනි තරගෙදී ලකුණු 9යි ලබා ගන්න ටෙස්ට් තරගෙදී. ඊට පස්සේ අපි රාඩවලට ගිහිල්ලා බෝනස් කරද්දී මට අදවයි ඔකේ අන්තය පැත්තේ ඉන්න ගන්නකොට කිව්වා ඔබ එහෙමමයි කතා කරේ මෙච්චර ලකුණු ගන්න තුනේ ටීම් එකේ මේක මේ ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් ගන්න එපා ෆ්‍රීලි ගිහිල්ලා හෙට මැච් එකේ ඒ ටීම් එකේ ඉතා ගහනවා කියලා ගන්න මේක ජාතිය මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරන ඒ කතා කරලා දෙන්නේ කොන්ෆිඩන්ස් එක මට ලොකු ශක්තියක් වුණා පවවදා. ඉතින් ගිහලා මම මට නිදාසේ ප්‍රෙෂර් එක හෙව්වීම ගොඩක් මොකද කණ්ඩායම දෙක පාට අග්ගොල් දෙන්න ආම ලොකු ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් තියෙන මොකද ඒ දවස්වල ලොකු නම් තිබුණේ කණ්ඩායමේ අපි අලුතෙන් ආපු ගමන් ඉතින් ක්‍රීඩාවට මේ තරුණ කෙවිගට ඉතින් ඒ වචනවල ලොකු ශක්තියක් ලැබුණා. ඉතින් මට නිදාසේ පවවදා කියලා ක්‍රීඩා ක්‍රිස් මගේ ස්ක්‍රීන් මට ගහන්න ලැබුණා. මම ඒ නිසා තමයි සාර්ථකුනේ තරඟේ දෙන්න තමගේ.
ඒ තරඟේ තවත් සුවිශේෂ තමයි ඉන්වන් සොයිසා කඩුවිතුක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඔබේ මතකද ඒ අවස්ථාව මොකද?
ඔව් මට නෑ මොකද මගේ දෙවි තරඟේදීම වර්ක්ස්වෙත කඩුවිතුක් ලබා ගැනීම ඉතින් ඒ අත්දැකීම් ගොඩක් ඒ තරඟවලදී ලැබුණා. මොකද දේශ ක්‍රීඩක ගොඩක් එක තමයි මට ක්‍රීඩා ගන්න ලැබුණේ තරඟවල. හැබැයි දෙවෙනි තෙත් තරඟට එනකොට මට අර නවකයෙක් කියන එක දැනෙන්න තිබුණේ හොඳ වටපිටාවක් හදලා දුන්නා ඒ හිටපු අයියලා ටික අපිට නැවතෙද්දී ඉතින් ඒකෙන් අපි ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. මම දැන් අපි හැමතිස්සෙම ඒගොල්ලෝ කරන දේවල් බලාගෙන ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්කම ඉඳලා ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. ඒවැ ප්‍රතිඵලයක් තමයි අපි එන්න දේවල් ඉගෙනගෙන අපිට දෙයක් ලොකු දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ රටෙන්.
සුළු ඉලාවකින් ස්ටාර්ට්
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
විශාල අවස්ථාවේදී තේරීම් කමිටුවේ සභාපති නිසිදත් වෙත්තමුනි මහත්තයා 1999 වර්ෂයේදී ගොඩක් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් කණ්ඩායමට පිවිසෙන අවබෝධ විතරක් නෙවෙයි කුමසන්නකාර එතකොට කින්දිකඩි සේරම් චාමර සිල්වා ගාන්වගේ ඉන්දියා ගාමිනේරා ප්‍රාංගනේරතෝ ගොඩක් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කණ්ඩායමට පිවිසෙනවා. මොහොන් බොහෝ දෙනෙක් ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට සෑහෙන කාලයක් ක්‍රීඩා කරපත් එක්කලා ඔබට හිතනවද ඔබගේ මේ ෆුල් පැකේජ් එකත් එක ෆීල්ඩින්ග් ද ෆෝන් ට්‍රැක් උදාහරණ ටික කීප් කරන මේ දේවල් දැක්සම යම් කිසි කරස්සනක් තියෙනකොට 2003 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක තෝරාගත්තේ නැහැ කියන එක.
ඔව් මොකද ඒ වෙනකොට මම ගොඩක් හොඳින්ම ක්‍රීඩා කරා. 2003 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකේ මම හිතුවා ඇත්තටම සහභාගී වෙන්න මට හොඳ අවස්ථාවක් තිබුණා. මොකද ලකුණු අතර හිටපු ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් මොකද ඒ වෙනකොට එංගලන්ත කණ්ඩායම ප්‍රාන්ත කණ්ඩායම ලංකාවට ඇවිල්ලා තිබුණා. ඒ තරඟ තුනේදීම සතක දෙකකුයි ලකුණු 99 කුයි ලබා ගත්තා. 2003 ලෝක කුසනාට සිලෙක්ෂන් එකට මාසයක් වගේ තීදි ඉතින් මම දන්නේ කොහොමද 2003 ඒ මාව කණ්ඩායමෙන් හිටියේ කියලා. හැබැයි ඒ වෙච්ච හැමදේම මම හිත ධෛර්යවත් කරගෙන මම නැගිට්ටා මගේ කික්ටෙන් ලකුණු ගහලා ප්‍රප්තිතට එකේ. ඉතින් ඒ වෙනකොට මම ලකුණු අතර හිටියා. මොකද ලකුණු අතර හිටියු නැති කීඩකෝ ලෝක කුසනාගේ 2003 ගෑට්ස්.
ඉතින් මේ වගේම ඔබ මැද පිටිනර්මේ කැටියට ඔබගේ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය ආරම්භ කරන්නේ නමුත් ඔබ අවසන් කරන්නේ තමත් සාර්ථක ආරම්භක පිටිකරුවෙක් ඇටියෙද මේ ස්විච් එක කොහොමද සිද්ධ වුනේ? ඒක ඔබම ගත්ත ඉනිෂියේටිව් එකක්ද නැත්නම් කණ්ඩායමේ යම් කිසි ආකාරයක වුණාවක තියුණු දෙයක්ද? ඒක නම් පොඩි පැහැදිලි
නෑ මම ගත්ත තීරණයක් මොකද මම ඒ වෙනකොට මැද පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කර තිබුණා අවුරුදු 7ක් විතර 99 2007 විතර නේද අවුරුදු 7ක් විතර මට ඒ හැකියාවෙන් 20%ක්වත් මට කණ්ඩායමට දෙන්න බැහැ. මම ඒ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු අවස්ථාව තැන්වලදී ඉතින් මම හිතුවා මට විලඩි දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. මොකද ඒකට ගන්න ගොඩක්ම තීරණයද ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාව සංචාරයක් තිබුණා. මම ඒ සංචාරයේ මාව ඩ්‍රොප් කරලා ගියේ. මොකද ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා සංචාරේ මම හොඳින් තාමත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තිබුණේ. හැබැයි ලොකුවට 100ව ගන්න කරනවා ලකුණු 20 30 ගාලා තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කළා තිබුණා. නමුත් ඒක හයිලයිට් උන්නේ නැහැ. මම නම් ඒ අවුරුදු 7 මම මැච් ගොඩක් දිනෙව්වට හයිලයිට් උන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද 20 30 ගාලා තමයි දින්නේ. මම තීරණයක් ගත්තා නෑ මම මීටරි දෙයක් කරනවා. එතකොට තීරණයක් අරගෙන මම එතකොට මම දැන් මායලයිටේ ආයකත්තේ එතකොට කණ්ඩායම ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවට ගිහිල්ලා තිබුණේ. මම මායට කෝල් කරලා කිව්වා මෙතනින් එහාට මාව මැදපෙළ පිටිවරකට සිලෙක්ට් කරන්න එපා. මෙතනින් එහාට මාව සිලෙක්ට් කරනවා නැෂනල් කණ්ඩායමට. මට ආරම්භ පිටිවරකට තමයි මම මේ ඉස්සරහට આવොත් එන්නේ. මැදපෙළ පිටිවරකට මාව සිලෙක්ට් කරන්න එපා කිව්වට පස්සේ කියලා මම ගිහලා ඩොමෙස්ටික් එකේ ඕපන් කරා. පළවෙනි මැච් එකේම 190 ගෝල්ස් එකට. ඒ තරගාවලියම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මම බ්ලූ ටින් ලෙඩර් ගෑවුවේ. හැම තරගයක්ම ඕවර් 25න් අපි ජයග්‍රහණය කරා හැම තරගෙන් ලකුණු අතරට ආවා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි මට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙන්නේ ආයි බංග්ලාදේශ වලට යන්න. බංග්ලාදේශයේ ටෙස්ට් මැච් දෙකෙන් ටෙස්ට් එකේ ෆස්ට් ඉනිස් 150යි සෙකන්ඩ් ඉනිස් 149ක් ගහලා ඊට පස්සේ තමයි පාකිස්තානට යන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්නේ එක් දින කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන්. එක් දින කණ්ඩායමේ 11 දෙනා අතර නෑ මම ක්‍රීඩා කරන 11 නැහැ. එදා සලේන මැච් එකේදී වෝම් අප් එකේදී උපුල් තරංග තමයි අරබියෝගේ ඇඟිල්ලේට බෝලයක් ඇදිලා උට ක්‍රීඩා ගන්න බැරි වෙනවා. ඉතින් මට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා මට අදවතේ ටොස් කරන්න යද්දි තමයි ඒ අවස්ථාව ඇති වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ ටීම් එක වෙනස් කළා මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා ආරම්භක ප්‍රතිවරකයට ඉස්සෙල්ලාම පාකිස්තානයේ ගෙදා ගන්න පළවෙනි තරඟයේදී ලකුණු 39යි දෙවෙනි තරඟයේදී ලකුණු 80යි තුන්වෙනි තරඟයේදී ලකුණු 130ක් තරලා තරඟාවදී වීරයා සම්මානවයි. එදා පටන් ගත්ත ඒ පයිතිබ්බ ආරම්භිත වෙකරිට මම ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් සමුගන්නකම් මගේ ස්ථානයේ කිසි කෙනෙකුට එන්න ඉඩ තිබුණේ නැහැ. මොකද හැම තරගයක්ම මම 2008 ඉඳන් 2016 වෙනකම් මම දැන් ලකුණු 8500 9000ක් විතර ලබා ගත්තා. අර අවුරුදු 8ටම ලබා ගන්න තිබුණ ලකුණු 1000 ගණනක් විතරයි. ඉතින් ලොකු වෙනසක් කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණා. ඒ තීරණයත් එක්ක මම හිතනවා මගේ ජීවිතේ ගත්තේ තව වැදගත් තීරණයක් තමයි ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව. ලොකු රිස්ක් එකක් ඔබ ගන්න. නෑ මම හිතුවා එක්ක ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව මෙතනින් මගේ ඉවරයි. එක්ක මෙතනින් තව ලොකු දෙයක් කණ්ඩායමට ගන්න පුළුවන් කියන එක. ඉතින් අර වගේ ලකුණු 20 30 ගහලා කණ්ඩායමේ ඉන්නට වැඩිය මම හිතුවේ ක්‍රිකට් එක මගේ නැති වුණත් කමන්නේ මම මේ තීරණය අරගෙන රිස්ක් එක ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ රිස්ක් එකක්. ඒ රිස්ක් ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ රිස්ක් ගන්න අපේ ජීවිතයේ හැමදේම රිස්ක් අරන් try කරලා බලන්න හරියන්නේ නැද්ද කියලා මම හිතන්නේ මම ගත්තේ හැම දෙයක්ම ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දිත් ගත්තේ රිස්ක් හැම දෙයක්ම හරි ගියා. ඒ නිසා තමයි මෙච්චර සාර්ථකව මගේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය සමුගන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ. ඔබ 2009 වර්ෂය ගැන කතා කළා. 2009 වර්ෂයේ ඔබගේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතයේ ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක අවුරුද්දක්. ඔබ CA ටෙස්ට් වල විතර කරේ වන් ඩේස් වලත් ගහනවා. ප්ලේයර් ද ටූර්නමන්ට් වෙනවා 2009 වර්ල්ඩ් T20 එකේ එංගලන්තේ පැවැත්වුණු ඒවා කතා කරන්න කලින් මම තව සිද්ධියක් ගැන කතා කරන්න කැමතියි. පාකිස්තාන ටුවර් එක ටෙස්ට් ටුවර් එක කන්නාවට වෙඩි වදින ටුවර් එක. ගොඩක් අය කියනවා ඔබ නොහිටින්ද එදා ඒ සිද්ධ වෙන විපත මීට වඩා ගොඩක් වැඩි කියලා. ඔව් ඒක ඇත්තටම හරිම මේ අමීරි අත්දැකීමක් ක්‍රිකට් පිරේ කැටියට මම හිතන්නේ කියනකොටත් මම කෙලින්නේ නැහැ. එදා නම් අද වගේ මතකයි එදා වෙච්ච සිදුවීම. මොකද ඒ හැමදේම මම දැක්කම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මම යන්නේ බස් එකේ ඉස්සරහම සීට් එකේ අපිට එක එක තැන් වල තියලා ප්ලේස් වල වාඩි වෙන සීට්. ඉතින් මම වාඩින් පළවෙනි සීට් එකේ ඉස්සරහ කොපි මැෂින් ඊට පස්සේ ඩ්‍රයිවර් ඉන්නේ. ඉතින් මම ඔක්කොම දැක්කේ කාර් දෙක රිවර්ස් කරනවා වේතුවක්කු ගන්නවා එළියට. මම හිතුවේ ඇත්තටම මේ දෙකොල්ල අතර ප්‍රශ්නයක් කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ කෙලින්ම බස් එකට වෙඩි දෙන්න පටන් ගත්තාම ඔක්කොම කෑ ගහනට නමුත් ඩ්‍රයිවර් තේම ෂොක්. මම ඒ වෙලෙත් හිතුවේ නෑ මේක අපිට වෙඩි දිනවා කියලා. මට ෆිල්ම් එකක් වගේ මේක. ඉතින් මම සාමාන්‍ය විදියට ඩ්‍රයිවර්ට කෑ ගැහුවත් ඩ්‍රයිව් කියලා අර තියා ෂොක් එකේ හිටියේ. ඉතින් එයාට කෑ ගාලා ඉතින් ලයිසන් ඔෆිසර් මට ඉස්සෙල්ලා මගේ සීට් එක ගත්ත කියලා මම යන පයින්ට් එකක් ගාලා මේ බාසාවේ කෙපමුට යන්නේ ඒව මම පුෂ් කරලා ගියේ. ඉතින් ඒක අමුතුම අත්දැකීමක්. මේ ඒ විතර නේ මම ගොඩක් වෙලාවේ මේ බුද්ධවත් වැඩ කරා. මොකද මගේ ඒකම ෆැමිලි එක ගිහලා හිටියේ මගේ වයිෆ්යි බබාට අතර මාස 3 මගේ දුවට මම ලයිසන් ඔෆිසර්ගේ ෆෝන් එකෙන් කෝල් කරලා කිව්වා මේම අපිට කරදරයක් කාමරෙන් එළියට එන්න එපා. මේ කවුරු ආවත් මම ලයිසන් ඔෆිසර්වයි අපේ කාමරේ දන්නේ කෙනෙක් තමයි. ඒ වෙනකොටත් හොඳ වෙලාවට එහෙම කියලා තිබ්බෙවම හොටෙල් එකේ කවුද ඇයට කෝල් කරලා තියෙනවා මේ ඔබ අස්බන්දාට කරදරයක් ඇටැක් එකක් පල්ලෙහාට එන්න ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකට යන්න කියලා. මම හොඳ වෙලාවට ඒ කියන්නේ සරස්මත් තිබිලා තියෙන ලොකු මේකේ. ඉතින් හැමදේම හොඳින් විසඳුණා. ඉතින් හැබැයි හරිම අමිංග දැකීමක් ක්‍රිකට් මයිදාන ක්‍රිකට් වල වෙච්ච ලොකු පරිබලන මගක. ඔක්කොරේ ඔබ කන්ස්පිරසියක් ගැන කවුද විශ්වාස කරන්නේ? මොකද යම් ආකාරයක සැක සහිත දේවල් ගොඩක් සිද්ධ වෙනවා. මොකද සාමාන්‍ය කණ්ඩායම් දෙකම යන්නේ එකට. එදා ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම විතරයි යන්නේ, පාකිස්තාන කණ්ඩායම වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔබගේ සිත් තුළ යම් කිසි ආකාරයක සැකයක් තිබුණ දේවල් තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ සමහරවිට තරඟයකට බැට් කරන ටීම් එක පරක් කරලා යනවා, ෆීල්ඩ් එකට ඉස්සලා යනවා. එහෙම දේවල් වෙනවා. හැබැයි මට හිතුනේ මේක මුලින් දැනගෙන ඉන්න කට්ටිය ඉන්නේ නැති කියන එක මට හිතෙනවා. ඒ වගේම නිෂාන් 2009 වර්ෂයේ තමයි ඔබ මේ ඩිස්කූප් කියන පහර හඳුන්වලා දෙන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට. එය 2008 ඉස්ලාම් ජාත්‍යන්තර තරඟ ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් ඉස්ලාම් ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් 2008 IPL තරගයක. ඔව්. මම කියන්නේ
ලෝකයේම මේ ගැන කතා බහට ලක් වෙන්නේ 2009 වර්ෂයේදී ඉයන් චැපල් පවා තවත් විශ්වයට පත් වෙලා කොහොමද මේ වගේ දෙයක් කරන්න කියලා ස්පෙෂලි ෆාස්ට් බෝලර් කෙනෙක්ට චර වේගින් දානකොට බය නැතුව මේ වගේ දෙයක් කොහොමද කරන්න කියන ගැන ගොඩක් කට්ටිය විශ්වයට පත් වෙනවා. ඔබ ඒ තරගාවලියේ වීරයක් බවට පත් වෙනවා. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ තවත් සාර්ථක තරගාවලියක් ක්‍රීඩා කරන හැම තරගාවලිය පුරාම අවසාන තරගයේ පරදෙනවා පාකිස්තානයට. මේ ප්‍රාග ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නට කොහොමද ඔබ මුලින් සූදානම් වුනේ? මොන වගේ දෙයක්ද ඔබට හිතුනේ මේ වගේ දෙයක් කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා? ඒ සාර්ථකත්වය ගැන අපිට
කිව්වගේ මොනියම් 2008 IPL තරගයක තමයි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න මට මතකයි. හෙන්ඩ්‍රික්ස් කියන ඕල්රවුන්ඩරට වේගපන්දය යනකොට මම ඉස්සරහට පැනලා ගන්නවා IPL එකේ බන්තෝසි කෙනින් 4-1. ඊට පස්සේ ගිල්කිස් තමයි කන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකේ ඔව් කඩුල පිටිපස්ස ඊට ළඟට එනවා. ඊට මට ඉස්සරහට යන්න බැරි තත්ත්වයකදී මට පොඩක් මම හිතුවා ඔක්ක එකන මුදු ලෝඩින් ගන්නවනේ කියලා හිතලා අර හැමෝම පැඩලේ ගානවා මම බැට් එක කෙනින් කියලා ගානවා කියලා හිතුවා තමයි ගැහුවේ. පළවෙනි එකම සාර්ථකව වැදුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ඊට පස්සේ ක්‍රීඩා කරගෙන ඊට පස්සේ ලංකාවට ආයෙත් මාස 3-4ක් ටෙනිස් බෝලෙන් මම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරා. මේ පාර මේ මොකද මට මේක වෙපන් එකකට මම යූස් කරනවා කියලා හිතාගත්තා වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකේ 2009. ඊට පස්සේ වර්ල්ඩ් කප් වෙනකම් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරලා ඒක ජාත්‍යන්තර තරග එකකවත් මම මේ පාර ක්‍රීඩා කරේ නැහැ. ලොකු සලානේ පළවෙනි මැච් එකේම ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවත් එක්ක සේන් වොට්සන් තමයි ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. එල්ල කළේ පාර. ඊට පස්සේ තරගාවලිය පුරාම මම ක්‍රීඩා කරා ඒ පාර එල්ල කරලා තමයි මේ තරගාවලියේ වීරය සම්මානය දිනා ගන්න ලැබෙන ගොඩක් ලොකු නැස්තරා. ඉතින් දැන් ලෝකේ හැම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ම try කරනවා රීල් ස්කූප් එක ගන්න. ඉතින් ගොඩක් ආඩම්බරයි ලාංකිකයෙක් හැටියට මට මගේ නමින් ක්‍රිකට් පොතට පාරක් හඳුන්වා දීම ගැන.
ඔබ මේ කියන්නේ IPL සමය ගැන දිල්ලි කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩා කරපු සමයේත්
දිල්ලි ක්‍රීඩා කරපු සමයේ second edition එක සවුත් අප්‍රිකාවට පැවැත්තුණා.
ඔව්. IPL වලින් ඔබට පදලප්පු මොන රේඩියේෂන්?
IPL න් අපිට ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගන්න මොකද අපි ජාත් කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට ගොඩක් රටවල ක්‍රීඩකයෝ එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ වුන් කොහොමද ඇසිරෙන්නේ කොහොමද තරගයකට සහභාගී වෙන්නේ රෙඩි වෙන්නේ කොහොමද මේ හැමදේම ඉගෙන ගත්තා. ෆයිනෑන්ෂල් එකෙන් ගොඩක් ශක්තිමත් වුණා. මොකද අප ආයත දේවල් තනිකර ආයෙ මොකද අපේ රටේ මුදල් ලැබෙන රටක් නෙමෙයි. ඉතින් අපිට රාජකාරිය වලට යන්න ඕන වැඩ කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒක කොහෙන්දනේ යනෝට වැඩේ පොලේ MS ආයතනේ. ඉතින් ඒ ලැබිච්ච මුදලුත් එක්ක බාහිර දේවල් ගොඩක් අමතක කරලා ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවටම සම්පූර්ණයෙන් මොකද මුදල් අතින් ගොඩක් ශක්තිමත් වුණා කියලා. ඒක මම දැන්ටත් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ලොකු දෙයක්. මුදල් අතින් විශේෂයෙන් අපේ වගේ රටවල් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මුදල් අතින් ලොකු ශක්තියක් වෙනවා. බාහිර දේවල් අයින් කළා උන්ට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවටම සම්පූර්ණයෙන් තරයික් යොමු කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ දේවල් ගොඩක් බෙනිෆිට්ස් තියෙනවා මේ IPL එකේ.
ඔබ කණ්ඩායම නායකයෙකුට පත් වෙන 2011 වර්ෂයේ තම අසීරු කාලයක් මොකද ඔබ බාර ගන්න කණ්ඩායම නායකත්වයේ මුරුයි ටෙස්ට් ක්‍රිකට් වල රිටයර් වෙලා ඉන්න දවස ඔබ නායකයෙකුට අනවුන්ස් කරලා සති දෙකක් යන්නම් වෙන්නේ කණ්ඩායම ප්‍රවීණතම වේග පන්දුයවන්න අවුරුදු 27 ටෙස්ට් ක්‍රිකට් වලින් සබ් ගන්නවා. ඒ අපිට තුනත් ඔබ නායකත්ව ධර්ම සමයේ යම් කිසි ආකාරයෙන් කකුලෙන් ඇදීමක් කරන ලැබුවයි කියලා.
නෑ ඒක මම මුතෙන් කියන්න ඕනේ ඒක මුල් ලංකාවම දන්නවා. ඉතින් හැබැයි මට නායකත්වයේ ගන්න මට කිසිම මොනවත් තිබුණ නෑ. ඉතින් මම කොහෙත්ම බලාපොරොත්තු දෙයක් නෙමෙයි නායකයෙක් කියන එක මට ඕනේ ක්‍රීඩාව කරද්දී කොහොමද මගේ උපරිමයෙන්ම රට සහ නායකයාට සහාය දෙන්නේ කියලා. ඉතින් හැබැයි අද වගේ මම DS අය හිටියේ චාමන් ඇට මං ගිහලා මට මේක එපා මේ තමයි ටිකකට දෙන්න මං ෆුල් සපෝට් එක එයා රික්වයිඩ් ඊටසේ එක මාසයකට මට අද දෙන්න. ඒ හැබැයි බාරගත්තට පස්සේ මම එම්පිටිම ප්ලෑන් එකක් හැදුවා මගේ කොහොමද මම මේක කරන්න කියන එක. මම ගොඩක් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගෙනාවා ඒ පොඩි කාලේදී. හැබැයි මට මම ප්ලෑන් එකක් හදාගෙන හැම වෙලාවෙම පුහුණු කරුමා වෙනවා. ආයේ ඒක පුහුණු කරොත් එක ප්ලෑන් එකක් හදලා ඒ පුහුණු කරා. පාගදනේ අවුරුද්දට පුහුණු කරුව 4 දෙනෙක් එක්ක මට වැඩ කරන්න සිද්ධ වුණා. හැබැයි ඒත් මම මගේ ප්ලෑන් එක ක්‍රියාත්මක කරා. මට තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගේන්න ඕන වුණා. වුන්ට අවස්ථාව දෙන්න ඕන වුණා. මොකද මම දැනගෙන හිටියා ඉස්සරහට යද්දී තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගෙනාවත් තමයි අපිට සේවාව වෙන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඒක තරගයක් මතක ඇති HSC එක මම ආරම්භ පිටිකරුවෙක් ඇටියට මට ඕනලා තිබුණා තරංග පරිණිතාන වගේ. නමුත් අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ, තැනක් නැහැ. හැබැයි මගේ තැන ඔහුට දීලා ආරම්භිතේ මම නම්බර 6ට ගිහිල්ලා පොවුත් ලකුණු ගැව්වා. මට 90ක් ගැව්වා. ඊට පස්සේ ලෝඩ්ස් වලට ගිහිල්ලා අපි දෙන්න අතර ලකුණු 200ක පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් දැම්මා. ඉතින් මම ගොඩක් හරි දේවල් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ මගේ එකම ප්ලෑන් එක තිබුණේ 2015 වෙනකන් කැප්ටන් කරලා ඒ කාලෙදි තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගෙනල්ලා ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස්ට 2015 නායකත්වයේ බාර දීලා 2015 ඉඳන් 2019 වෙනකන් ඔවුත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ඔහුට සහායයක් දීලා එහෙම වුණා නම් අවුරුදු 8ක් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ අපිත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන සංගම ආයද ඇන්ජලෝ එනම් අදටත් ඇන්ජලෝ කැප්ටන් මම හිතන්නේ මේ ක්‍රිකට් පෙතරින් තත්ත්වයෙන් එනම් මේ තත්ත්වයට වැටෙන්නේ නැහැ මගේ ප්ලෑන් එකේ ගියා. හැබැයි මට ඒක කරන්න ඉඩ දුන්නේ නැහැ. හරිදේ කරන්න ගියොත් අපේ රටේ කාටත් මම හිතන්නේ ටර්ෆ්මක් තියනවා කියලා. ඉතින් හරිදේ කරන්න ගියා මට එළියට යනවා.
තවත් ග්‍රාමකින් පසුවත් දාලා කටෙන්ට්.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ඉෂාන් ඔබ නායකත්ව ධර්ම අවදී ගොඩක් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයින් ටෙස්ට් කරන්න ලැබුවා. දිනේෂ් චන්දිමාල්, ලයිවර්ටි දිමාල්, නුවන් ප්‍රදීප්, කෞෂල් සිල්වා, වැනි බොහෝ ක්‍රීඩකයින් මේ තරම් ක්‍රීඩකයින් රාශියක් ක්‍රීඩාවට අනුන්වා දීම ගැන ඔවුන් කණ්ඩායමට ගෙනීම ගැන ඔබට ඇති තෘප්තියක් වුණා.
ඇත්තටම මම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි මොකද ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ අදටත් චන්දිමාල් වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ අදටත් රැස්කම් දක්වනවා. නමුත් අවාසනාවකට ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ව මට හරියට ගයිඩ් කරන්න වෙනවා අවුරුදු 4ක්. එහෙම මගේ නායකත්වයටදී ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ක්‍රීඩා කරා නම් මම හිතලා මීට වැඩිය වෙනස් වෙන්න දෙන්න මොකද ඔවුන් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ සහ දේශීය ක්‍රීඩකයෝත් එක්ක ඒ කරට කර ක්‍රීඩා කරලා අවුරුදු 3-4ක් හිටියා නම් ඔවුන් තමයි අපේ රටේ අනාගතය කියලා මම දැක්කා. ඒ නිසා තමයි මම තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගොඩක් වෙනවා මොකද අපි දන්නවා 2015 16 වෙනකොට අපි ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඔක්කොම කියන්නේ ඒක අවුරුදු 20 ගණන් වල ඉඳන් කරත් වෙලා අයින් වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ අපි කට්ටිය සංගම ආයතන මම රංගනේ රාත්‍රියේ මොයිලා වාචිල ඔක්කොම අයින් ඉදී අපිට තරුණ කණ්ඩායම අපි හදාන්න ඕනේ. ඒක මම දැක්ක නිසා තමයි තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගොඩක් මගේ නායකත්වයේ කෙටි කාලෙදී මම ගෙනාවේ. මොකද මම ඒක ඉදිරියේදී වෙනවා කියලා දැනගෙන හිටිය නිසා. නමුත් අවසනාවකට ඒ දේ කරගන්න මට බැරි වුණා. නමුත් නායකයෙක් හැටියට මම ගොඩක් සන්තෝෂයි ගෙනාවු ක්‍රීඩකයෝ කණ්ඩායමට ලොකු සේවයක් කළා.
ඔබගේ පළමු ටෙස්ට් තරඟාවලිය නායකයා හැටියට එංගලන්තයේ පැවැත්වෙන්නේ පළමු ටෙස්ට් තරඟයේ කාඩිෆ් වල ශ්‍රී ලංකා නම් 82කට දැවි යනවා. ඒ තරගෙන් පසුව පෝස්ට් මැච් ප්‍රෙස් කොන්ෆරන්ස් එකක පාස් කරන දේ තමයි අපි ඊළඟ මැච් එකේ ෆයිට් කරනවා කියලා. ටීම් එක ෆයිට් කරනවා විතරයි නෙවෙයි ඔබ නායකයා හැටියට ඔවුන් හොඳ ආදර්ශයක් ලබා දෙනවා. ලෝඩ්ස් පිටි ලකුණු 193ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඔබ සිතා ප්‍රථමණිගේ රෙකෝඩ් එක ගන්නවා වැඩිම ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණය ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයේ ලෝඩ්ස් පිටියේදී ලබා ගත්තා. මම කැමති දිශානේ තරගයක්.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඒ පළවෙනි තරගයේ අපි ඒ තරගයේත් අපි හොඳට හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරා. අන්තිම පැය එකමාරෙන් තමයි අපි තරගයේ පෙරදුනේ. මොකද අපි තරගයේ ගොඩක් වෙලාට ජය පෙරදින් තොරව නිමෙන් තිබ්බ තරගයක් ඒගොල්ලෝ නිකන් chance එකක් අරගෙන ඩික්ලෙයාර් කරේ. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන්ට මැච් එක දිනන්න අයිඩියා එකක් තිබුණා. ඇත්තටම තිබුණේ ඕවර් 30ක් වගේ තමයි අපිට බැට් කරන්න මැච් එක ඩ්‍රෝ කරන්න. නමුත් අවසානට ඕවර් 27 කියන්නේ අපි සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා දෙවි ගියා. ඉතින් ඒක මට හිතා ගන්නත් බෑ කොහොමද උනේ කියලා. නමුත් දෙවෙනි තරගයකදී මම හිතුවා නෑ මම ෆයිට් කරනවා අපි විතරයි හොඳ කණ්ඩායමක් කියලා පෙන්නනවා කියන එක. ඉතින් නායකයෙක් හැටියට මම මුලින් ඒ ආරම්භය ලබා දීලා මම 193 අඟිල්ල මගේ ඇඟිල්ල කැඩලා තිබුණේ දෙවෙනි දවසේ එනකොට ස්ටිවර්ට් බෝලේ වැදිලා. ඉතින් නමුත් ඒ හැමදේම දරාගෙන ලකුණු 190ක් ගහලා තරගයේ ජයපැරදින් තොරව නිමා කළා. තුන්වෙනි තරගයත් ජයපැරදින් තොරව නිමා කරා. ඉතින් ඒ දින තරගාවලිය 3-2ට පැරදුනා. අපිට ජයග්‍රහණ කාන්තුන ඉස්සපමණගෙන ක්‍රිස්ටින් අවාසනාංශුදි පැරදා. ඉතින් ගොඩක් සතුටුයි නායකයෙක්ට සමාර ගත්ත තියෙන සහ මම නායකයෙක් හැටියට ට්‍රිප්සේ මම ඇත්තටම තෘප්තිමත්. මොකද මගේ නායකත්වයට තමයි ඉස්සෙල්ලාම 20 තරඟාවලියක් ලංකාවේදී දිනන්නේ. ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවට ඒක පළවෙනි නායකත්වයේ ලැබිච්ච ගමන්ම සහභාගී වෙන ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා තරඟාවයි. ඉතින් ගොඩක් සන්තෝෂයි දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවේදී පරිණවාද ටෙස්ට් තරඟයක් ජය ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන. ඉතින් නායකයෙක් පොඩි කාලේදී කරපු දේ ගැන ගොඩාක් ඉතාමත් තෘප්තිමත්.
අපි දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවේ ඉන්න ගාන නිසන් මම නැවතත් කැමති දැනගන්න මේ ලෝඩ්ස් තරගය ගැන. ලකුණු 160ක් ලබා ගන්නවා ස්ටීවර්ට් පින්ගේ පන්දුවක් ඔබගේ මාප්තැංගිලි වැඩි තමයි ඔබට ද්විත්ව ශතකයේ අයිමි වෙන්නේ. කිසිම ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෙක් කද වෙනකන් ලෝඩ්ස් වල ද්විත්ව ශතකයක් වාර්තා කරන්නේ නැහැ. එම් කිසියකට කනස්සලා තියලා
ඇත්තම ලොකු දුකක් තියෙන. මොකද පළවෙනි දවසේ මාවෙද්දී මගේ ඇඟිල්ලට වැදිලා ඇඟිල්ල මාපට ඇඟිල්ල පුපුරලා තිබුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ කොමාරි දෙවෙනි දවසේ පේන් ප්ලස් එක ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ආයි ලකුණු 190 දී ආයි වදිනවකට මොකද පැක්චර් එක ගත්තා ඊට පස්සේ මම අත පනන්නෑ මොනවද වෙන්නේ කියලා ඒ නිසා තමයි තනිකර මේ පිටින්ම මේ බෝලේ මිස් වෙනවා ඒ කකුල වේදේ තමයි විකට් එකට යන්නේ. ඉතින් ගොඩක් දුකයි. ඉතින් දෙසතක ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් වුණා නම් ඒ කෙඩකේක් මම හිතන්නේ ලෝඩ්ස් පිටියේ සතක ලබා ගන්නවා කියන එක ලොකු දෙයක්. ඉතින් දෙසතක ලබා ගන්න තමයි ඉතින් ඒ සතුටක් කියලා නිම කරන්න බෑ. ඒකේ විශේෂත්වයක්ත් තියෙනවා. ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා තරම් දවසේ අපි පූර්ණිම වලට ගිහලා සාමාන්‍ය ලෝඩ්ස් වල තියෙනවා හැමෝගෙම නම් 100 ගහපුවා විකට් 5 ගත්තා. මම පුටුවට නැගලා මට චන්දිමාටද මම කිව්වා ටීම් එකේදී හෙට මගේ නම මෙතන මම ලියවනවා කියලා. ඒ වගේම ගිහලා මම 100ක් ගාලා මම එනකොටම චන්දිමාල් පෙන්නවා අවුට් වෙනකොට ආයේ නිකන් ලියලා පෑන්නේ මගේ නම. ඉතින් ගොඩක් සුන්දර මතකයන් තියෙනවා ලෝඩ්ස් පිටි.
ඔබ දන්නවද ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට පස්සේ ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ ඒ සමයකේම ඊළඟ දෙවෙනි කාර්තුවේ යන්නේ එංගලන්තේ ඉන්දියානු කණ්ඩායම. රාහුල් ද්‍රාවිඩ් ඒ වෙනකොට ලෝඩ්ස් වල 100ක් ලබා ගන්න තිබුණේ නැහැ. ඔව් ගිහලා ප්‍රසිද්ධ මට යනවා කොහෙද ඩිවිෂන් එකෙන් ගිහලා එතන ඔව් ඒක ඔකියුපයි කරගෙන ඔව්ගේ ලෝඩ්ස් වල අන්තිම තරගයේදී ඔව් ශතකයක් ලබා ගන්නවා.
ඒකත් එන එක විශේෂයක් මට මම ඒක දන්නේ.
ඔව්ගේ පොතේ ඉන්නේ. ඒක. ඩිවිෂන් ඒ වගේම අපි ඉංගලන්ත සංචාරක මාතෘකාවලා ලංකාවේ ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ සංචාරක ඩයග්‍රෑම් ඊට පස්සේ පාකිස්තාන එකේ UAE වල සංචාරක ඩයග්‍රෑම් ඊළඟට තමයි දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවට යන්නේ දෙසැම්බර් මාසෙ. පළවෙනි තරගයේ තමත් අනපේක්ෂිත විදිහට දවස් 3කින් පරතරන සෙන්චුරියක් හර. නම් කොහොමද මේ විවිධීන එවුනේ මොකද දකුණු අප්‍රිකාව කියන්නේ ඒ දවස්වල හිටපු ඇටැක් එක බලපුවම ඒව දේස්ටේන් වර්නන් ෆිලැට් මචන්ඩිලැන්ග මොනේ මොකල් තමයි ප්‍රබල ඇටැක් එක. යක් කලිස් ක්‍රීඩා තමයි අවසර ක්‍රෑබ් ස්මිත් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා.
ප්‍රබල කණ්ඩායමක්
තාමත් හිතා ගන්නත් බෑ ඒ වගේ කණ්ඩායමක් පරද්දන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. කොහොමද මේ ටීම් එක මොටිවේට් කළේ සහ මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ඉතිහාසයේ ලැබූ අපේ විශිෂ්ටම ජයග්‍රහණ තුනෙන් එකක් වගේ වෙනවා. ඒ ගැන මතකයන් කොහොමද?
ඇත්තටම මම පළවෙනිදාගේ පැදුණු පස්සේ මම තරුණ පීඩකයන්ව අපි එතනින් දර්බන් වලට ගිහිල්ලා ඊළඟ තරගේ පැවිදි මම තරුණ පීඩකයන්ත් එක්ක තනියෙන් කතා කරා. ඔවුන් ශබක් මොනවද වෙන්න ඕනේ අපිට වැටෙන්න දෙයක් නැහැ මේ කන්තිම් බැටිලා ඉවරයි පළවෙනි තරගෙන්. මෙතනින් එහාට අපිට වැටෙන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. ඒ නිසා අපිට මෙතනින් නැගිටින්න විතරයි පුළුවන්. මස් එක එක්කෙනාත් එක්ක තනියෙන් කතා කරා විශේෂයෙන් තරුණ පීඩකයන්ත් එක්ක. කළා මම ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඔළුව වල ඇදුවා මොන සිටුේෂන් එක වුණත් අපිට නැගිටින්න පුළුවන්. අපේ ප්ලෑන් ඩොක් ක්‍රිකට් එකක් අපි ගහමු. මේ මැච් එක පැටලුණත් මට කමක් නැහැ. හැබැයි ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ 100% මේ මැච් එකේ දෙන්න. මම ඒගොල්ලන්ත් එක්ක කතා කරා. ඒගොල්ලෝ මාර හැපි එකේ මට මම හිතන්නේ තම ක්‍රිකට් මාර ශක්තියක් වුණා මේ ඒ අවුරුද්ද පුරා. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා මම ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ උපරිම ප්‍රයෝජනය ගත්තා කියලා. මොකද මම දන්නවා අපේ කණ්ඩායම ඕනම රටක ගිහලා තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න පුළුවන් කණ්ඩායමක්. මට සම්පන්න නැති වුණත් මම තිබ්බේ සම්පත් වලින් කොහොමද ප්‍රයෝජනය ගන්න කියන එක මම දැනගෙන හිටියා විශේෂයෙන් තරණ ගෙඩෙන්නේ. මම ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඔළුව වලට කතා කරලා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ උපරිම දෙවුන් ටෙස්ට් එකේදී උපරිම ඊට ගත්තා. ඉතින් තරගේ ජයග්‍රහණය තුන්වෙනි තරගයේත් අපිට ජයග්‍රහණය තුන අවසානයේ ජැක් කලිස්ගේ උඩ පන්දුව ගිලිනවා ඊට පස්සේ ඌ 230ක් මම දැන් ඉතින් නැත්තම් අපිට දෙවෙනි ටෙස්ට් තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය ගන්න තුන උන්ගේ කඩළු දෙකක් ඉතාම දික්කනේ වැටෙන අවසානයේ උඩ පන්දුව ගියේ.
ඔව් ඒ වගේම නිශාන් දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවේ තරගයක් ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා කියන ඉලක්කය එකක් බලන්න බැරි කාරණයක්. මොකද ඉතිහාසයේ පුරාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ නම් දකුණු අප්‍රිකාව ටෙස්ට් තරගවල දවස් 3න් වගේ ඉවර වෙලා තියෙන හැම තරගයක් වගේ. ඒ ජයග්‍රහණයෙන් පස්සේ මාසයක් යන කලින් ඔබ නායකත්වයෙන් ඔබ ඉවත් කරනවා.
ඒ ජය ගොඩක් පස්සේ එක් දින තරගාවලිය අපි තාම තුනෙන් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. 3-2 පරදිනාට අපි 3-2 ජයග්‍රහණය ගන්න එක තරගයක් වැස්සට අපි දිනමු කියලා වැහලා දක්වත්වල සිනා පරිදි නැත්නම් අපි 3-2කින් ජයග්‍රහණය මට හිතා ගන්න බෑ. එකපාරට මට කෝල් එකක් එනවා. එතකොට අපිට යන්න තිබුණා ඊළඟ ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවට තුන්ව තරගාවලිය මට කෝල් එකක් එනවා. නායකත්වයෙන් ඉල්ලා අත මම මොකද හේතුව කියලා. හේතුවක් නැහැ කියලා. මොකද අසන්ත ජිමිල් තමයි එකපාරට උඩි පාත් වෙනවා වගේ එනවා සිලෙක්ෂන් කමිටි චෙයාමන්ට. දවසේ මට කියනවා අයින් ඉන්න කියලා. වයිදන අපේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව තවත් පල්ලට යන තවත් වගේ පුත්කලේ තමයි අසන්තය කියන්නේ. මම දන්නේ එයා කොහොමද එකපාරට මේකට තීරණයක් ගත්තේ? සිලෙක්ෂන් කමිටි කෙනෙක් එකපාරට ඇවිල්ලා කියනවා මට අයින් ඉන්න කියලා. මම හොඳටම තරඟාවලිය මම හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කරලා දීදී. එතන ඒ පිටින්ම මට තේරුණා ලොකු කුමන්ත්‍රණයක් ගියේ කියලා. මොකද දුලිප් වෙලා අපි ඔක්කොම ප්ලෑන් එක හදලා හොඳටම කණ්ඩායම හදාගෙන ආවේ. හදාගෙන යනකොටම එකපාරට සිලෙක්ෂන් කමිටිය මාරු වෙනවා. මට අයින් වෙන්න කියනවා. කිසිම මේ මම දන්නේ හේතුව මොකක්ද කියලා. මම කිව්වා මම අයින් වෙන්න මට මේක මම හැමදාම තියාගන්න කෙනාව එකක් නෙමෙයි. මම මේක බාපොච්ච දෙයක්වත් නෙමෙයි. මම අයින් වෙන්නම් කියලා. ඉතින් මම අයින් වෙන මම කිව්වා මට ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවට යන්න බෑ. මොකද මේ එකපාරට ඔයගොල්ලෝ මේ කිව්ව ගමන් මට ෂොක් එකක් වගේ. මම ලංකාවට එතකොට කණ්ඩායම එහෙම ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවට ගියා. මම ලංකාවට ආවා. ලංකාවේ සුමානක් විතර මගේ පවුලේ ඇත්ත එක්ක ඉඳලා තමයි ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවට ගියේ. ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවට ගිහිල්ලා ලකුණු 500ක් ගාලා මේ මෑන් ඔෆ් ද ටූර්නමන්ට් එක මම එකකින් ඔප්පු කරා. මට නායකයා කවුද කියන එක වැදගත් නෑ. මේ සිලෙක්ෂන් කමිටි කවුද කියන මට වැදගත් නෑ. මම ක්‍රීඩා කරන රට කෙනෙක් මම ඔප්පු කරා ඒ තරමවලදී.
ඔබ ආශාන්ත දිනකට ඇගිල්ල දික් කරා. නමුත් ඔබගේ නායකත්වයට ටෙස්ට් තරග 9ක් ක්‍රීඩා කරන රටේ පිට ටෙස්ට් තරග 9 ඉනිං 18ක එක් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් එක මාධ්‍ය ශතකයක්වත් ලබා ගන්න නෑ. ඔව් තමයි අන්තිමට ඔබගේ නායකත්වය ගන්න. අපි කියලා ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් බ්ලඩ්ලස් කූගිය ලේ නොදැකපු කුමන්ත්‍රණ. ඔබට වේදනාවක් නැද්ද?
නෑ වේදනාවක් තියෙන්නේ. හැබැයි ඉතින් කවුරු මොනවා කරත් ඒගොල්ලන්ට අන්තිමට ඉතිරි දෙන ඇති ඒගොල්ලන් නායකත්වය කරද්දී මම කොච්චර සහායයක් දුන්නද කියන එක. ඉතින් ওই කුමන්ත්‍රණයේ පටන් ගත්තේ මම තම ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගේන්න ගත්තට පස්සේ සමහර ක්‍රීඩකයෝ මට ඩ්‍රොප් කරන්න ඕන වුණා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MCA Grounds for the second session of this game between the Welsh and India. And certainly the first session was all India's. They made 299 for 6 wickets in their 45 overs and setting the Welsh 300 to win. A tough ask, even though this is smaller grounds. They've got 270 balls to get 300 runs. They've got 10 wickets in hand. And as the umpires are out at the moment, well, we'll wait for the players, the Indian players to take their position and also the Welsh batsmen to come out as well. So good afternoon again to Ashley, and I hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Very good afternoon to you, Eric Gowda. Most certainly, it was a lovely lunch. Enjoyed it. Rice and curry, typical Sri Lankan lunch, and we are all set to bring the second half coverage on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. And this is the IMC World Cup Over-50s, the match for the plate. And match between India and Wales. Wales need 300 runs to win from 270 deliveries. And Indians won the toss, elected to bat first, posting 299, a commanding total given the conditions here at MCA.
Right, so the team in a bit of a discussion at the moment. Some strategies being worked out as well. And that's what it's all about, strategies. And the captain having a chat with his teammates, not in a huddle more or less, but now joining of hands, and there we are. Let's go on and take it on. So they're walking in the middle as well, so we'll see the Welsh batsmen also walking out in a while. And this is the plate final between Wales and India, and at the MCA Grounds. Hope you're enjoying our telecast, and we're coming to you live from all the venues when a match is being played. So India won the toss this morning, elected to bat first. And it was a good performance of the bat. They made 299 for 6 in their 45 overs. Just couldn't pass the 300 mark. But then having set Wales 300 to win is a tough ask. But Wales, in their last game against the USA, they made 180 odd for no wicket. They won by 10 wickets, in fact, in that match. So it'll be a testing time once again for the Wales openers. Could they really repeat the feat that they did in that last match against USA? We'll have to wait and see.
Certainly, yes. Ivan Rees very much enjoying himself with the bat and, of course, with the ball. The only man to get past 1,000 runs in over-50s cricket. And then also now, he has 50 wickets, complementing his batting feats as well. With the ball, 50 wickets to his credit as well.
Right, so the Wales openers also walk into the middle. And this will be a tough ask for them. But nevertheless, I'm pretty sure they'll put their best foot forward, try and get at least 300 runs. And it will depend as to how well the Indian bowlers will operate today. India lost to Pakistan by 1 run, in fact, in one game. And that was a game that really tilted the whole balance of the tournament, where Pakistan will be meeting Sri Lanka tomorrow in the finals at the Pisara Stadium. So India must be disappointed. They lost by 1 run.
So the conditions beautiful for batting here, and the wicket looking absolutely a peach to take a bat and get in the middle there. Dry and flat surface. Certainly the new ball perhaps might offer something to the bowlers. We'll soon see this. We'll see the results soon. And it's going to be a tough ask. Small ground on either side of the wicket, square of the wicket. On the offside, it's about 64 meters. And on the onside, it's about 57 meters. Down the ground, it's 54 on one side and 59 and on the other side. That's on the Vijayarama ground side, and then also the pavilion side is 57 meters. Not much of a big ground, but yet you got to hit the ball and find the gaps and find the boundaries as well.
Right, there we are. So the dimensions of the field as well. The first over coming up. The first ball of the innings. Off the back foot, forced away towards sweeper cover. There's protection out there in the deep. So the Wales off the mark. 1 for no wicket off the first ball.
So Indians also opting for a 5-4 field. 5 on the offside. The short third, a backward point, a sweeper cover on the boundary line, extra cover standing little square, mid-off either 30-yard circle, and a short square leg, a short mid-wicket, and also a long on the boundary line.
So it's going to be Holiday to take strike. Ivan is off the mark with a single. And Bandari is the bowler, the left-arm spinner. Tucked around the corner. Backward square leg does the fielding, but plenty of time for the batsman to cross for one. So Holiday off the mark as well. And the Wales move to 2 for no wicket.
So the smart batting, a good start by the Irish as well. I beg your pardon.
The Welsh.
The Welsh. The Welsh. I'm sure the Welsh players nor the members who are supporting them didn't hear that. So they realize though they are chasing a big total, all they got to do in this initial few overs is take a good look at the wicket, the condition, and then also the bowling, and pick the singles and the twos and keep the scoreboard ticking and rotation of strike.
So Ivan comes forward and pushes out towards the point region. Now the dot ball. So 4 balls complete in the first over. Wales are 2 for no wicket. 300 is the target. India made 299 for 6 in their 45 overs. Again pushed out on the offside towards point. Now the dot ball. It's been a good start, in fact, for India. Just the 2 runs coming, the 5 balls bowled by Bandari so far. Defensively forward, end of the over. 1 completed, Wales 2 for no wicket.
Mama Gajaman.
So the sun streaming down here at the MCA Grounds. A few field adjustments. And now once again 3 men on the onside and 6 on the off. And strong field on the offside. No close-in fielders though. Realizing the conditions have eased out. As far as the wicket is concerned, it's flat. And then the ball is just coming through. So the Indians certainly have read the conditions here well, and they are certainly looking at how they could curtail this Welsh batsman.
So now the left armour, not a spinner this time, a medium pacer. Thangavelu is the bowler, operating from the far end of the grounds. Holiday on strike, both batsmen on 1. Driven this time, straight to the fielder, extra cover does the fielding.
So Indians are sticking to a plan here, bowling on one side of the wicket, slightly outside the off stump, and on both occasions the half volley not being able to put to the gap. Holiday, he certainly is eyeing that area.
Cracked but straight towards that point fielder again. So 3 dot balls so far in over number 2. The captain doing the fielding at point. Going for the cut, doesn't make contact. Wicketkeeper collects another dot ball.
4 dots on a row. The second over being bowled. And Wales 2 runs on the board. 2 more deliveries left in this second over.
Big shout from Tangobelu. Umpire Asoko De Silva is not moved by that. It was certainly down the leg side for sure.
Pitched outside the leg stump as well for sure. And hitting the batsman on the front foot though. But umpire Asoko De Silva not interested. A seasoned campaigner. One time ICC's most rated umpire in the world at that time. A brilliant leg spinner. Represented Sri Lanka with distinction.
This time gets back to ball, plays it towards backward point. A slight fumble out there, so the sweeper does the tidying up, but the batsman crossed for a single. 2 overs completed. Wales 3 for no wicket.
So good start to the Indian Over-50s bowling. 2 overs bowl, 3 runs on the board. Keeping things very tight, good line length and bowling to the field.
It was way outside the line of off stump. Well, that could have been a wide in fact. I think the umpire's a bit more lenient on the wide calls here. Here we go again. Trying to cut that. Doesn't make contact. So Bandari is the bowler.
So Holiday finding it difficult to get off strike and push for those singles and push the ball into the gaps. A little bit of encouragement being shouted by Ivan Rees from the non-strikers. Not to worry, keep things under control and just look for the single and rotation of strike.
A hot and humid day down here in Colombo at the MCA Grounds. This has been the weather pattern right throughout this tournament, in fact. Thinking of the drive, hits it hard in the ground this time, Holiday. You think of the amount of rain that Sri Lanka had in the month of January, and suddenly it's all dried up.
Well, not only January, the entire last year we had rain and incessant rain. We had so much of floods as Ravi Bandari once again.
5 dot balls.
So pressure on the batsman, asking them to take the game on and take the bowling on as well. Ravi Bandari giving the ball plenty of air, tossing it up and inviting the batsman.
This time thick outside edge, the ball running down towards the sweeper region. They'll pick up a single. Just 1 run on the over. 3 completed and Wales 4 for no wicket.
The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy Encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So Wales chasing 300 to win, 4 for no loss, 4th over just about to begin.
Right on the Next ground, that's over the wall. In fact, the NCC Grounds, England versus Australia. Australia were bowled out for 87 and England are 71 for 2, requiring 89 to win. Should be a piece of cake there for England. Oh, pull that one. Well stopped at mid-wicket. The ball was travelling very quickly down there.
Yes, nothing wrong with their delivery. A length delivery. Holiday this time trying to force it on the onside under plenty of pressure here. Because he has faced 16 deliveries for the 3 singles that he has scored. And India very happy to give him the strike over the last delivery. There we see him charging down. Now you can see the pressure building on him. As I said, 17 deliveries and he has got only 3 for himself. And majority of the strike has been with him. And Ivan Rees has faced only 5 deliveries for his single.
Yes, Holiday has a knack of picking up a single of the last ball of the over.
Maybe the Indians are giving it to him, that single of the last delivery. Happy to have him on strike.
Looking to cut, but inside edge, the ball running down towards the backward square leg. They'll pick up 1 for that.
So Ivan Rees now on strike after about 2 overs, not having to face the bowlers. So he certainly will be looking to get off and begin his innings a little more positively. Well, the Welsh will have to seriously look at how they're going to approach this target, 300. If they have to get close to it, they'll have to bat very positively. Anything loose, anything a little bit of width, they will have to dispatch it to the boundary. They look at, in the meantime, picking those singles and the twos and rotating strike.
Again, looking to open the face of the bat and play it down towards third man, but the ball runs out towards extra cover.
Yeah, Tangavelu. A little bit of movement for him on that occasion as you watch the replays. Ball pitching out to the off stump, coming into him. Lovely shape. And Ivan Rees very lucky that he got some bat on that occasion. Or it would have crashed onto the midland leg. If otherwise, if you're wrapped in pad without bat, he would have been in serious trouble as well.
Played out towards mid-off. Quick single being taken by Ivan. End of the over. 4 completed. Wales 6 for no wicket.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So welcome back to the MCA Grounds. Trust you are enjoying this live coverage of the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. The plate final happening here in this IMC Over-50s World Cup between Wales and India. India batting first. And just to update you on the scores, they got to 299 for the loss of 6 wickets, setting a target of 300. And Wales, in the first 5 overs, the 5th over now in progress, they have got to 6 without losing a wicket.
It's all these teams seen slow starts in the first 5-6 overs, not wanting to lose a wicket.
Once again, very watchful, but pad very close together as he pushes that ball down towards the track for the bowler to pick it up on the follow through. Ravi Bandari, sporting number 7, bowling his left arm spinners, left arm round the wicket.
Big heave on the onside, got back to ball, but didn't get that timing right. They'll pick up a single, the ball runs out towards long on.
Ivan Rees, no doubt about it, eyeing that mid-wicket area. bottom hand coming into play as well, but didn't time, neither did he connect it well. Yet a single to him.
Looking to play the cut shot is Holiday. Didn't make contact. Wicketkeeper collects a quicker ball, in fact, from Bandari. Driven down the ground towards long on again. Picks up a single. Holiday ends the over. 5 completed. Wales 8 for no wicket.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුල්ලා වුණොත් එහෙම මන් නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ ප්‍රින්සිපල්. Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
So the Mercantile Cricket Association hosting the plate final between Wales and India Over-50s. This IMC Over-50s World Cup, the 4th edition happening here in Sri Lanka. And this is India Over-50s and Wales Over-50s. India batting first, winning the toss, got to 299, setting a target of 300. And now Wales, a big chase in front of him, have got to 8 without loss, but 5 overs. As we see the next delivery outside the off stump, played outside the off stump, and reaching for that, and running that ball down towards the backward point on the boundary line. 1 run to Holiday. He moves to 6 of 20, and Ivan Rees on 3 of 11. As we say, a very good afternoon to Krishnan.
Thank you. Velu is a left-arm fast bowler. Now over the wicket, over pitch delivery, driven beautifully to the cover region where there's a fielder and a single taken. The sun is beating down here and it's hot and humid. Velu on his 3rd over, this one just short of length and chopped to the backward point region where Abhijit collects and sends it back to the wicketkeeper.
Well, all of a sudden it seems the Welsh batsmen now have got off seeing that initial part of the bowling. They realize they need to get runs on the board now, and looking much more fluent now, both on the on and the offside. There we see, that's a pick-up shot, beautiful. That was pitched up, half volley, rising delivery, praying through the line there. Ivan Rees gets to the pitch of the delivery, bottom hand, hitting it in the air purposely, couple of bounces over the extra cover boundary for 4 runs.
Well, over pitch delivery, swinging in, but it was beautifully dispatched to the boundary line by Ivan. They have to go after these bowlers from now on because it's an uphill task. The current run rate is 2.6.
This time chopping down but straight to the backward point. No addition to the score. So chasing a big target here. And in this 15 overs, only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So they got to make maximum here and try to score as many runs as possible. Right now, looking at rotating the strike and also hitting the ball into the gaps. And then, of course, there's 3 fielders during these 15 overs. Yes. So there we see once again running the ball down, and the point fielder stumbling, picks it up, doesn't allow to go past him, but can't stop the single being taken though. Good fielding, good intent, as we see the 6th over coming to an end, and Wales chasing 300 to win, 16 for no loss.
Ravinder Bandari is operating from the pavilion end. This Bandari hails from Delhi.
As you watch the replays, there we are. Opening the face of the bat, running it down towards the backup point. A tumbling save, sends a return, but not straight to the wicket keeper. A little bit of hesitation between the two batters, but no damage done though. Picked up a single in the process as well.
As I was saying, Bandari hails from Delhi. During his younger days, he has played in the county level, and he used to be a left-arm seamer, but as he's aged, he's taking a short run-up, still bowling flattish, fast off-break bowler, and occasionally the ball comes in. This one over-pitch delivery, and Ivan reaches forward and sends to the cover region where Murugan picks it up and sends it back to the wicket keeper. The score is on 17. Simon Holiday is on 7. Ivan is on 10.
So both the Welsh batters settling down now and looking much more comfortable and reading the line and the length well and mixing defense with aggression as well. There have been a couple of shots where they have been able to find the boundary as well. Ivan Rees particularly a pleasing drive inside out as he came on a previous occasion down the track and hitting the ball in the air and finding the boundary as well. Ravi Bandari. Once again holding that ball in the air a little and bowling that ball a little bit slower. Holiday into the shot and hitting it into the ground, not being able to get him away.
Simon Holiday is the current highest run getter in this format on this World Cup, and he is, before the start of this game, he was on 358 and closely followed by Mr. Eccleston at 356. Simon has a weird back lift. He stands as if he is a baseball batter, which I think puts off most of the bowlers. But then he drops his bat so quickly to defend the ball. And this one, again, he's defended well, but scrambled for a single.
Yes, there we see the 7th over coming to an end. Wales 80 for no loss, chasing 300 to win.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So both the Welsh batsmen taking off the helmets, and Ivan Rees wearing a cap now and Holiday wearing a hat, and a little bit of instructions coming as well, perhaps to keep an eye on the scoreboard, push for the runs as much as possible, not to get bogged down, take the attack to the bowlers. That must be the instructions coming in, and if you can't get those big boundaries, at least make sure you keep on ticking the score rate and the scoreboard and pick up singles and the twos. So once again the point fielder, brilliant field, great anticipation, moving to his left quickly and stumbling stop, certainly saving 2 runs there. So Ivan Rees looks a very compact batter, very easy stance. As he sits comfortably in the crease, and this time stroking the ball towards the point region, a short pitch delivery and moving away from him, ready to well, got his bat down in time but not being able to find the placement right. It's going straight to the point fielder, a couple of feet this way or that way, he would have got a couple of runs there. So that's what will be going in the minds of these Welsh batters.
With Simon Holiday having that bit of a baseball stance, he tries to chop the ball at the deep gully point region. So we have two fielders there at arm's length, so it's very difficult for them to penetrate. Steps out this time and plays it defensively for the cover fielder to gather the ball.
So Thangavelu, on the other hand, keeping the ball in the correct areas and bowling his medium paces, concentrating only on line and length. His length has been impeccable, just outside the off stump. And occasionally he's moving the ball as well.
This one over pitch delivery, driven straight to the cover region and collected by the fielder there, Nagesh, and a single taken. With that, Wales move on to 20, and the last ball of the 8th over, Simon to face Velu. Velu operates with 3 men on the leg side, and he's packed his offside, and he is bowling on the off and middle, or slightly outside the off stump, trying to bring the ball into the turf.
So the 8th over comes to an end. Played down gently the last delivery, no runs. 20 on the board for Wales, chasing 300 to win.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Ravi Bandari to continue from the pavilion end. He is bowling to a 4-5, 4 on the off, and this one over pitch delivery skied higher to the long on region, but did not reach the fielder there, and they just walk across for a single.
Abhijit Ganguly at long on doing the cleaning up, hit in the air but fell well short of him, and just ball trickling down towards him. 1 run to the total, 21 now. Ravi Bandari, once again ball in hand, this time drops his shot, allowing the batsman to get on the back foot, punching it straight to the sweeper cover. So these good bowling, and the field placements also have been spot on by the Indians, and making things very difficult here for the Welsh batsman to get them away. And certainly 9th over now coming up, and this time reaching for that delivery way outside the off stump, outside edge, but straight to the short third man fielder. No runs, so plenty of dot balls, and even this over 3 deliveries, 2 singles have been picked up off the first and the second. Ravi Bandari keeping things extremely tight, bowling his 5th over, have given away only 9 runs so far.
This one was a reverse sweep from Ivan, expecting the ball to pitch and turn, and with the turn he just reverse sweeps it for a 4.
Premeditated shot. Ivan is waiting even before the bowler came in. He had already changed his stance, and reverse sweeping that beautifully into the gap between point and extra cover down to the boundary. So the over-50s, these are gentlemen who are over-50s and playing all these modern day shots as well. It's brilliant to see them.
Probably they are learning from their youngsters or their kids. And I have seen the under 15, under 17 boys are trained on these shots by their coaches these days.
And this time hitting down the ground, and Abhijit Ganguly doing the fielding, excellent fielding there, going to his left quickly, about 5-6 yards, tumbling stop, and not allowing the ball to get past him. Single though to Wales, 27 for no loss. 9th over, final delivery coming up.
A full end delivery to Simon, and he fends it forward, but Rees has other ideas. He wants to scramble, but sent back by Simon. Simon is sporting an injury in his knee. He's fully strapped up. He's wobbling around, but this happened in the first game, but he's carried on very nicely to be the top run getter for the whole of IMC tournament here, and he's still carrying on today. probably fully drugged up.
9 overs completed, 27 for no loss, Wales.
Simon is a practicing doctor. He's an emergency consultant in Wales. We both play together in the Excel club and we know each other very well. This one overpitched.
Well. Ivan Rees, that time ball pitching on mid-line leg. A good length delivery. All what he had to do was go down on his knees, have a swing at it, freed his arms, connected it well, and the ball soaring over mid-wicket for a brilliant 6. Good looking shot. Plenty of bottom hand on that occasion as he plays across his body, and ball just going over the boundary line.
With this hit, I think the bowler is made to over bowl. He's bowling his 5th over. It's hot and humid. Probably there is plenty on the pitch for spinners, and the captain should be thinking about spin from the other end as well. This one again chopped to the deep gully region where it is fielded by Fakir, and a single taken before the ball was sent back to the keeper.
So aggression by the Welsh 2 batters. Holiday on 10. Ivan Rees looking very good, 24 of 27. And this time playing and missing, way out to the off stump. Appeal for a caught behind, but the umpire turns it down. Perhaps the noise what the wicketkeeper heard was the ball hitting the turf, and the batsman playing over it. Holiday, no damage done. 9.3 overs have been completed, 34 for no loss, chasing 300 to win.
This one has been dispatched straight behind the bowler for 4.
Good looking shot from Holiday, taken it on the full and hammered it down the ground. It bounced in front of the bowler, or rather went over his head, I beg your pardon.
It was a full toss delivery.
Full toss and running down towards the mid-long on region. A lot of power, timing. One thought it pitched in front, but no, it went over the bowler's head into the safest part of the ground. No fielder there, down the ground, 4 runs. And this time opening the face of the bat, ball outside the off stump, running it down towards the third man region. Cover there though, picked up inside the boundary line. So 6, a 4 and 2 singles and 1 more delivery to come. So 12 runs, one of those good overs for the Welsh. 39 on the board now. Final delivery of the 10th over coming up. Thangavelu given away 25 runs, and he bowls is on the onside. It has been played off the pads. That's a sweet looking shot from Ivan Rees. Came down the track a couple of yards, got to the pitch of the delivery, and turning that ball beautifully off his pads down towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. So 2 4s, a 6 and 2 singles, and that is an expensive order over. 10 overs completed, 43 for no loss, Wales.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है? पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है? तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान, हिलेगी जमीन, मचेगा घमासान. तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान, हिलेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान. बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम, लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा.
That was one too many overs for Velu in this heat, bowling 5 overs on the trot, and that fetched the Wales team too many runs, and they are looking good, and they have gained more confidence now. Once again, Bandari is bowling from the pavilion end. This will be his 5th over. But both the batsmen are looking very strong now. They are going for it. A over-pitch delivery driven straight to the cover region, fielded there by Iqbal Khan.
Right, so Wales are 43 for no wicket. We're in the 11th over the innings. Holiday is on 15, Ivan is on 28. And here's Bandari. Launched on the offside.
Whoa.
In the air, but short of the fielder. Didn't really carry the captain of the Indian side, who's feeling that position.
It was in the air for a while, and looking back at the replay, he just backed off from the catch. This one bowled
That's down
well
the leg
below
side.
the leg side, and the batsman makes no mistake in turning it down to the fine leg region where there's no protection, and he gets another 4. The runs are leaking. The bowlers are made to toil, bowling 5th over, and both 5th overs from both the bowlers have resulted in too many runs, and the Indian captain should be thinking of making quick changes here, though he has the choice of 8 bowlers in the team. He's still using only 2 bowlers so far, and both the batsmen looks well set at the moment. This is going to turn out into a good contest, probably to the wire.
Well, Wales, this pair, they made 189 runs for the first wicket. They didn't get separated against the USA a couple of days ago. That was a fantastic partnership. So making a 299 or 300 runs is the target they have, and there's not a single being taken. The ball played towards backward point. The 50 comes up for Wales. Ivan moves 33, Holidays on 17, and Bandari none for 21 from 5.5 at the moment.
Current run rate has creeped up to 4.6, which was 2.6 in the first 6-7 overs. The last couple of overs, runs have flown out. This is another over pitch delivery on the leg side, dispatched to the square leg region, where the fielder tries to cut it, but it crosses the boundary line.
Right, 11 overs completed, and Wales are 54 for no wicket.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and ThePapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So Wales are cruising at 54 for 1 of 11 overs. Ivan Rees on 37 and Simon Holiday on 17. It usually used to be the other way around. Simon Holiday used to be the aggressor and Ivan plays second fiddle, but the tables have changed.
So there's the bowling card as well. Bandari 6 overs, not for 25, and Tangobelu also 5 overs, not for 29. But this is an old bowling card. It's not the bowling card of this match because, well, if you look at the other bowlers, it's all the Wales bowlers. So, view of the city in Colombo. And the tower you see in green. That's one of the latest additions to Sri Lanka's skyline as well. So little drinks break and the players are taking their positions at the moment. And Wales 54 for no wicket after 11 overs. Done extremely well the first 4 or 5 overs. They didn't get too many runs, maybe 5 or 6 runs, but since then the boundaries have come in, a couple of sixers have come in as well. So things have turned around, and are we going to see a bowling change for India?
It's Nagesh Singh from the other end. He is a medium pacer who bowls from few steps.
Right, so the first change, the bowling coming up from the far end of the grounds.
Right arm over. Looks like a very defensive field. There's no slip fielder or anybody in the vicinity of 30 yards. Almost everybody does pass to the 30-yard circle.
Played a miss outside the line of off stump. So Holiday, a very unusual stance in fact, and the way he holds the bat is totally different. It's like a baseball player. We'll look at that again in a moment. There he is now. Look at that. Look at how the bat is being held.
This one is on the stump, but I think it's going down the leg, and the umpire has no hesitation to turn it down, though only the bowler went up in the air.
Driven nicely on the offside. Sweeper will cut it off. They'll pick up one for that.
Nagesh Singh hails from Bangalore, Karnataka. He is well known to this place as he led the Indian indoor team to the championship last October. He works as a cricketing coach and bowls almost 5 to 6 hours in the nets to his candidates.
So one more run to the total. 56 for no wicket to Wales. Holiday is on 18 of 38. Look at that batting stance. The way he holds the bat, like he's going to club every single ball. Very similar to holding a baseball.
And not only that, he has a baseball stance, and before the ball is delivered, he has a look at the base of the bat.
Comes down very quickly. In fact.
As I said, I play with him in the Excel club. I've known him for the last couple of years as well.
Soft hands, single being called, will run. That's what he should do, drop and run.
Nagesh has bowled his over. He's given away 3 runs in that over. And Wales are 56 for no wicket at the end of 12 overs.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Another bowling change from the pavilion, and it's going to be Fakir Dungaria.
So bowling changes coming up.
Left arm spinner tosses up the ball, almost met as a full toss, and the fielder at short mid wicket has to move to his left to collect the ball, which he does it. left arm around the wicket for Kedungaria. A flattest delivery, beaten in completely, but it bounced off the pitch for the wicketkeeper. Was unable to collect it to make the stumping.
That's the replay of that last delivery.
Oh, yes.
Missed the stumps, very close to the top stump. Driven on the offside, beats the fielder down to the boundary for 4. So Holiday into his stride, he moves on 23.
I think India is taking it easy, having put on 300 on the board. They thought that the job was done, but they are playing the two batsmen who have been among runs in this tournament, especially Simon Holiday is the leading run getter so far. But today Evan Rees has been scoring quickly as well. And this one hit down the track for long on to collect it. A single taken. Wales currently are 62 for no loss, almost at the end of 13th over. One more to go. A well-flighted delivery, and Evan Rees dances down the track and taps it to the mid-off region, and a single taken. With that, Wales move on to 63 at the end of 13th over.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Nagesh Singh to continue from the other end, starting his second over, just short of length, and Evan Rees just dabs it forward to the cover region and scramble for a single. With that, Wales move on to 64. Evan moves on to 40. Simon Holiday looks like a shattered man there. He's been toiling almost every other day, batting almost 40-45 overs. This time, an over-pitch delivery driven to the long on region where Iki collects the ball. No run taken. This one pitching slightly on the leg side and fended towards the short leg region. The wicketkeeper scrambles to collect it and throw, hits the stumps, and ball bounces off the stumps for them to cross for another single, which is converted into 2 runs because of hitting the stumps and the ball scrambling away. Wales move on to 66. Nagesh bowls with a short run-up as if he is bowling in the indoor championship. Same action as in indoor, and this one way on the leg side, and Simon makes no mistake, turns it off his leg and gets a boundary.
So runs are coming thick and fast for the Welsh. That's pitched about the leg stump, and Holiday had all he had to do was turn the face of the bat, run it down to the backward square leg.
India should have learnt when the Welsh spinners were operating, they take the pace off the ball and did beautifully until they started operating with the fast bowlers and they leaked runs. And India have used their fast bowlers and they are leaking runs.
So the partnership is 71 from 83 balls. 8 runs so far in this over. The last ball coming up from Singh's second over.
Short pitch delivery, and Ivan goes back and drives to the cover region and crosses over for a single. Wales at the end of 14th over move on to 72. The current run rate is 5.1. They are cruising along well with all 10 wickets in hand. This is going to be a real contest.
So 14 overs completed. Wales 72 for no wicket, requiring 300 to win. Pulled on the onside, down towards deep mid wicket, and the fielder moves across quickly. There's the fielding, the return coming in, but can't stop the batsman getting a couple of runs. Enjoying the sun and also the heat. Pulled away on the onside again, down towards long on, picked up inside the boundary. So one more run being taken. The runs are now flowing for the Welsh. They need this big ask to make 300 runs. Couple steps down the track, dropped at a deep mid off. That should have been taken. He got his hands to it, and it's spilt out. Upset with that. Well, he's on the ground, no doubt.
That was Mandar Patke. He dived forward, but the ball bounced off his hand once his elbow hit the ground. This is typical, we have seen in the past. Until you hit the ground, the ball is in his hands. Once he hits the ground, it pops out because your elbow lands on the ground and gives a jar to the hand. Is he all right? Okay. They may need me. Right.
So 76 for no wicket. 3 balls left in over number 15. Ivan is on 44. Holiday is on 32. Rocket has bowled 1.3 overs, none for 10. Run rate is 5.24. So runs have been coming in quickly for the Welsh. Big ask to make 300 runs. Hold up and play as the fielder is on the ground at the moment, and perhaps first aid being rushed over there.
He did dive forward. I'm not sure what he's really up to, but doesn't look good out there, the outfield. It was a valiant effort by the fielder down at mid-off trying to grab that catch up, but unfortunately he couldn't hold on to the catch. But in the meantime, he went down as well. Here's a replay of what really happened.
He got his hands to it. There we are. The ball is in his hands and it dropped out. And in the process, I think he knocked his elbow into the ground. That's where the pain has come in. There we go again. Either they stick or they fall off. That's what happens. From different angles, we've been seeing this drop catch and also the injury to the player.
Yep, looks like he has injured his shoulder. That's what we can see. When he has been taken off the field with support. We wish him a speed recovery though.
So hold up in play at the moment because an injury problem coming up. So the Welsh going at over 7 runs and over at the moment. That's a good run rate, a steady run rate from them. And this pair, they did so well in that last match when they put on 189, I think, against USA. The opening pair, and they were not separated. They won by 10 wickets. And a lot of help for the player to come off the field as well. So they'll have a substitute coming on.
Especially with the heat out there, it's really not easy.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Right, so things are all set and ready for resumption of play after that injury problem for one of the fielders on the Indian side. Took a blow perhaps to his elbow and also to his chest.
We can see on screen Simon Holiday stretching up a little bit. Might be feeling the heat as well. He was unbeaten on 100 plus runs the other day against USA. Ivan Rees actually going hard at the bowlers today. He has been the aggressor today. On the other hand,
oh, there we are, through the legs down to the boundary, a third man for 4. That's a bad miss indeed.
And that'll take Ivan Rees up to 48. He has been the aggressor out of the 2 today.
Yes, that's right. There we are. We go again. A replay of that, right through the legs in fact of the fielder. Couldn't get a finger to that and found the boundary. 80 to Wales. And played out towards the sweeper cover this time. Ends the over 15 completed and Wales are 81 for no wicket. Oh, in fact, there's one more ball in this over. For a moment I thought that the over was completed. Pocket run for 15 of 1.5. Partnership is 81 of 89 balls. Drives out on the offside, out towards deep mid-off. Single being taken. That'll end the over now. 15 overs completed. And Wales 82 for no wicket.
Right then, 15 overs done of the Wales innings. 82 for the loss of no wicket. Current partnership 82 runs of 90 balls. These two batters have continued from where they left out the other day at the BRC Cricket Grounds in Colombo against USA, where they beat them comprehensively by 10 wickets. And it has been an unbreakable partnership since then.
Yeah, definitely the start they needed, having conceded 299 runs off of their 45 overs while they were fielding. So the Indians set a target of 300, and in response, after 15 overs, they've scored 83 runs. So definitely a good start of the innings, and the best signs of a possibility of reaching the target is the fact that they've lost 0 wickets there. They're playing a very good brand of cricket here. They're not taking those risks, and the Indians are forced to make adjustments and continuously try and do something in order to somehow get a wicket here.
Absolutely. I mean, they played off that crucial pace of their innings at the beginning, and that's the half century for the skipper Ivan Rees. Back-to-back half centuries, 50 the other day, 50 here today, and he is proving himself to be a fantastic all-rounder, grabbing 2 wickets as well today of the Indian innings. He has been a really great star, a great find.
And there you go. That's the first wicket of the innings. Holiday lashing at something way outside off. Singh gets his wicket. And that ends the stand of Holiday, who's the highest run scorer in this tournament. He goes for 32 off of 52, right after his opening partner scoring and the skipper scoring his half century.
That was a poor shot selection. It was wide shot outside the off stump. He could have put it wherever he wanted, but unfortunately he couldn't reach out to that, and that breaks the partnership. That's the first wicket down. Wales 84 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Mama Gajaman.
We are back with the plate final of the IMC Over-50s World Cup between Wales and India. Having put to bat first, India scored a mammoth 299 off of their allocated 45 overs. And now in reply, Wales lose their first wicket for 84 at the 15.4 over mark, which brings, alongside the skipper Ivan, who is unbeaten on 50 off of 41, the new batter onto the crease will be facing Singh, who has bowled 2.4 overs and conceded 14 for the loss of 1 wicket. 14 and grabbed a wicket as well.
Singh being the successful bowler for Wales. Holiday unfortunately threw away his wicket, I would say, because he was batting really well. 34 unbeaten of 52. The other day he was on the aggression side, and here's a quick look at the replay of the previous wicket. It was an easy catch to the back foot of point fielder, and well taken. That was the first wicket down for Wales after that brilliant partnership. That completes over number 16. Wales 84 for the loss of 1 wicket. "16 overs done, Wales 84 for the loss of 1 wicket. Ivan Rees, the skipper, has been batting out really well. I would say they did really well. After a very slow start, at the end of 5 overs, they had scored just the 5 runs. But since then, they figured out the pace of the pitch. And both these batters, including Ivan Rees and the batter who was dismissed, Simon Holiday, they managed to pick that scoring rate a little bit up. And they're currently scoring at a rate of 5.25. But unfortunately, before, Simon Holiday was caught cheaply for 34 in the previous over. That's another good single. They need to keep rotating the strike and make sure the scoreboard is moving so that the score rate, the run rate that required will be within reach. Maybe they can try and up their run rate and go hard at the bowlers maybe after the 30th over, which would be a good sign for the Wales team.
Yeah, definitely a cheap way to give his wicket, Holiday, there. Right after his partner scored a half century. Even the crowd was surprised as to what happened there. As Fakir, who's currently bowling, a good delivery on length, just outside off, managing to fend it off really well by Kelvin, who's new to the crease. Just faced 3 deliveries. Still is yet to get off the mark. 85 for the loss of 1 wicket. This time he swings wildly towards long on range and goes for a boundary. That is in between the mid-wicket field and the long on fielder. He comes into the scoreboard. Kelvin gets his first boundary. It's 89 for the loss of 1 wicket.
That was a lovely shot. Clear intentions from Kelvin. He's come out maybe to go after the bowling because they can't just sit there and look at the scoreboard and decide, oh, okay, let's take a little bit of time and maybe rebuild the innings. Yes, they need to take care of their wicket, but still they need to make sure that they get that odd boundary and make sure the scoreboard keeps moving on.
Yes, the target is 300 so far in this over. The third over of the Fakir spell. 17th over. 6 runs conceded. That time outside off on length. Nicely pushed towards the extra cover fielder. Just a single. So a good over so far. 7 runs. Rotating strike. Facing the ball at its merit. And of course getting those odd boundaries as well as Kelvin, who is right now scoring at a runner ball rate. Last delivery of the over. Back foot pushes it towards the extra cover fielder. No run. That ends the 17th over. 1 wicket down for 91.
We are coming to live from the Mercantile Cricket Grounds here in Colombo. Here's a quick look at the highlights of that brilliant innings of Ivan Reis. Back-to-back 50s in this tournament, including his previous encounter as well, where he supported his team to get over the line against the USA and open base. That's a lovely shot, but unfortunately just gets that outside edge, trying to go over the extra cover fielder inside out, but just getting that outside edge. Ball running down to the third man area just for a single.
Yeah, lucky not to have that ball travel straight to the hands of the backward point there. Unfortunate outside edge there. Singh, who's bowling economical on pace that time. Just outside off full. Nicely defended by the new batter, Kelvin. Currently Wales 92 for the loss of 1 wicket. 17.2 overs. Singh bowling his 4th over. 15 runs conceded. Run rate 5.31. As he bowls over the wicket. Slow medium pace it seems. Time. Dangling towards lead, flicks it. I think there's some bat involved as well. The ball travels towards the short mid-wicket region. Just a single.
After the good partnership between the opening batters, these two batters need to continue that momentum. And what I feel is Ivan Reis, he needs to be there right until the end. He needs to play that anchor role. He needs to guide his other batters around him and somehow make sure that they try and get down to this total. And that's a lovely shot by Ivan Reis. Flat batted down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Dragging it short. Not a good delivery by Singh. And launching onto it quickly. And dragging it from outside the off stump. And placing it between the short square leg and the mid-wicket fielder down to the boundary for 4 runs is very good batting by Ivan Reis.
Yes, the half century, and he knows where the field is. He knows where the ball is coming. He is feeling the ball comfortably, and this time pushes it towards the long off region for a single. And that's what comfort does. Once you stay long enough in the crease, you know exactly how the ball feels and where the fielders are and what the plans are of the bowlers and the fielding captain. And you see exactly what he does. He's playing to the field, not necessarily a textbook shot, but really knows where the gaps are and exploiting those gaps.
That was a quicker one from Singh. Rushed Kelvin a bit, but manages to play down to long off for a single that completes over number 18. Wales 99 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Well, it's the 19th over of the innings. The plate final between Wales and India. 99 for 1, Canada. And that's a good start to the over by Fakir. Kelvin facing 10 balls faced, only scoring 6 runs. Ivan has been very impressive with his 58 off of 46. Fakir right arm, left arm round the wicket. That time short, punches it through the Deep extra cover region, very well stopped by the fielder. Fumbles it a bit, but definitely stopped 3 runs there because that was a very powerful shot by Kelvin.
Indeed, it was clubbed through the extra cover region, but luckily it was very well fielded equally down at the boundary, and that's 100 up for the Wales. It has been a good start after 18.2 overs, and they're chasing down a mammoth total of 300 runs. They're about 200 runs away from what they require for winning this contest against the Indian team.
Yeah, about 200 runs away seems to be a long total. And that time, good length there, getting some spin as well, slow delivery, flighting in the air, and the batter manages to get his bat to it and didn't really meet it the way he wanted to, but still no harm done. Currently needing 199 runs off of 158 deliveries. Based off the rate they're going, it is very much possible to reach that total because they are not behind that much, and also the fact that they have 9 wickets in hand.
Absolutely, I just feel they're in a very good position. I mean, comparing to where India was, maybe after 20 overs, they are in a very comfortable position. It's just that's a loud call. Just feel that it might have been sliding down the leg stump.
And the umpire agrees as well, because that looked to be right in front of the wicket, but then again, ends the 19th over. Wales 101 for the loss of 1 wicket.
"19 overs done, Wales 101 for the loss of 1 wicket. 199 runs more required to win this contest against India. Current run rate sitting at 5.32. They need 7.5 plus in order to chase this total down. It seems a bit far too much, but still, since they are having 9 wickets in hand, it should be well within reach if they are capable of putting up a good partnership between these two batters, especially Ivan Reis, who looks to be in good touch, and Kelvin, the new batter, who just walked in at the fall of the wicket of Simon Holiday. He is unbeaten on 7 of 14 deliveries.
I feel like Singh is bowling a bit too short now. I don't know whether it's a tiredness because he's bowling his 5th consecutive over here. He's bowling a slow right arm fast. Slow medium pace actually. And that time again, short, nicely punched to the long off region. Giving away those singles, not really troubling the batsman, not really asking any questions with that amount of pace. Dropping his shot is very easy for the batter to negotiate because nothing will beat him unless, of course, his own carelessness or he relaxes a bit. So Singh has to pitch the ball a bit up, that much like that, making the batter play some shots, and that's a glorious shot towards long off region just for a single. For a moment there, I thought it would have pierced the extra cover long off gap, but again, just a single. Rotating a strike. We were commending the Indian batters for rotating strike, but right now even the Welsh, they're doing a great job doing the same.
That's an outside edge, and that will run down to the third man area. Oh, that was misfielded. I just felt he got a little bit of uneven bounce right at the end, but as a fielder, you need to be ready for all of these. You need to keep your body right behind the ball just to make sure that it does not ricochet. Just there, an uneven bounce. Unlucky for the fielder, but Wales will take it. That's another boundary added to the total, 108 for the loss of 1 wicket. Kelvin moves up to 12. That's close. That's well given. Yes, that was very close, in line with the stumps. Kelvin trying to play across the line, fails to make contact, and this time he fails to survive, and that's a 2nd wicket down for Wales. 108 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And I was saying as well, because Singh was bowling a bit too short. He has to put it up there for the batter to play. He has to mix it up a bit. That time it was straight directed right at the stumps, so it caught him plumb right in front of the stumps. A very good wicket for Singh. A very well toiled wicket as well. So there goes the 2nd wicket for the Welsh team.
The The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy Encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछने वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නේ.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
And we are back at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds for the plate final between Wales and India. So for 19.5 overs done, we saw the second wicket falling, the wicket of Kelvin, LBW, off of the bowling of Singh. He's got one delivery remaining to end the 20th over. Ali Bukhari, the opening bowler for Wales, is on the crease right now. So he has to do some all-rounding. He has to bring in some all-round performances here to get Wales over the line.
Here's a replay of that wicket right in front of the stumps. Good decision by the umpire. Maybe clipping the leg stump, but still, it's a good decision by the umpire. Once again, full and straight. Driven down to mid-on. Just another single added to the total. That completes a successful over for India. 20 done. Wales 109 for the loss of 2 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
"20 overs done. Wales 109 for the loss of 2 wickets after the completion of the 20th over. With me in the combox, Ashley. Good afternoon, Ashley. Looks a very balanced match as of now. Maybe India ahead a little bit, but still Wales well within the reach because they are maintaining a very healthy run rate, almost 5.5, and just lost the 2 wickets they have lost. So I just feel they are in for a good game.
Well, certainly, yes, Iran Shamil, a very good afternoon to you. Well, it looks absolutely brilliant out here. Excellent cricket being dished out by both the Welsh as well as the Indians. The Indians fighting very hard, and 299 is what they scored, so defending 300. And the Welsh, they are not going to take this down easily. They have got off to a great start, and we are in for a good afternoon's day of cricket as well.
Well, Bukhari has been promoted up the order. Not sure what the plan would be exactly, but I just feel Bukhari might have been given the license to go after the bowlers because we have spinners operating from both ends. So there is a chance maybe a big hitter can do a little bit of damage to the bowlers because Ivan Rees right now, he can't take any risks because he's in for 50 deliveries. He needs to play that anchor role and guide their team. He needs to be there at least until the 35th, 40th over, and then maybe he can take a chance. But I would feel this is a good move from the Wales. And as we speak again, he smashes it down to the long on region for another single.
Certainly right. So Bukhari certainly is going to use a long handle here. The intentions are very clear to see. He's swinging at everything that's coming his way. Anything pitched up to him, anything short with a width will disappear. And Ivan Rees, on the other hand, as like you said, batting well within himself, looking for those singles and the twos, and a rotating strike. So he has got to 62 off just 51. He certainly is looking absolutely brilliant. The man who has the only batsman in over-50s cricket to get past 1,000 runs. And today another double as well, picking up 50 in the process. So there we see the 21st over coming to an end. 112 for 2. Wales chasing 300 to win.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
21 overs done. Wales 112 for the loss of 2 wickets. Ivan Rees unbeaten on 62 of 52. You might think he is a striking batsman right now, but he did when he had his opening partner Simon. As we speak, that has been thrashed down to the third man boundary. Bukhari slashing outside the off stump, getting that big edge, and the ball runs down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Just took his front leg out of the way, made a little room for himself, swing of the arms, connected it well, outside edge though, doesn't matter. They will be interested only in the runs and not worried about the stroke play at the moment, Wales.
Absolutely. Bukhari has come out with very clear intentions. He's throwing out his bat at every delivery. At that point, it was a very good delivery in line with the stumps. Singh has been expensive, but still he has managed to grab both wickets. So all credits to him. He has done a pretty decent job. That's a huge shot over the long on fielder for 6 runs. And this is what we were discussing about. And Bukhari taking Singhs to the cleaner.
Up and over. That was a pitched up delivery and hitting through the line there. Now that's the secret behind that shot. Hitting through the line. There you see the bat coming down. Beautiful arc. And the front foot well halfway down. And the ball hitting it on the up there. And going through the shot. Holding his post. Lovely follow through. And full face of the bat and offering. Timed it well. Connected it well. And over the long off boundary. The ball soaring in the air for 6.
Once again, misfield by the Indian fielder. The ball is running down to the square leg boundary. And will be 4 more runs added to the total. This has been an expensive over from India's point of view. 4 deliveries, 14 runs added to the total.
Yes, back-to-back boundaries, 6 and a 4. And that is after the first delivery also found the fence. So the Wales batters now certainly chancing it and going at everything. And Singh, work cut out for him. That time a better delivery, good comeback. Ball pitching on middle and off. A little bit of a hint of a swing. Good shape as well. And a hurried shot by Bukhari. No addition to the score.
Once again, trying for that big heave, but the ball is going down the leg side and down by the umpire. That completes over number 22, and the players will have a drinks.
Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Here's a quick look at the match summary. India winning the toss here at the MCA Cricket Grounds today, deciding to bat first. Ended up at 299 within their quota of 45 overs after losing 5 wickets. Sohail pick up the batters, 72 of 91 runs before he was dismissed, unfortunately, by hit wicket. Khan and Abchit, both batters managing to cross that 50-run mark. Pick up the bowlers, Ivan managing to grab 2 wickets, and Bukhari and Mark grabbing 1 wicket each. In response, Wales, after 22 overs, are currently 126 for the loss of 2 wickets. Ivan Rees, the skipper, unbeaten on 62. And what a knock by Holiday. He just couldn't continue his good run from the other day, but still managed to score 34 runs, which helped that opening partnership. Singh, the only highlight with regards to bowling, managing to grab both wickets to fall. Well, then Wales need 174 runs from 138 balls for victory.
So there we see huge skyscrapers around this area as well. Colombo looking absolutely magnificent with all the large, tall buildings and beautiful weather. And then certainly the conditions brilliant for cricket here at the Mercantile Cricket Grounds. When we know who the third and the fourth place has gone into. England beating Australia. Australia all out for 84. As we see the next delivery, the first delivery of the 23rd over, drops his shot on the back foot, pulling it, but straight to the long on fielder. 1 more to the score. So England easily getting past that 86, scoring 87 for the loss of only 2 wickets in just 14 overs. And well, they are in the 3rd place with Australia pushed to 4th. And after this match, we will know who will occupy the 5th and the 6th, the plate championship between Wales and India.
Fakir, he's into his 6th over, considered 29 runs. He's trying to slide into the right-hand batter. That has been played up and over down towards long off. Not very well timed by Bukhari. Fakir slowing down that delivery a little bit, knowing that Bukhari will go after him. Very well bowled by Fakir, but unfortunately it did not carry down to the long off fielder. Smart bowling here by Fakir. This time Ivan comes across and sweeps it down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. That's again a beautiful shot. Smart batting by Ivan Rees. Walking across, and this is very good batting. Floated up again, but Ivan making sure that he pierces that gap between square leg and mid-wicket and grabbing up 4 more runs.
Absolutely, ball way outside the off stump, fetching it from outside the off stump, playing that sweep shot, now called the slog sweep, connects it well, times it well to the boundary. So 6 runs already in the first 4 deliveries. Fakir, work cut out for him, have given away 34 runs in just 5.4 overs. Here he is now once again. Rees this time very watchful, bat and pad close together, just have a dab at it, and the bowler on the follow through picks up, no addition to the score. And then now Wales will be looking for some runs in this final delivery of the 23rd over. Playing and missing on this occasion. The ball keeping a trifle low. A quicker delivery through the air, and Fakir completes his 6th over. 23 overs have been completed in the Welsh innings. 132 for the loss of 2 wickets.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So 24th over coming up. Tired looking batters as well as the fielders. Well, the toll is taking now. And well, much to the credit of all these over 50 cricketers. They have been playing some magnificent cricket. Very competitive cricket. Throwing themselves in the field. And then of course with the bat and ball, some exceptional performances. We have seen Ivan Rees, and then also earlier we saw Holiday, who is the highest run scorer in this tournament, the 4th edition of the IMC World Cup. Well, he was out for 32 today, but goodness me, what wonderful performances with both bat, ball, and then of course the fielders in the field as well.
We have a small hold up in the game, and current partnership 24 runs of 19 balls. We are coming to you live from the MCA Cricket Grounds here in Colombo. It's a lovely day for cricket. You can catch us live on Papare TV channel, on Dialog TV, Papare YouTube, papare.com, and Facebook Live as well. Papare, the #1 sports channel in Sri Lanka, covering all of these beautiful pictures for you from all across the country, and especially being the big match season in Sri Lanka for the next couple of months, you could witness a lot of cricket games on Papare. Even today we are having 4 other games happening around the city of Colombo, including the big match between Thurston College and the Isipadana College happening for the second day. You can catch that live as well.
Well, some pictures sent home for the loved ones. The Welsh dugout as well as the Indian. Saw some of the spectators, well, particularly the Welsh, enjoying the bright sunshine here and working out a tan as well. The family members walking around the grounds and enjoying the sunshine here as well. Play just about to begin after that slight hold up. 24th over coming up. 132 for 2, chasing 300. And last over, going for 6 runs. And Wales, well, they require another 168 in 132. Deliveries, the game evenly poised. And perhaps a trifle advantage at the moment to the Indian Over-50s.
Well, I still feel that it's well within the reach for the Wales, because they have just lost the 2 wickets, 22 more overs to go. Ivan Rees, very well settled. Bukhari being the aggressor, going after the bowlers. So they should be able to get here if they continue this good performance. That's a wave delivery to start off by the right arm pacer. Murugan starting off his first delivery of a fresh spell.
Mile one again, Murugan bowling his first over. Not a good start for him though. Not an auspicious stuff. Way outside the off stump, declared a wide. Here is once again a wide, and Asoka De Silva stretches his arms. One time, one of the highest voted umpires in the ICC. The best umpire for a number of years. Did yeoman service not only as an umpire, officiating umpire, but also as a national cricketer. Represented in NCC, and then also played for Sri Lanka with his leg spinners. And there we see a French cut. Bukhari on the front foot, tried to hit that ball on the offside, inside edge, and the ball going between him and the wickets down towards the fine leg region, 4 runs.
Well, we say luck favors the brave, and Bukhari throwing it hard outside the off stump, getting that well-deserved inside edge, and manages to grab a boundary. Leaving dangerously, but still he has managed to score 22 runs of the 13 deliveries he has faced. That's outside the off stump and hammered again down to extra cover, but we have protection down at the boundary. Just another run. Bukhari looks very confident. He's going after the bowlers, and that's good signs for the Wales.
Using the long handle, he's certainly open stance as he waits for the delivery. Anything pitch short, anything a little bit of width. And he's very strong, square of the wicket on the off and as well as the onside, and not afraid to hit down the ground as well.
This is very good, sensible batting by Ivan Rees as well. He knows that Bukhari is going after the bowlers, so sensibly making sure that he rotates the strike and pass it on to Bukhari, who is trying to go hard at the bowlers. Maybe since Bukhari is having a bit of a niggle in his knee as well, he has been given the license to walk in early and go after the bowlers and try and score as much as possible.
So lovely bit of football there. by the mid-on fielder running quickly across to his left. Otherwise, if that ball went past him, it would have gone down to the boundary. Hit very hard, taken on the full. It was a full toss. So Papare missing out on that occasion. As you watch the replay, there see, not only cricket but football as well. And no one behind him. If that ball went past him, certainly 3 runs saved. And 141 for 2. Ivan Rees back on strike, and this time outside the off stump, reaching out and playing that ball, trying to find the gap there, but plays it straight to the extra cover fielder. No addition to the score. So good intent by both the Welsh batsmen. Anything pitched up to them, anything with a little bit of width, they'll go after it. But at the same time, they're very good on defense as well. Bowling anything wicket to wicket of a good length, good line, they're okay to play it down.
It's been a very expensive over so far from Murugan, the first over. That's another single to end his over. 10 runs coming off the 24th over. Wales 142 for the loss of 2 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So the field well spread out now, and there we see plenty of cover on the boundary line. So the Indian Over-50s not taking any chances here, though they are taking the game to the Welsh. There are some gaps out on the offside as well as on the onside, inviting the batters to go and see if they can play those shots. So Murugan, a trifle expensive on that previous occasion, bowling his first over, went for 10 runs. And of course there was a couple of wide deliveries as well which he had to bowl. So now there we see a few changes being done. There is 5 men on the offside at short third man, backward point, sweeper cover, extra cover, and then long off on the offside. A short square leg, a deep mid wicket on the boundary line, a short mid wicket and a long on the boundary line. Way down the leg side, that time Ivan Rees missing out. He should have got some bat and the ball would have certainly gone a little finer and he would have picked up a couple of runs. Maybe trying to overhit that ball and wrapping on the pads. No addition to the score.
We have another bowling change. The left arm off spinner. That's dragged short and pulled by Ivan Rees down to the square leg region just for a single. His protection. Ivan looks in very good touch. He just needs to continue his good work. And it will be very interesting to see how Papare will handle Dinesh, because Dinesh will be spinning the ball away from Papare, and Papare needs to be very careful if he's trying to go against the spin, because that can cause a lot of damage if he mistimes a shot or two. But let's see, it's going to be very interesting between these two batters. That's an outside edge. Hill the outside edge. Runs down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Papare has been very lucky. Inside edges, outside edges. He has still managed to grab a lot of runs. This is very good for the Wales as they're chasing down a mammoth total of 300.
Absolutely. As you watch the replays there, the batsman will say that he did that purposely. Open the face of the bat. He'll take it as it comes. But outside edge, thick outside edge. He was trying to play towards the extra cover region. Open the face of the bat though. And ball running down towards the third man region. Well, welcome boundary. And the boundaries are now coming quite quickly to the Welsh batters. 147 on the board. This is the 25th over coming up. And this time has a swing at it. Doesn't connect it. And ball spinning away from him. The wicketkeeper not being able to take it cleanly as well. The bowler had his hands on his head as he watched that ball. Tossed up, spinning away from the right hander. That's what you're talking about. So Papare will have to be careful. Make sure that he covers the line of the delivery. Gets his front foot to the pitch of the delivery as well.
That was a surprise delivery because he got a lot of turn and bounce, which means there is something left for the spinners as we speak. That has been clobbered. over mid-wicket, one bounce into the boundary. In fact, it's a 6. Yes. Very well indicated by the fielder down at the boundary. Good gestures by the Indian. That's good sportsmanship
great
as well.
Sportsmanship. We have seen it right throughout. The batsmen, also the fielders, complementing each other. This is brilliant, extremely good, and augurs well for cricket as well. And any youngster who's watching this is how the game should be played. You play to win, but you play with a lot of sportsmanship, and then also with a lot of friendly, and then also give and take policies as well. This time he advances down the track, connects it well, gets under it, and that ball has soared over the side screen, up and over. 2 brilliant sixers, the 5th and the 6th deliveries going over the boundary line, and 25 overs have been completed. 159 for 2, Wales chasing 300 to win.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුල්ලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නේ.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal. ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है? पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है? तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान, हिलेगी जमीन, मचेगा घमासान। तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान, हिलेंगी तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान। बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम, लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा।
The oldest uninterrupted schoolboy cricket match is back. 146th Battle of the Blues and the 48th Mustangs Trophy encounter. Live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Right, there we are. So the last over was a very, very productive over for the Welsh. They moved to 159 for 2 after 25 overs. Ivan moves on to 70 and Bukhari. What an innings he's played so far. 40 of 19 balls. And they're really making a go of this 300-run victory target that India set them. India made 299 for 6 in their 45 overs. And the Welsh not letting this game slip away. They lost 2 wickets, but it's 159 for 2.
Well, the Indian Over-50s ball has been taken to the cleaners here by the Welsh batters, led by the captain himself, leading from the front. Ivan raised 70 of 61. And Bukhari, what a hand he's playing. Goodness me, 40 in just 19 deliveries. And well, the Welsh has now wrested the initiative, and they seems to have gained a yard or 2 in front of the Indian Over-50s bowlers and the fielders.
So run rate 6.36 at the moment. Murugan, the bowler, into his second over. None for 11 his figures. Misfield, a short third man, allows the batsman to cross over one more. So Bukhari moves on to 41, brings Ivan on strike. He's on 71 or 62.
So the pressure fairly and squarely onto the Indian bowlers, Indian Over-50s bowlers as well as the fielders. There you see regulation fielding, making a hash of it and not picking up cleanly and giving a run. And this time Ivan Reis has a swing at it, but can't be the short extra cover fielder there. Straight to him. 139 runs required of just 117 deliveries. Quiet over so far, 2 singles.
very gettable, 139 of 117. They got 8 wickets in hand. That's the advantage that the Wales have. Half-hearted appeal, but was going for a big heave that time was Ivan Rees. Didn't get back the ball.
Well, intentions very clear. There's a pitched up delivery, hitting it on the up and getting an inside edge there. And from the bat, the ball ricocheting onto his front pad. So certainly anything pitched up, anything with a little bit of width will disappear to the boundary. Morgan.
Picked up inside the boundary at long off, so one more run to the total as well. 162 for 2, one ball left in this 26th over. Morgan has done well to keep the batsman quiet in this over.
So Wales will be looking at least 200 by the 30th over. We're talking of about 38 runs. If they can get there, well, the game is on.
Oh, there we are. Lofted over the head of the man at long off. That's 6 more. Bukhari is making things happen here. End of the over, 26 completed. And Wales 168 for 2.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Bukhari has moved to 47 of just 21. As we watch that last replay of that shot, a huge heave. He is setting himself up. Pitched up delivery, hitting through the line. And connecting it well up and over. The long off fielder thought he had a chance. And leaping up, but the ball way over him, over the boundary line.
So run rate 6.46 at the moment. They've done well to maintain this run rate throughout perhaps the last 15 overs of this innings. Ivan Rees chewing as well, perhaps some gum to take the pressure off. A little paddle sweep down towards fine leg. The fielder is after. Will he get there? Yes, he does, but they'll come back for 2.
That's great batting indeed by Ivan Rees. Read that ball well, realizing he has to only trickle that ball, and that's what he did. And playing it very fine and taking 2 runs. The square leg fielder having to run about 20 yards to his right. So Ivan Rees keeping the scoreboard ticking. 170 for 2. 27th over in progress.
Playing with soft hands, looking for a single. The ball just runs out of the offside, but too many fielders on the offside as well. So he changes his mind. No chance of run. Bukhari had the non-strikers then. He's on 47 or 21. This time a tuck around the corner towards square leg. Bigger keepers after it, but the batsman will complete the single.
Sohail bowling his first over. Have kept things quiet. No boundaries. Only 3 singles in the first 3 deliveries. First delivery going for 2. Second a dot. Third a single brings Bukhari, the man who's swinging at everything, on strike.
Oh, player miss. Just missed the off stump, in fact. Bukhari going for a wild heave on the onside.
The ball keeping low on that occasion. Played over it. Luckily for him, it's outside. First outside the off stump. Wicket keeper behind the stumps. Taking that ball well. This time played on the offside. No addition to the score. So good over so far. Only 3 runs. A 2 and a single. Final delivery coming up.
And that's played up history on the onside. Where is that going? Well, that clears the boundary once again. That's 6. Bukhari moves on to 53 of 24. End of the over, 27 completed. And the Welsh are 177 for 2.
Mama Gajaman.
Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
So the first 5 delivery is going only for 3 runs, and the final delivery going for a 6, spoiling the figures of Sohail. And Bukhari certainly having different ideas, hitting a beautiful 6 on the up, getting his foot out of the way, big swing of his arms, connecting that ball well and clearing the boundary with ease.
Right, so Dinesh comes on to bowl. 27 overs completed, and Wales are 177 for 2. They require 300 to win. Umpire Asoka De Silva counts the number of fielders, and he's satisfied that they've got 11 on the field. So Rees on strike. The left arm spinner in operation. Cut to short third man. The number of left arm spinners we've seen in this tournament, so many.
Well, India themselves have 3, and this is the third left armer who's bowling in this innings. Even Wales had 2 in their ranks. Australia had 1, Sri Lanka had 2. Uduwana
sweeps this one. Deep mid wicket covers ground, and there's the fielding inside the boundaries. Just a single being taken. So brings Bukhari on strike. He doesn't deal in singles, he deals only in sixers.
Looks a very compact player, strongly built, and very easy stance as well as he settles over his bat.
India. This time a boundary. One bounce to the boundary for 4.
And you're certainly right. Making a little room for himself. Difficult shot to play. Cross-batted shot. Waiting for the ball to reach him and then opening himself and hitting that ball over extra cover. A couple of bounces to the boundary line. A good shot. Connected it well. Timed it well. There we see a lot of power. And he certainly is using his bottom hand to good effect here.
Once again, hit away in the air. Into the boundary, 4 more.
So Dinesh erring in a line here is giving the batsman width. And Bukhari swinging at it and swinging the bat like a mighty axe. Taking his front foot out of the way so that he can free his arms. And that's what he's doing. And getting enough bat, thick outside edge. Ball going over the back foot point fielder down towards the point region for 4 runs. So 2 back-to-back boundaries, 9 runs already, 5th delivery coming up.
Play and a miss outside the line of off stump. Wicketkeeper had the bails off, asking the question from the square leg umpire, but Bukhari's foot hadn't moved.
So
there we go again. That's the replay. The boot is well behind the crease, in fact.
So Bukhari will have to be careful here, contain himself. He's playing a great innings at the moment. 61 of just 27 deliveries. He got to continue this.
Beats a fielder at extra cover. Sweeper does well to get a hand to it. They'll come back for a couple of runs. 2 to end the over, 28 completed, and the Wales 188 for 2.
So the Indian fielders being sent on a little hunt by the Welsh batters. Anything with a little bit of width, anything short or up to them. There we see that shot hitting down the ground, connecting it well, and this time off the pads. And a bit of a misfield, ball running down through the fielder. And once again a big heave. And down the ground, Bukhari, goodness me. He certainly is hitting the ball well, connecting well, timing well, and getting his placement right as well. Fortune favours the brave. He has got to 63 of just 28. And Ivan Rees on the other hand, a captain's innings, 76 of 70. Once again giving the strike to Bukhari. This is intelligent batting. And if any youngster is watching, this is how you pace a game. And you bat in tandem. And good understanding between the two batters here. Giving the strike, rotating the strike, picking up the single, and then the loose deliveries being hit to the boundary as well.
So the target is 300. And this one's driven on the offside, out towards sweeper cover. This time picks up only a single.
Goodness me, all power-packed shots. Plenty of power. The ball just screaming to the outfield. And all the Indian outfielders, they are expecting the ball to come to them. And lightning speed. And this time on the back foot. Punch it to the left of the mid-on fielder, picking up a single in the process. So the singles are coming in this over. 3 singles so far. And then the boundaries follow on and off as well. Some over the boundary line. And some just going for fours as well.
That's lofted. Oh, 2 fielders converge on that. In the end, nobody put a hand to it. Bukhari survives. That was a straightforward catch. In fact, there was no call from either of the fielders.
So misunderstanding between the long off and the long off fielder. A huge miss this is going to be for sure. That ball was in the air for a long, long time. And both fielders converging. And then the ball falling between them. And the 2 fielders were looking at each other. Very unfortunate indeed. And Bukhari picking up a single in the process. And now Ivan Rees swinging his bat. Insult to injury on this occasion. Ball pitching on midland leg. Swinging it well. Away from the deep mid-wicket fielder. Down to the boundary it goes.
So 1 ball left in this 29th over. There we are. That's the replay of that. It was lofted on the onside. And the fielder covered a lot of ground, tried to put a boot to it, but it ran off the boot to the boundary for 4. So 196 for 2. They require 104 runs. That's what they require. And the last ball, the 29th coming up. They'll have 16 overs to get there. Playing the reverse sweep. Half-hearted shout. Not out, says the umpire. 29 completed and Wales 196 for 2.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
මම ගජමෑන්
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Thirtieth over just starting up. 196 to the Welsh. Bukhari on 65 of 31. Ivan Rees on 82 of 74. Partnership is 88. Slams on the offside. Out towards backward point again. Into the boundary for 4. Now the Welsh need only 100 runs from 94 balls. And they've got 8 wickets in hand.
As you watch a replay, that's a long hop. Plenty of width. Enough time for the batsman to get onto the back foot there. Have a heave at it over the point fielder down to the boundary. And well, yes, it's almost run a ball now. And the Welsh batters will be well advised not to throw it away now. Maintain their composure. They have played fantastic cricket here. And they have taken the game to the Indian Over-50s now. And at the same time, the Indian Over-50s, not to get overawed by the situation, keep things tight.
One bounce the field at long off this time. So only a single to be taken.
Yes, as you were saying, the Indian Over-50s not to be overawed by the situation. A wicket or two here can change the entire complexion of the game. So what they need to do is also to keep things as tight as possible and make the Welsh batsmen take the chances.
So 2 singles so far in this over. Fakir run for 40 from 6.4, 98 required from 92 balls. So gettable when you got 8 wickets at hand. Look at that run rate, 6.39. And there he goes again, Bukhari. Clears the man at deep mid because that's 6. That's a big 6 again. Well, this is some batting.
Well, everything is happening here. That ball pitched on mid-line leg. Just get his front foot out of the way as you watch a replay. There we are. Leg away and then the swing and connects it well. And the ball over. Up and over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Well. A lot of power. This is power hitting at its best. Bukhari 76 of just 34. And the current partnership 100 from 60 deliveries. Goodness me. These two are certainly putting the Indian bowling to the sword.
Right, so Bukhari settled those bat again. The left arm spinner Fakir from the scoreboard end of the grounds. Now they need 92 from 91 balls. That's the equation. With a big heave again, doesn't get hold of it. Wicketkeeper runs around to do the fielding. 30 overs completed. The Wales 208 for 2.
Oh, fantastic.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Alright, 30 overs done, 208 for the loss of 2 wickets. A batting flurry runs across the field by both these batters. Ivan settled on 83 after facing 75 deliveries, and then Bukhari, on the other hand, 76 off of 35 deliveries. Need 92 runs to win from 90 balls, almost a runner ball. It's very possible here for Wales to get it over the line, reach that target of 300 runs.
Absolutely. The possibilities are very great here because they've got 8 wickets in hand and 15 overs to get those runs. And looking at the way Bukhari is going at the moment, well, he's not going to spare the bowlers.
So Fakir is into the attack, off spin, punches it towards the long off region for a single. So they've been dealing with lots of boundaries, especially the last 5 to 10 overs. And Bukhari has been in the center of it. What do you think of his performance so far?
Absolutely fantastic. There's no doubt about it. 76 or 35. He's led the charge, in fact, Bukhari. And if he bats at this rate, the match won't go 45 overs.
Definitely. Ivan has been phenomenal as well. He's been anchoring the innings. He was the aggressor in that opening partnership that lasted over 100 runs, if I'm not mistaken. Or close to 100. And then now, he's playing that anchor role, getting those singles and letting Bukhari do all this damage, because 76 over 35 is astounding. As Sohail continues. This time flighted off. This time he whacks a cross-batter shot over the bowler's head, over the fielders, over the boundary rope, and that's 6. The flurry of runs continue as this over also 2 balls, 7 runs conceded.
Wow, what a strike again from Bukhari. The field had no chance, and that was running over that boundary all the time.
Yep, flighted up, that time allowed appeal. Try to sweep it, slog sweep it. This time the intended direction was towards mid-wicket. The previous delivery was right above the bowler's head. As we see the replays, this time a much more flatter delivery. A valid appeal there. Looks to be close, but the umpire shakes his head. Unfortunate for the Indians, because had it been for DRS, that could have been very, very close. So a good comeback there as he bowls, walks in. That time flat shot wide and cuts it through that cover region. 4 more. Bukhari's explosiveness has no ends. He's been going for runs. Actually, he's been getting those runs from all across the ground.
No fielder moved. Look at that. Very short. Off the back foot, thumps it on the offside, beats umpire Scott De Silva. Not a fielder move, but just raced the boundary.
That time a much better delivery on length. Tries to salvage something, but no, misfield there. Rotate strike, smart batting from Bukhari here. 12 runs already conceded in this over. 1 delivery remaining. Sohail has been very expensive. 29 conceded off of his 2.5 overs. It gives a chance for Ivan to face one more delivery of Sohail. Ideally, he'd try to go for some runs here and let Bukhari keep strike in the next over. That time tries to get a single, but no. Straight towards the short mid-wicket region. No runs, and that ends the 31st over, 220 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
It's the IMC Over-50s World Cup plate final between Wales and India. Wales already in the driving seat, target 300. Right now 31 overs, 220 for the loss of 2 wickets.
So Bukhari's on strikes, 87. He's overtaken Ivan.
Oh, in just 39 deliveries. So that is humongous, because he's striking at a rate over 200. As we see the left arm spin coming through. That time flied it up on the arc, lifts it over the bowler's head, and that's another boundary to Bukhari. 91 runs. What a shot. His power hitting has been immense here. He's been hitting the ball regardless of where the ball is, who is bowling. It doesn't matter to me. He'll go as fast as he can and wherever he can to get those boundaries and sixes. Again coming through, this time outside off, shot over the infield in that point region. 4 more runs to Bukhari. 95, he's just 5 short of 100. And it looks like 300 seems to be like a small target.
Yeah, 8 runs of 2 balls at the moment, and Bukhari just hammering the ball all around the park. He's just enjoying himself, there's no doubt about it. fielders have no chance in cutting those off. So Bukhari on 95 of 41, 228 for 2. The partnership is 120 of 69 balls.
So Fakir again, here balls in, this time flights it. On length, managed to get a single. At the start of the innings, at the start of the match actually, we said anything above 250 will be a commandable total to defend. But they exceeded expectations there, India. They went towards 300, 299 at the end of 45 overs. But right now, that also seems to be like a small margin, the way they're batting, Ivan and Bukhari. Fakir this time. Short again, punches it towards the long off region. Ivan doing the smart thing, batting very smart here. Letting Bukhari get all the strike as much as possible so that not only can he get to his 100, but the run rate keeps on climbing up.
The number of balls to runs, the ratio has changed in fact.
Very much so.
So Fakir, 7.4 overs, none for 56. Every single ball has been taken to the cleaners.
That time, much better delivery on length. Still goes for a single. So despite there being no boundaries, they still manage to get those singles. And so far in this over, 11 runs conceded. Definitely taking them to the cleaners.
Yeah, the last ball left in the 32nd.
That time Ivan decides to take a single and keep strike. That ends the 32nd over. 232 for 2.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान हिलेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लिखेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
Well, the Indians had a chance to dismiss Bukhari. When he lofted one towards that long off position, the two fielders came in. There was no call who was going to take the catch, and the ball dropped in between the two fielders. Well, chance going or begging.
Yes, those chances don't come often, especially from a batter of the caliber of Bukhari, because the way he's playing, in hindsight, you'd see that was a missed opportunity, because that is the point in the match where that they could have turned things around, get back that momentum that they had lost at the start of the innings, and somehow get those consecutive wickets. Now 68 runs needed over 78 deliveries. The required run rate is less than 6 runs per over, 5.23. And Bukhari is currently unbeaten on 97. Ivan has to rotate strike and let Bukhari get as much as balls as possible, because he deserves that 100. The way he bowled and now the way he's batting is definitely a man of the match candidate for me. This time we got left hand spin round the wicket. Swings it. Ivan towards that long off region. Manages to stop it, the fielder. Just one run there.
Right, Bukhari is on strike. What will he do? Will he go for the big hit to reach 3 figures? Let's wait and see.
Yes, I don't think there's any need for the big hit right now. He can afford to give some dot deliveries and singles to get his 100. But having said that, he don't want to lose his momentum, the rhythm that he's gained throughout the entirety of this innings, 43 deliveries. He's been very explosive. I think he has to continue with his rhythm there. As Bandari bowls his second delivery. This time over the wicket. Ooh, a good delivery on length. They managed to rotate strike again. Smart batting here by both Ivan and Bukhari, giving Indians no breathing space at all.
So Bandari into 7th over, none for 27 his figures. He was brought in to try and curb the run scoring and maybe pick up a wicket.
He's definitely been the most economical amongst the Indian bowlers. Bowls again this time. Attempts a reverse sweep. Didn't get the contact he wanted to. So a dot delivery. So far so good in this over for Bandari. 2 singles and a dot delivery in the 3 balls he's bowled. That time again trying to be a bit innovative, but didn't get the connection he wanted to. Partnership 126 off of 76 this time. Outside off. He swings it. And the fielder manages to stop it. Good fielding there by the Indian team. no runs conceded. Bandari is definitely piling up the pressure for the Welsh batters, because just 2 runs conceded in this over, 4 deliveries. Slided up, full toss, and he bowls him! Not the way Ivan wanted to get out there, because he was also getting close, inching close to that century. But unfortunately, that's not the type of delivery he would have wanted to get out in.
Look at that. There we are, flighted outside the right of off stump. It pitches and turns in, so there's turn as well, and hits the top of off stump. Well, Ivan, he's out. He knows that he's played a false shot. He didn't follow the ball. And Bandari, the successful bowler, picks up a wicket. Applause for the captain, Ivan Rees, as he walks back. 87 of 83 balls. And certainly played a good hand for the Welsh.
So that ends the sublime innings of Ivan Rees, the captain of the Wales team.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් කරන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙලයි. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමාට. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Alright, that's 32.5 overs done. Wales 234 for the loss of 3 wickets. India get their much needed breakthrough. The wicket of the captain Ivan Rees. Back-to-back half centuries for him. He goes for 87 off of 82 deliveries. A fantastic knock. Now India, to get momentum here, they have to get some consecutive wickets here. As Bandari, again this time. There goes loud appeal. The wicketkeeper is still appealing, but the umpire shakes his head. So no bat involved there. That ends the 33rd over. A wicket for Bandari changes everything. It's 234 for the loss of 3. Ooh.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Well, that was an interesting replay there. Looked to me as if it did in fact hit the bat and those loud appeals were validated. But unfortunately for the Indians, the umpire doesn't seem to agree with them or me at this occasion. Let's have a look at those replays again. Round the wicket, drops on length. Oh.
Well, Well, there was no bat in that for sure. The ball turned, it curled away from the bat. So Bandari on strike, or rather Bukhari on strike at the moment.
He's on
98.
So Fakir will be bowling this time. Very expensive here. 58 already conceded in his 8 overs. The last over of his spell here. Simon Wood, the new batter for Wales. That time flighted outside off, cross-batted shot towards that long on region. And he won't be able to stop it. And that's 4 runs. And that brings Bukhari's 100. Such a well-deserved 100 there. Fantastic innings throughout the entirety of those deliveries. In just 4 to 6 balls, 11 fours and 7 sixes, and a massive strike rate of 221. That is impressive, Bukhari.
Well, certainly he's been the pick of the batsman today as well. What innings he's played. Taking it easy, pushing for the single this time.
There's no need to rush things as things stand right now. The run rate currently is 7.13. Bukhari unbeaten on 103. 239. Need 61 runs to win. Reach the target of 300. And cement themselves as the winners of the plate of the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 edition. It's Fakir who will be continuing. 3 balls left in his spell. Sam coming through, lofts it on length, outside off, cuts it, but straight towards the fielder. No run.
I think the Indians are stunned as to what's really happening out here in the middle, especially Bukhari's 103 or 47 balls.
That time flighted. Managed to get some spin there. But both Bukhari and Ivan did was those deliveries, they actually stepped in and got those deliveries on the up here. Wood needs to follow suit. Right now, he's faced 3 deliveries, yet to get off the mark here. Fakir, the last delivery that I flighted outside off. That's a better delivery there. Try to create some room there by the batter, and that ends the 34th over. And that ends Fakir's spell as well. 239 for the loss of 3. Alright, 239 for the loss of 3. This is Ali Bukhari's 100. Huge shots across the ground. That time a slog slip towards the mid-wicket region. Right above the bowler this time. 6 runs. Again, that long on mid-wicket region. His favourite target. But a fantastic innings. Something that deserves recognition. Not just by the crowd, but all around the world. Because that is a very well constructed innings right there. Time left arm over the wicket. That time he cuts it through the gap. 4 runs again. Bukhari does not seem to stop because the runs are flowing. He wants more runs and he does not want to stop. He wants to get that runs and he wants to get to that total of 300.
Yes, no harm. That's the way to go about it. And Bukhari's seen the ball so well. And since he's dominating the bowling here and he wants to get to 300 very quickly, he's done really well. Hit it along the ground. So he can play the shots in the air, he can play along the ground as well. So Bandari into his 8th over, 1 for 31.
Okay, starting off the over with a boundary. He'd want to have a dot delivery here because something has to happen for India because otherwise it's going to become too late. He swings it top edge. Fielders are converging. The ball is underneath it and he picks it up. Finally, India grabs on to a wicket, holds on to a catch. That is the big and massive wicket of Bukhari. So the 2 batters who were on form and who were scoring runs for fun are both in the pavilion now. And exactly what India wanted. Bukhari going for that huge swing there towards the leg side. But gets a top edge. Ball travels straight up in the air. And the bowler gets underneath it. That's a caught and ball. Finally a wicket and a well-deserved century. The Bukhari, the centurion, leaves the ground. Caught and ball by Bandari.
Yes.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Right, so things are going to slow down now for Wales. They are 243 for 4. Bukhari, the big hitter, 104 48 balls. What an innings that was. And let's take a look at that last wicket of Bukhari. And there's Bandari who bowls to him and he's going for a big heave. Gets the leading edge, the ball goes up high and the bowler gets under it, judges it well, takes a well-judged catch. And that's the wicket that they really wanted, India. See the end of Bukhari. But Bukhari in the meantime had done a lot of damage to the Indian bowlers. And Bandari picks up his second wicket, 2 for 31. And that's the important wicket that India wanted.
Yes, now the middle order is in play. The onus is on them to see them through because the top order have done their job here for the Welsh side. It's the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. We are at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. And the plate final between India and Wales is currently taking place. India posting a target of 299 batting first. Wales right now in response only need 57 off of 64 deliveries. So they don't really need to rush into this. Just take singles. Make sure that you get those boundaries off of those bad deliveries. And then see them through. Bandari continues this time to the new batter. Dot delivery. He's been the economical of the bunch here. 7.3 overs done. 31 runs conceded, but getting 2 important wickets. As the new batsman, Evans, is on strike. Left arm spin over the wicket. Another dot delivery. So the pressure has to be piled up here. They have to make sure that the Welsh batters are not allowed room to free up their arms and get those runs. As Bandari has 2 more deliveries left in his 8th over. Okay, no runs.
It's expected that things will slow down. You got 2 new batters in the middle, both to score. And when you have those situations, it's going to take some time for these batsmen to really settle down and get going with the runs.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what India wants. And where India wants Wales to be at right now. That time, covering the wicket. Punches it towards the onside. Ends the 35th over. 244 for the loss of 4.
Mama Gajaman.
Right then, here's a quick look at the match summary. India winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Managed to score a mammoth total of 299 runs of their 45 overs. After losing 5 wickets, Sohail being the pick of the batters, managing to score 72 runs. Khan and Abjid managing to grab 50 plus runs each. Ivan grabbing 2 wickets, the skipper leading from the front, Bukhari and Mark grabbing 1 wicket each. In reply, Wales currently are 244 runs for the loss of 4 wickets after 35 overs. Bukhari, what an innings he played today. He just walked out and smashed the bowlers all around the park and managed to grab a quick fiery 107 of 49 deliveries. And Yuvan Rees, I would say, was really unlucky to be dismissed on 87. And Holiday managed to grab 34 runs. Bandari and Singh managed to grab 2 wickets each. So the equation now is 56 runs required for Wales of 60 deliveries with 2 new batters in the crease. Ashley, it's going to be really interesting the last 10 overs.
Well, you're certainly right. It'll be whoever that keeps their cool and then also their composure. No doubt about it. It's Evan and Wu out there in the middle, and the 2 batsmen will be well advised. They have almost 10 overs, and it's only 64 runs that they require to get. And they had to be very smart here 66 runs, I beg your pardon. If they have to be very, very smart here. 56 to get, and they have to be very smart to get those runs. Push for the singles and the twos. But on the other hand, the Indian Over-50s will have their own plans as well. Bowl wicket to wicket, keep the ball up to the batsman, just short of length. Don't bowl anything full, and then also not to give, not to give any width on either side of the wicket, square of the wicket as well.
Absolutely spot on, because this is exactly what the doctor ordered for Indians, because they managed to grab the two set batters within a short period, and they have got back into this game at a very crucial point with 56 runs required of 60 deliveries. It can be really tricky, because if they bowl well and field well, they have a chance, because another wicket here will really get them into this game. Because even though 56 runs required of 60 deliveries, since we have two new batters, the conditions are completely different. These two batters, they will need to get into this game. They'll need to understand how the pitch is currently working. So it's not going to be an easy task for these new two batters to go and achieve this target of 300 runs.
Slight out of play. There is some discussions between the two umpires discussing about the number of fielders perhaps that was employed within the 30-yard circle and outside. The restrictions are off now. And, well, there was a messenger who came from the Wales pavilion, the dugout. And some discussions went on, and the Indian fielders also converging. And now, well, the two umpires getting back to their positions, and play about to begin. Target 300. Wales, 35 overs have been completed. 244 for 4 of that brilliant innings of 107. And then also, that is Papare who got that century in just 48 deliveries. And then also we saw Evan Rees, the man who has 1,000 runs to his credit plus in Over-50s cricket, and also 50 wickets to his credit, scoring 87 back-to-back half centuries for him. And a brilliant performance indeed, chasing down this total. And now Wales sniffing distance from the total, 56 of the 60 deliveries. Let's see what's going to happen.
Absolutely, it's going to really be an interesting passage of play. That's huge turn. He's bowling it really slow. Dinesh has really figured it out how he needs to be bowling, because he got a tap on his back by Papare. He was taken to the cleaners of his 2 overs. He has given it 28 runs. But right now, if he bowls it right, slowing down a little bit, he will definitely get a lot of purchase out of this pitch, and that would really ask a lot of questions from these two new batters, because they will take some time to settle down in this surface.
So on the other hand, the Welsh batsmen, all they've got to do is keep their composure, pick the singles till they settle down, till they read the conditions of the playing surface. Pick the singles and the twos. Don't go for the big shots. But there are plenty of overs, and it's still a runner ball less for them to chase down this total. So they need to be very, very careful how they plan their innings from this point onwards.
That struck him outside the off stump. Evans does not seem to be very comfortable out there. He just walked down the ground a little bit across the stumps. But once again, Dinesh bowling it very nicely, slow through the air, giving it a bit of flight. And I just feel there's a bit of dust coming out of the surface as well. And it's been kind of hard for the new batters to get in.
Well, there we see Evans that time taking a walk down the pitch, getting to the pitch of the delivery there, playing it down towards the long on region and picking up a single. Now, this is clever batting. This is what you need to do. Keep your composure. There are plenty of gaps on the off and on the onside. Don't try to hit the ball too hard. Play the ball on merit, and then also use the pace of the delivery as well. And you will have plenty of runs to pick up. And on the other hand, the Indian Over-50s, well, bowl wicket to wicket and blow as slow as possible, and don't provide width like you did in this occasion, allowing the batsman to get onto the back foot and hit it anywhere he wanted. and picking up a single in the process. There we see 36 overs have come to an end. Wales 246 for 4, chasing 300 to win.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So the plate final in this IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here in Sri Lanka. Interestingly poised between India Over-50s and the Wales Over-50s. India won the toss in the morning, elected to bat, and posing a commanding 299. three half centurions in that innings of 299. And now Wales, they got off to a slow start, but then on the back of that opening partnership of 60 plus, now they've got to 246 for 4. Brilliant innings by Captain Evans and Ivan Rees, I beg your pardon, who made 87. And then there was a brilliant century from Bukhari. And now they've got to 246 for 4. The two set men out. And India now perhaps sniffing some sort of an opportunity for them. And hoping that they can pick a wicket or two here. And change the complexion of the game.
Well, the game is currently well placed. Both sides having their equal opportunities. That shot down the leg side managed to get a bit of pad, I guess. Yes, it's signalled leg byes by the umpire. Wales will really not mind how the runs come. They will take it with both hands because they need runs right now, because both these batters are very new to the crease. They are getting used to the pace of the wicket, and during this time India will need to play it really smart. They cannot give away easy runs. I just feel maybe the 30-yard circle fielders might just come a little bit closer to the batter, maybe to stop that quick single. They shouldn't be offering a quick single to these new batters because they will take their own time to get settled down. But giving away singles and letting them rotate the strike would be a disadvantage for India, because having two new batters, they need to grab that advantage with both hands and add a little bit of extra pressure and invite them maybe to go after the bowling. And that's not a good shot from Evans. This is what we were discussing about. They had enough deliveries, enough time to go and reach this target, but trying to go up and over that fine leg fielder, but manages to just play it straight down his throat, and Evans perishes for 2. That's the 5th wicket down.
See, watch a replay. There we are, way out of the leg stump, trying to sweep it and getting a top pitch, ball just ballooning to the short square leg fielder. The Indians have come up very strong here. Good bowling, good tactics, good strategy. And Hugh Evans has been dismissed for 2. Well. Things are happening here at the MCA Grounds. And the Indian Over-50s coming back strongly. They picked up 3 wickets in succession. And, chasing down this 300 now. All of a sudden, a new complexion of the game. Now, the Welsh will have to plan their chase now from this point onwards. They're into the last 9 overs now. They have to look at getting another 54, 53, another 53 to chase down. And they have to be very careful how they pace the innings from this point onwards. Another wicket here, and it'll be all but over. And India will come on top.
Well, 247 for the loss of 5 wickets, and this is the beauty of this game. Like 20-25 minutes before anyone tuning in would have just thought, all right, Wales are running away with this game because they just needed 80 plus runs of around 90 deliveries. They had 8 wickets in hand. Bukhari going after each and every bowler. Ivan Rees, he was very well settled down. and they were just running through to get that target of 300 runs. But right now, India coming back strong by picking up 3 quick wickets in very short intervals, which has really helped their game.
A poor delivery from Khan on that occasion. String on the onside, turned it away from the office pads. The new man, and picking up 2 runs, Hemp. So he opens his account of the very first delivery. Now Indians here cannot take anything for granted. Now the target is becoming lesser and lesser. They got to bowl wicket to wicket, and then certainly they got to attack. Maybe they need to crowd the 30-yard circle with at least 2 more fielders in and invite the batters, the Welsh batters, to go over the top if possible. That's what they need to do. They need to throw this at them now. By trying to defend this, it's not going to work because their fielders are far spread out on the field, and singles are there plenty, and plenty of gaps in the field as well.
Absolutely, they need to be walking in right in front of the batter, because by giving away easy singles like that, things are really not going to help the cause for Indians. They need to grab at least a couple more wickets as soon as possible and add an extra bit of pressure. Maybe they can get the mid-on fielder into the circle and invite the batter to go after, where they would have a good chance of grabbing another wicket and saving the quick singles as well.
There you are. 3, 4, 5, 6 runs have already come in this over. And there we see the over coming to an end. 37 overs have been completed, needing another 48 runs in 48 balls. And Wales 252 for 5 at the end of 37 overs.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So interestingly poised, Wales chasing 300 to win, 252 for 5. And they have another 8 overs left to get these runs. And India, on the other hand, well, they have virtually exhausted their top line spinners, and they are struggling now. But at the same time, they have come back very strongly into this match, picked up 3 wickets in quick succession, and throwing the game, the gauntlet, back into the Wales camp. And now they'll be certainly looking at another wicket or 2 here to wrap up things.
Absolutely. Dinesh is looking really well. He has identified what he needs to be doing in this surface. He's bowling it really nice, slow, inviting the batter to drive. Oh, this is what we are talking. Oh, that was a very close call. He should have been run out. He just missed that opportunity. These are the opportunities that Indians can never let it go.
Absolutely. The non-striker halfway down the track. The ball fielded clean and not even 5 yards without trying to hit the ball with a direct hit. All he had to do was lob the ball to the bowler, who could have taken the bails off plenty of time, but it was not to be. Very, very lucky indeed for Wales. Survives, and another opportunity to fight. So Dinesh slowing down on his speed now, tossing the ball up. This is what you need to do. Pull back on the speed. And making the batsman go after him. Taking the chances and throwing the challenge back to the Wales batsman. Good bowling this is.
I mean, this is what an experienced bowler could do, because he was taken to the cleaners by Bukhari, 2 overs for 28 runs, but is coming back really strong. Since then, he has bowled 9 deliveries and just given away 2 runs. And this is how you need to come back strong, even after you have been taken to the cleaners, and that shows your capacity of readjusting yourself to the conditions while figuring out how the surface and the outfield is helping your cause while you're bowling out there.
This time forcing the ball on the onside. Where you see the innovations coming in. The batsman realizing they can't get the ball on the offside. They are playing it on the onside. India, that's where we were talking. They need to have more fielders in the 30-yard circle. Throw it at the batsman. Let them take the chances. And they are certainly going to miss it, miss time, and then they can break into this side, into this batting lineup.
There's been once again a very good over by Dinesh. Just the 1 run conceded off the 5 deliveries. Once again floated up and hit directly to the extra car fielder. No run added to the total. Very good over, just the 1 run. Wales 253 for the loss of 5 wickets.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුල්ලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියනවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
So the Indian Over-50s bowlers, being smashed to all parts of the park, have come back strong in these last 2-3 overs and pull things back again. 38 overs have been completed. The target is 300 and Wales have got to 253 for 5. It's anybody's game now. A wicket here or two can change the complexion of the game, and this time the bowler drops his shot, allowing the batsman to rock onto the back foot there, use the crease well and play it down towards the long on region, picking up a single in the process, and brings Wood to strike. He has got 2, having faced 8 deliveries, and Hemp has faced 9 deliveries for his 6. 46 required of 41. This time he gets bat to ball, good looking shot, and not much footwork there, just going through the shot, good hand-eye coordination, and hitting that ball down to the sweeper cover region, picking up a single. Now this is what they need to do. You be there for a couple of overs, you start beginning to see the ball and read the conditions as well, and then the runs will follow.
Especially Bandari being a left-arm spinner who's taking the ball away from the right-hand batters, they really need to bring the long-on fielder up and invite the batter to go against the spin, if possible. Take me on over long on. I was just talking about that, and he grabs another single, pushing the ball down to the long on region. So the skipper needs to think a little bit extra. They need to add more pressure, and by adding that pressure, they will have that opportunity of grabbing another wicket.
Well, on the other hand, Wales batsmen now a little bit more composed, looking a little bit more comfortable out there, and playing their shots at ease now. And there we see a big shot coming up. Good swing of the bat there. Playing inside out, making little room for himself, moving on to the onside and freeing his arms and hammering that ball, but can't beat the fielder, sweeper cover. But good shot, intentions very clear. Anything with a little bit of width, we go after it.
Exactly. Now both batters have been out there for 10 plus deliveries, and this is what happens. Like if you hang there maybe for 10 to 15 deliveries, you'll get the pace of the wicket, and then you can go after the bowling, pierce those gap, manage to grab those quick singles, as exactly these two batters are doing. As we speak, that completes over number 39, Wales 258 for the loss of 5 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So the two Welsh batsmen realize they need to take this game deep now, bat another 3 overs without losing a wicket, and keep the scoreboard ticking, rotate strike. They have to play intelligent cricket here now. 258 for 5. 39 overs completed. 40th over just about to begin. Last over going only for 5 singles. And India certainly pulling things back, tightening it brilliantly.
Exactly. They need that big over. And to start off with, well fielded down a deep mid wicket, just stopping the batsman for a single. They need a big over.
Current run rate 7.03. Required run rate, I beg your pardon, 7.03. down to the last 6 overs. This game is going down to the wire. No doubt about it. Everybody on their toes now. In the Welsh dugout, the Indian dugout, the pavilions thoroughly full with people and everybody enjoying the game. And making a room on that occasion, Wood trying to chop that ball down towards the point region. Doesn't connect. And taken in by the wicket keeper. IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here in Sri Lanka. And this is the plate final between Wales and India.
Dinesh has been bowling really, really smart. He's getting a lot of turn and bounce. He has really figured out how he needs to be bowling on this surface. He's into his 5th over, considered 32 runs after conceding 28 runs in his first 2 overs. This is really good bowling by
Wood. Well, pressure is mounting on him. Poor cricket on his part. The ball's previous 2 deliveries way outside the off stump, trying to hit it too hard towards the point region. All he had to do is use the pace of the delivery, run it down towards the third man region. Play it fine. Just open the face of the bat. Run the ball down. Now here he is. There he perishes. And coming down the track, misses it. And the wicketkeeper has taken the bails off. And there we see he has been stumped. Now this is what pressure can do. And well, as you watch your replays.
That was a very poor shot. That was not really required. He just needed to, maybe push the ball to a gap and get the other batter back on strike because he looked in good touch. 3 dot deliveries. Obviously, the pressure was on. He went for that big shot and perishes for 4 of 14 deliveries. And that's the 6th wicket down for India as they chase down this mammoth total of 300. 259 for the loss of 6 wickets.
So Simon Wood on that occasion, rush of blood. Has he thrown the game away for the Wales? Well, we will know very soon. That was poor cricket indeed. And certainly India coming on top. They held their composure and the bowler, brilliant bowling indeed. The wicketkeeper up to the task and then throwing the ball down quickly and appealing and getting the verdict to their favour.
Right, then we are into the final delivery of the 40th over. It's going to be a very interesting last 5 overs. But right now, I just feel India have got a grip of this game once again after grabbing 4 quick wickets. And I would say it was just a little bit of poor batting by the Wales as well. They threw away their wickets. Once again, that's a very close call, but the batsman walking across the wicket. That completes over number 40. Wales 259 for 6.
.41 runs needed off of 30 deliveries. If you look at the match summary right here, India batting first 299 for the loss of 5 wickets. Great contributions from Sohail, Khan and Abhijit, all getting over the 50 mark. For Wales, Papare, impressive with 107. And then of course Ivan, the opening batter, Ivan Reis, back-to-back half centuries. He ended up scoring 37 off of 83. Right now, as things stands, at the end of 40 overs, Wales need 41 runs off of 30 deliveries.
Yes, Wales have lost their way. In fact, with the departure of Bukhari, run making has become so difficult, lots of dot balls. And at one time, there were more balls and runs needed, but now it's the other way around.
Yes, as Dinesh continues, this time drops his shot, punches it towards the long on region for a single. Yes, at a time, the last time actually we were behind the mic, we were predicting that the match would be over by the 40 over mark, the way Bukhari and Ivan Reis was batting. However, wickets in quick succession, now 6 wickets down, means that India have got themselves back into the game And it's no easy task. I think at this point in time, India ahead. That time shot punches it towards the offside for a single.
That's right, India ahead, no doubt. The singles won't help the cause of the Welsh. They need more than singles, and the dot ball that came in, and the batsmen, they lacked any ideas of getting runs. That's what really happened.
Yes, India would love to let them get those singles, but Wales are in deep need of boundaries right now. That time, good run in between the wickets. 2 runs. That's a good start, yes. But they really need a boundary right now as the Welsh crowd keeps on cheering their team.
There's the replay. Look at that, turned away on the onside. Taking the first run quickly. They come back for 2. In fact, the wicketkeeper should have had the bails off. And there should have been a round. Look at that. He misses the ball completely. Wants to break the stumps. And had he caught the ball, there would have been run out there.
Yes, again, those chances might impact the game in the future, but who knows. That time towards the fine square leg region, fine off square leg, and again another single. Now so far 4 deliveries, 5 runs conceded. It would be great to end this over with a boundary for the Wales team.
Well, they're talking about boundaries. The boundaries are dried up for Wales.
Definitely that. I mean, kudos to the Indian bowlers as well. They have contributed massively to dry up those boundaries as they get a slight edge, goes past the wicket keeper towards the fine leg region. Just a single. 1 more delivery remaining. Sohail's over. Been very expensive him. 3.5 overs, 34 runs conceded.
Yes, the Welsh batsmen not looking for the twos, just settling for the single, taking the first run so casually. So there's no chance of getting 2 runs in any delivery.
That time allowed appeal. Might be going down leg side. That ends the 41st over. 35 runs needed off of 24 deliveries. 265 for the loss of 6.
लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछने वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान हिलेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान पीठ पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම සුපිරි reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
Okay, 265 for the loss of 6. After 41 overs, it's the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, the plate finals between Wales and India.
We've got results coming from the bowl final where South Africa has beaten the West Indies. Comfortable win there for South Africa.
Yes, I think posting a total of 250 in the first innings. West Indies in reply 199 or something all out. So that's a comfortable win there. Yes, the bowl final results. And now we are at right now. This is a live coverage of the plate finals between Wales and India. Time. Left arm round the wicket. Dinesh bowling his 6th over. That time moves across, tries to hoik it towards the leg side. But again, no bat to ball, so no runs conceded.
Well, Wales certainly a disappointment in the batting department with the departure of Bukhari and Rees, the 2 main batsmen who chased that total down.
There goes the short delivery. Could not get enough bat into it. Under edge, straight towards the fielder. So 3 dot deliveries to start the over, and not ideal for the Welsh.
Not at all. Not at all. In fact, I think they are run out of ideas at the moment. Looking for the single sent back, and lucky he got back in time. A direct hit, in fact, to dislodge the bails.
So 35 needed off of 21 deliveries. A tough ask, a mighty climb as things stand right now. We've got Mark facing 1 off 6. Hemp, 13 off 17. That time again. Walks across. Still could not get back to it. Umpire will rightfully signal leg byes as the ball travels towards the third man region just for a single. They need to get back to ball here more than anything.
Yes, bat to ball, that's one thing. You've got to pick the gaps and get boundaries. That's all dried up at the moment. Look at 34 required from 20. Nowhere in the equation are Wales.
And a fantastic over by Dinesh as well. That time dances down, straight over the bowler's head. And very well fielded by the long on fielder. Comes across and stops it. And there's a loud appeal there as well. And the umpire has given it. That's a run out, a direct hit if I'm not mistaken.
No, the bowler collected and had the bails off. I mean, it was a stop-start situation. In fact, they were looking for the second run. And the non-striker was down the track looking for the second, sent back by the striker. Now let's take a look at that. There we are, picked up nicely inside the boundary. That's Khan himself. And the ball returned to the bowler who collects it cleanly. And the bail's off. Batsman short of his ground. And umpire Soka De Silva says, yes, you're out. The finger comes up. The batsman knows it. He's got to walk back. And the Welsh are in all sorts of problems. So Tim Help goes for 14 of 18. And this is a poor batting from the Welsh.
Yes, very poor. 14 of 18 as a middle order batter coming into the crease at a time where they were cruising is not exactly what the top order batters wanted out of their middle order. And to see that happening, to see that collapse happening right in front of their eyes, they must be really disappointed, especially the top order with the likes of Ivan Rees and Bukhari.
Of course, because when you put on that type of performance with your number 3 and 4 making runs, and then suddenly you collapse and lose wickets in a heap. Look at that, 267 for 7, when the 42nd over, the last ball, the 42nd over coming up, and 3 overs left after this. We're talking of 19 balls, and I don't think that the Wales batsman can ever get to 300.
Mark here has to get some runs. Dinesh bowling round the wicket, that time hoisted over the infield, but straight towards that fielder. That sweeper cover. Just one run and that ends the 42nd over. 268, needing 32 runs more to win off of 18 deliveries. Okay, we are back with the match between India and Wales, the crunch time. Right now here at the MCA Grounds, 268 for the loss of 7 wickets, needing 32 off of 18 deliveries now. 3 overs remaining. And it's Mark and Julian who's in the crease right now as the off-spin comes in. This time straight towards the wicket again, flicks it towards the onside just for a single. Not enough at all at this moment.
Yeah, singles won't do, that's for sure. The batsmen should realize that. In fact, when they're running with the wickets, they take it so casually. They're not looking for 2. They're not looking for the misfield to pick up 2 runs. They're happy with the single. And there the equation is 31 runs required at 17 balls. And when Bukhari and company are batting, they were so much ahead with the balls and runs ratio. And now it's so disappointing that the middle order batsmen cannot really cope up with getting runs.
And the pressure is on the new batter Julian as well to get some runs. Right now he doesn't have any time to settle down. Sohail is operating with his off-spin right arm. 4.2 overs delivered and conceding 34 runs. He's been expensive, but right now the Welsh batters are playing into the hands of the Indians. That time short towards the onside, flicks it. The maximum they can do is get a single there. No sense of urgency despite it being now. It's, the required run is 12 as things stand.
Yeah, 2 runs of every ball. That's what's required at the moment.
Okay, this time uses his field, hoists it towards the long off region. One bounce straight towards the fielder. Again, tries to do something, but ends up with just a single. Sohail, so far so good considering the circumstances. Death overs, just 3 runs conceded off of his 4 deliveries in his 5th over. That time gives himself through. This time connects it right in the middle. There goes. It goes for 6. Much needed boundary for Wales. Julian taking it upon himself to bring in some aggression. Now it's just 23 runs needed of 13 balls. Should have done this sooner.
Too little, too late, I think. There we go. Nicely connected. It clears that boundary with ease. Gets 6 runs, but the sixers should have come in a few overs ago. I think it's a bit too late.
Sohail, this time, last delivery of the over. This time flicks it towards the onside. Goes for a single, calls for 2. Says no. And that is the end of the 43rd over. 2 overs remaining, 22 runs to win. It's 278 for the loss of 7.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
We are back. 2 more overs remaining. 12 balls, 22 runs. A tough ask. The 2 batters in the crease. Julian taking it upon himself to score some runs. Mark has been very slow. 4 runs off of 10 deliveries. We've got left arm spin coming from the India's bowling lineup as Julian is facing. He needs to take initiative here. A 6 here would change things. It might be a bit too late right now, but a 6 here could definitely change things. Not in favour of the Welsh, but bring them into the game at least.
You think there'll be a 6?
That's a different story altogether. I hope there'll be a 6. Here you go. This time, it's a dot delivery, the complete opposite of a 6. As Dinesh starts off his over. Very good. The wicketkeeper just in the field, making sure that no runs are leaked, especially at this moment in time. Death overs are very important. How you negotiate it is also important. Tries to come forward. This time gets a top edge towards the 3rd man region. The maximum they can do is go for 1 run, and that's what they do. So 10 balls to play, need 21 runs. So it's the plate final of the IMC Over-50s World Cup between Wales and India. This is a battle for the 5th and 6th place. Winner becomes the 5th place team in this tournament, and the loser will end up being the 6th place team. Alright, we've got Mark facing. 10 balls remaining, 21 runs needed. This over so far, 2 balls, just 1 run conceded. Walks across, swings it towards the leg side. This time gets a boundary towards the mid-wicket region. That was short. Much needed boundary. The Welsh crowd are roaring here. And there you go. 1 boundary. But still, it's an uphill climb.
Right, so welcome boundary. But of course, having said that, it's still an uphill climb, no doubt, to get these balanced runs. Because they really didn't push it in the last few overs. They picked up singles. They had plenty of dot balls. So 17 from 9. Normally you'd say gettable, but the batting is not clicking for the Wales.
Yeah, especially since this is the number 9 batter. See Dinesh this time, lofts this time on the offside. Then the sweeper car fielder will cover it. The batsman only runs for 1 run, so that's 5 runs off of this, 6 runs off of this over so far. Still a good over by Dinesh. He just has to make sure that the next two balls won't go for boundaries.
Right, so 2 runs per ball. That's what the equation is all about.
The last delivery, this time outside off. Tries to guide it towards 3rd man. Interesting decision there. because he should be going for the shots instead of just trying to get singles there. But anyways, no bat involved. So again, another dot delivery there. Dinesh, a fantastic over. That time comes forward, hits it again. Fielders there to cover at the boundary. That ends the 44th over. 6 balls remaining, but a mammoth 15 runs needed to win this match.
Mama Gajaman.
Yeah, 15 runs from 6 balls. The last over coming up. Julian on 10, Mark on 9. At the rate things have been going, I don't think the Welsh team can get those 15 runs in 6 balls.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough ask here because they've been cruising. It has to be said, I think more than the Indian team, it's the Welsh team that they put themselves in this position. The Indian team just did the needful, did the bare minimum, make sure that the boundaries are drying up, and that's exactly what they did, and the Welsh team also contributed towards it, especially that middle order batters who really didn't take initiative and really didn't show any aggression post Bukhari's dismissal. Alright, we've got the final over. 6 balls, 15 runs. The field is set. Wales 285 for the loss of 7 wickets in reply to India's 299 at the end of 45 overs. India set in the field, making sure all corners are covered, no gaps are opened freely for the batters to exploit. They're still adjusting the field, trying the utmost best not to give away runs here. The bowler has to do his job as well, making sure that he drop the ball, or rather pitch the deliveries in spots where it'll trouble the batters. Here goes. This time walks down the pitch. The maximum he can do is hit it straight towards the long on fielder. Just a single, so a good start to the over. 14 runs needed, 5 deliveries. We've got Mark on strike, 9 of 12. Julian, non-striker, 11 of 9. Singh bowling. Again, dances down the pitch. Could not get enough bat into it to do any trouble to the Indian bowlers. So that's another single. Well, 13 runs over 4 deliveries. Now, it becomes almost improbable. As Singh walking, and third this time being innovative, did not get bat to it. There you go, 3 balls, 13 runs. If they are to win it, they need a 6 and 2 boundaries. So either way, they need 3 boundaries, at least 3 boundaries off of these next 3 deliveries. That time no bat involved as well. There you go, Singh bowling a fantastic over here, sparking a brilliant comeback for India. 2 balls remaining, 13 runs needed. The maximum the Welsh batters can do is to hit for 2 sixers and make it a draw, but that seems very unlikely. This time they dance it down the pitch, and there it goes. The ball goes towards the long off fielder, and that's pretty much it.
Yes, so 12 runs needed of 1 ball is impossible unless you've got some wides being bowled and then you get a few boundaries going around the corner. But that's not possible.
And there you have it. India wins the plate of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. The plate finals between Wales and India. Fantastic encounter between the two teams. Wales winning the toss and putting India to bat first. That decision became their own undoing as India posted a mammoth total of 299, posing a target of 300. And in reply, Wales fall 12 runs short. They end up with 288 for the loss of 7 wickets at the end of 45 overs.
Yes, they all walk back at the moment. So they seem quite happy with what's gone on. But I'm pretty sure that the Welsh will regret that they lost the wickets of those free-scoring batsmen Bukhari and company, because they really took the bowling apart. And I'm sure that India were in all sorts of problems and they were really panicking at that stage. But when they had the wicket of Bukhari, I think India realized they were coming back in the game very strongly. And thereafter, wickets started to fall, lots of dot balls as well. And things turned around for India. And India in the end completed a comfortable victory to win by 11 runs.
Yes, a fairly comfortable victory at the end. Not as comfortable as it was in the middle of the innings there. At a moment in time, it looked like Wales were cruising, but that is the nature of the sport. The uncertainty element is what makes sports exciting, and that's exactly what has been shown here at the Over-50 World Cup. IMC Over-50 World Cup, the plate final between Wales and India.
So there we are. They're all on the boundary line waiting to shake hands and perhaps congratulate India. India win by 11 runs. Because India were disappointed when they were beaten by Pakistan by 1 run. That was a few days ago. And they've turned things around to win by 11 runs here. And of course the Welsh will take home some pleasant memories as well. They had those great innings from the captain and also from Bukhari. But other than those two players, the others certainly disappointed. They couldn't get their scoreboard moving. They didn't have plenty of batting to come. They didn't have the batting power, as you say. And in the end, India just bulldozed them in the end and won this game quite comfortably.
Yes, India win the match, the plate, by 11 runs, coming back from down under. Not an easy task at a moment in time. They were nowhere near the winning margin or the winning mark, but they did come back. They did get their wickets in quick succession and managed to dry up those boundaries, and in return they get a well-fought, well-earned and deserved victory here at the MCA Grounds. And that ends, actually, the IMC World Cup plate final between Wales and India.
It's a lovely evening here. There's the clock showing 25 minutes past 5 o'clock in the evening. And there's the Wales batting card. Ivan made 87 of 83. Holiday, 34-53, consumed a lot of balls, so he's 34 runs. Kelvin making 12 of 17. Then Bukhari, 107 of 49. That was the innings to remember. Wood made 4 of 14. Evans, 2 of 10. Hemp, 14 of 18. Mark not out on 10 of 14. And Julian, 12 of 12. 6 extras in 45 overs. Wales made 288 for 7.
Yep, the Indian bowling, the pick of the bunch was, of course, the wicket takers Singh and Bandari, taking 2 wickets each. Bandari was economical in his 9-over spells, just conceding 37 runs. And Dinesh and Khan also grabbing a wicket apiece, both economical as well. Dinesh bowling 7 overs for 41. Khan just bowling a single over, getting a wicket and conceding just 5 runs. But expensive is Murugan, 2 overs, 19 runs conceded. Singh, 7 overs, 46 runs conceded. And of course Fakir, again 63 runs conceded off of his 9 overs. Wickets falling at quick succession after that third wicket fell at 234. 243, 247, 259, 267, and at the end of the day 288 for the loss of 7 wickets at the end of 45 overs, falling short of 11 runs.
There we are, the highlights of this Welsh innings. And Wales are looking to make 300 runs when they came out to bat. And they had some aggression up the order. And don't forget, the ball was travelling quickly on the outfield. They got boundaries going as well. And then the Welsh captain, he was the star in that partnership at the start. And then wickets started to fall. The first wicket fell. Then again, there was good batting that helped. And of course, the LBW came when Asoka De Silva ruled the batsman out. And that one, the inside edge, past the leg stump down towards the fine leg boundary. Picked up again beautifully, hit away on the offside, out over that long off region. And there's a lovely cut shot along the ground to the boundary for 4. And this one beats him all ends up, rattles the stumps. And played across the line, but got back to ball. And there's Bukhari, acknowledging the 50 that he made, first of all. And Bukhari was the star of the show and he got a lot of runs. And in the end, he was caught and bowled, Bukhari, for 107. And then, of course, the wickets start to tumble. There we are, down the crease, looking to play that one on the up, but missed it completely and was bowled. And this one picked up. There we are. The bail's been removed, run out coming in as well. And things start to fall apart for the Welsh because they didn't get their batsmen to score enough runs, and India win by 11 runs. So there we are at the MCA Grounds. That's the clock. And the summary of the match: India batting first made 299 for 5, a good score. Wales 72, Khan 52, and Abhijit 50. Ivan 2 for 52, Bukhari 1 for 51 from 9, and Mark 1 for 51. And Wales in their 45 overs 288 for 7. Bukhari 107 of 49 balls. Ivan 87 of 83. Holiday made 34 of 53. Bandari and Singh took 2 wickets each, with Khan picking up 1. So India win by 11 runs and they take the plate championship as well.
All right, we've got the final, the much-awaited final of the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. The two teams are ready. Pakistan versus Sri Lanka tomorrow, live from the Papare Stadium in Colombo 6. Stay tuned as the Papare, the biggest sports network in Sri Lanka, will bring you the live action throughout the entirety of the match. And the final between Sri Lanka versus Pakistan will be held tomorrow at the Papare Stadium.
Right, so now we come to the end of our transmission today from the MCA Grounds. We thank all of you for your company, and we hope you enjoyed our coverage of this match between the Welsh and India. The two teams battled it out to the bottom place, or 5th place in fact. And on behalf of our production team, our commentary team, we say thanks to your company. We wish you well, and we hope you'll join us tomorrow for that final game between Sri Lanka and Pakistan. And until then, we say good night from the NCA.